Hello, everybody.
Oh,
Good evening. I thought Nisha was going to start this evening, but she's sitting over there. But anyway, I am the beloved, sweet Sister Freedom. I was going to say some more wonderful things about myself.
Big
But
Mama.
Big Mama, I don't want to forget that. Big Mama in the house. Who's going after
how y'all
me?
doing? I am Nisha. Oh,
Peace and love.
okay,
I'm
well,
Dulcinea.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're all good. Sakina, go ahead
Open
and
my
say your
eye. What happened?
I think it's a delay.
Oh yeah, I think it was a little delay. I was saying go ahead and say your hi. And then yeah, Nisha's
Okay.
gonna introduce the topic tonight and be running it tonight. I'm excited.
And don't forget that our
Welcome, my eye. I'm Sister Sakina Rock. Glad everybody's here tonight. Go ahead, Queen.
I believe that our sister Gemini will not be visiting us tonight, not be with us, so y'all won't get our wonderful sister Gemini tonight. No limit in the house, but she'll be back tomorrow or whenever we come on again.
Friday. Well,
Niche and
Saturday.
Dot, I don't know what just happened. She was here, but I don't know what just happened. Oh, we
Right.
saw it open to
Uh,
knowledge. They're here.
welcome, and we appreciate you guys for joining us tonight. We've been going for a while, but we back now. So the topic tonight is: can trauma make you addicted to drama?
Ooh.
And first, I want to say the definition of trauma is a deeply distressing or disturbing experience. So, and also, there are three types of trauma: acute trauma, which results from a single incident. Chronic trauma is repeated and prolonged, such as domestic violence or sexual abuse.
Mm.
Complex trauma is exposure to varied and multiple traumatic events, often of an invasive and interpersonal nature. So, if we think about the trauma that we've experienced in our lives and how we're able to cope and deal with it, or either sweep it under the rug, because a lot of people do sweep it under the rug and think that it won't seep out, that it won't creep out into their lives. And some people don't even recognize that they had trauma. They don't even understand why they are certain ways in different situations. So I want to know, do we recognize the trauma that's in our life and how are we dealing with it, sis?
You know what, Nisha? This is a very, very, very important and serious topic that we're having tonight. Trauma, trauma, trauma. I have here studies suggest that trauma could make you more vulnerable to developing physical health problems, including long-term or chronic illness. This might be because trauma can affect your body as well as your mind, which can have long-term impact on your physical health. And a lot of times people look at certain things like and uh don't forget to start my 2 minutes. People tend to look at only what they think may be trauma, but a lot of things stem from different childhood situations, like even being adopted, being taken from your family, or something that your parents was going through. You know, like say if your mother or your father was on drugs and you had to be removed from the home, or you went through any abuse as a child. You know what I mean? Later on in life, like you said, it could come up and it can affect you mentally, where something can happen to you and you just start trouble in people's life because of your misery that you went through in life, and you just start trouble in other people's lives so they can be just as miserable as you are. Or you could learn from the experiences that you had in your trauma, and you not want to treat another person the way you was treated. So that's what I have to say about that.
I agree. I think that it does lead us down the trauma that we experience, does lead us down a path of either wanting to push that trauma onto other people or just be addicted to different kind of drama that's happening around us. I think it's an everyday choice you have to make when you experience trauma. You have to actually go through to navigate through life knowing that you experienced that trauma, figuring out what your triggers are and what can push you back into those bad elements, and what are some of the good mechanisms that can push you towards the good elements. It's something that you choose every day. It's like getting over alcoholism or anything that you're using. If you're in an addiction, you have to choose to say, okay, I'm done with this addiction, but that doesn't mean that that's it. You said you're done, now you're done. No, you have to say every day, okay, I'm not going to drink. You have to figure out your triggers. Like, okay, usually I'm used to drinking at certain times. Like me giving up cigarettes was like that. I gave it up cold turkey, and I had to figure out, okay, when are the times that you want to smoke a cigarette? Oh, it's after you eat lunch, or it's when the boss is doing certain things or whatever and getting on your nerves. You're like, okay, I'm about to take a smoke break. Well, now what's some alternatives to a smoke break? What other some other common methods that you can do other than that nicotine? So the trauma can add like an addiction to your life that you got to choose every day to get out of, or you're going to fall into that same trauma or drama all over again. And yes, we are going to get the men's opinion. We're just going out around first, and we're going to open up the panel. Go ahead, Sakina.
I believe all you sisters have great points. When I was thinking about this earlier, you said, can trauma make you addicted to drama? I was trying to think about how people tend to take that so-called baggage into other areas. You want to say relationships, but sometimes it's just other areas. Sometimes we take that to work with us, right? And people say, I didn't sleep with you last night. Because, see, sometimes we don't say good morning to people, right? We don't greet people no more, right? Or we just instantly, because you didn't fell out with somebody else, or you might have had a bad night, you bring that to work in the morning. Or even then, you take that home with you, where you so used to arguing with people all the time, you don't know how to talk to people no more. So that's them traumas in your life that you full of drama all the time. You don't know how to act regular or normal no more. You just feel like this is the way you respond to everything. Everything is always panic mode. Everything is always upheaval, and you just don't know how to relax and be calm. Everything make you nervous, or you just always got to be at this panic excited mode. Like you can't be around somebody like that. To me, I feel like that. If somebody's always, you always got to be ecstatic about everything, right? You done had so much trauma in your life that you don't know how to control yourself or calm down. You got too much going on. Like you only have one hyper feeling. And it is a disease or a sickness for some people to have one emotion, but that's maybe because of the trauma or drama that they have experienced in life. I've actually seen that in the nursing home where this person only could experience, they cried, but they really didn't cry, but it was like some kind of cry or something. So that could be something that we could look into at another time. But yeah, I can agree with some of this. Trauma filled sometimes can make you drama filled. Go
Okay.
ahead, Dots.
Sorry, y'all. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, y'all. I agree with much. This is a good topic. I'm really curious to hear how the conversation unfolds. I definitely think that trauma has a great impact on how we deal with each other. You know what I mean? And how we deal with one another, and sometimes we're not even aware of it. You know, we're not always aware that we are being triggered in the moment, or for whatever the reason is. So, yeah. I'll stop.
Nisha.
So this trauma, I think that when you are so used to dysfunction, when you haven't healed properly, it's you crave it. You crave um drama. That's like a woman staying in a situation with her boyfriend or her husband that continuously beats her. The trauma that she experienced throughout her life, some women feel like if it's too calm, if he don't hit, if he don't verbally abuse you, then he don't love you, and that's a result of the trauma that she experienced, more than likely through a childhood situation, and she
Mhm.
never fixed herself. She never healed. So when it's all right, when it's too calm, I guess we self sabotage sometimes, because it can't be right. This can't feel good because we are addicted to the trauma.
Wow.
Well, I don't know how this is going to go because, well, let's, Dots, you can speak again because,
Want me to? Okay. Um. So can trauma make you addicted to drama? I think I already said absolutely. And if I were to, okay, so I can go get personal real quick, right? Um. You know, in terms of who I select as a mate, hindsight, 2020 kind of thing, like looking back on it, right? The type of men that I was attracted to, definitely, now that I process it, it definitely had an impact based on what I saw and the trauma that I was exposed to, growing up. And I'm pretty sure that my stories probably will sound familiar to many people, to our cousins in the chat and some of my sisters on the panel. But I know specifically, not to give up too much of my personal information, but even like with my mom and her decisions, right, and who she chose to deal with, right, and seeing that and seeing sort of like her willingness to humble herself in many respects, and it wasn't earned. So I know that as I got older, the one thing that I always had in the back of like my recorder, if you will, my brain was like, you know what? I am not going to just be submissive because a man, he has a penis per se, or I'm not going to just. It was almost as if it could have been a negative or a positive, right? I could have just pretty much selected the same type of men that my mom was attracted to. But for me personally, it was the exact opposite, right? It was almost as if I just wanted to run away from it. So I definitely, if I were to be honest with right now in this conversation, 1000% trauma causes drama, but it also impacts daily decisions or the decisions that we make in our life. Absolutely.
okay, I'm going to say this. Parents need to think about what they do before they do it. Me saying that, I'm saying that because the decisions that your parents make can affect you for the rest of your life. And they bring trauma on children, thinking that they're making a decision to help themselves. But at the same time, it is hurting the child. Like, for instance, if a parent gives their child away, that child always feels unwanted, neglected. It's a situation where at the time I think the parent might feel like they're doing the right thing, but never really thinking about how it can affect the child. Because, you know, it does. It affects the child. When you do that, they never feel they never feel wanted. So, you know, I just think that a parent needs to really think about the decisions that they make when they leave their children. Even if you left the child with your own mother or your own father, which is their grandparents, the child always wonders why you didn't keep me, or why why you didn't want me. So I think that when people make decisions to do whatever they do in life, they should think about how it affects another person before they make a decision to do it, because that trauma can affect a person for the rest of their lives. So that's what I have to say about that. Sakina?
Well, I don't know if I wanted to ask the question. If I don't know if I can do that or not.
Yeah. Ask your question.
Okay, because I want to know if we saying that, or are we saying that sometimes when we create this drama, are we seeking for attention, causing drama?
No, trauma.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Sometimes in better relationships, you wonder why they go back.
Okay.
And sometimes they create this drama. Is it for attention? Because understand, let's use the girl that had, I want to do this quick. The girl that got smacked with the brick. Now, this was very unfortunate. And I don't agree with her getting smacked with the brick at all. But I don't condone her walking up and slapping nobody, be it man, woman, child, or beast. She went up and slapped that man and thought it was okay. And then when he popped her with a brick, we wanted to get mad. So again, was it the trauma or was it the drama for attention? I'm gonna let y'all go ahead with that one.
To answer your question, I think once you do experience trauma and you're addicted to drama, you do things for attention. I'm not sure if that particular instance falls, because I know even that might be her seeking attention, where she got bit by something or had an allergy and said she got hit by a brick. There was a whole bunch of stories going around of what that incident was. But it is one of those things that people that have experienced like some sort of trauma, they do seek attention in different negative ways. I wanted to bring something back up that Nisha said too that's absolutely true. I've heard people even stay that are in traumatic relationships that, they equate their sex being good based on if he's punching her, if he's bringing a gun out on her, different things like that. Like, it's like, oh, your sex must not even be that good because you're not getting beat. You're not getting a gun pulled out on you. Like, it's crazy equivalence that is coming like from really masking that trauma that you've been through. You got it, Nisha.
So I just had a thought, right? But that's for a Saturday night show, so I'll wait. But
no, we here now. We here. It's Wednesday, hump day. Happy hump day.
So I'm gonna just say this right quick. It just came to my head. if you like to get choked,
Mm-mm.
right? Is that some trauma? Do I have trauma that I don't know about? The reason why I like to get choked, is that a thing? Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's some things that happen. Um, I don't know. That's good. I need to look at myself and search myself and ask myself, why do I like to get choked? I mean, not to the point of passing out, of course.
Not just
But like
choke.
I said,
Choke while having sex. Get deep with it.
right. Yes.
So I like it in and out, but I think it is honestly like, sorry to cut in. I think there might be some daddy issues that even I go through. Like, I think about that, you know, when you be like, oh yeah, he's daddy and all this other stuff, like that may be a little bit of daddy issues. But I like it, but it might be some trauma going on right there. Why you want to be told what to do? Why you want to be slapped? You know, but in a
Yes.
peaceful manner.
Sorry. I just had a thought, and sometimes what come out. But if we just really pay attention to our lives and look at every facet, each and every corner, I'm pretty sure that it's some trauma that we haven't worked out yet. Because if we haven't worked everything out, then we'll be a perfect person. And I don't see no perfect people.
That's not
It ain't no perfect people. But it's damn sure some freaky ones, ain't it?
I think, you know, that, listen, that's why you're my sister from another mister, because I swear. So I'm going to try to do my question a little bit different. I don't know about that. Listen, there's levels to all of this, okay? We're not talking about what happens behind closed doors, girl, okay? We're not bringing that to the table. I ain't trying to tell. Listen, if you help out just a little bit, okay? You like, shit,
You know I love you, Nisha. Don't listen to that.
okay, you call that nigga daddy. You heard? But I think that is, honestly though, I think that it just depends. I think that not everything is trauma. I think it becomes dangerous, right? If it leads to drama. That's that second piece. So I feel like there's levels. There's levels. There's just different levels to this, right? Because that just may not be because you have daddy issues per se. Just may mean that that's your freak nasty. That's what you do, and that's okay, right? But then if it leads to drama, I think that's when the problem becomes. And my question is to you guys, you know, how do you identify if something is caused by trauma? Because sometimes a person will tell you, like, they may not have the language for it. They may not say it in a perfect way, but they may identify something in you that's just not right. They like, you need to work on this, that, and the third, right? And sometimes we don't always take that feedback depending on who the person is. So how do you identify if there is something that's coming up that is traumatic because now it's causing an issue, right? What steps do you use to identify that? And then how do you deal with it? Like in your real life, you know?
It's my turn. Assalamu alaikum. Brother Lai, you don't have to leave.
Uh-oh.
You can just stay in because I want you here because you know. But anyway, I'll be wondering if I'm going through some type of trauma because I look at the crybaby movies, and Dulcinea noticed all day long. I'm looking at the movies that make you cry. And it's like I make myself go to those movies, you know, like a lot of the African movies, and they have nothing to do with slavery or anything like that. They just like Lifetime movies, but they so real that I'll be sitting in this house crying, literally got my whatever I'm gonna have, my tea. I have my tea ready, and whatever I have, I'm gonna eat whatever right there and look at the whole series of me crying the whole time. So I'm wondering, now that we're talking about trauma, am I attracted to movies that make me cry because it may be something that's been in my life, You know what I'm saying? That I'm just one of those type of people that sponges up things that hurt other people because of my hurts. You know, I know people who have been dealt with in their childhood, and I'm talking about sexually, right? And when they grew up, they're so bitter and wicked and evil that they cause misery in other people's lives because of what they went through as a child. And at first, I wasn't noticing that that's what was happening. You see what I'm saying? But in these people, I'll be like, why are you so wicked and so mean? Just like causing problems in other people's lives and things. And then I started thinking this person has had trauma in their life physically as a child. And misery, that old thing about misery loves company, misery loves company. And they just cause wickedness in a lot of people's lives. That's what I want to say. But do y'all think that because I may have went through something as a child, and that was not me who went through the sexual thing, I'm talking about somebody else, but do you think that because I like to look at those type of movies and it makes me just do you think it's just a girly thing, or maybe something has happened where I always want to just feel another person's pain and just cry? I want to know what you think, Sakina.
I think you're a crybaby. I mean, I don't know who would deliberately want to watch something to make, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Oh God, maybe I am just a crybaby.
I don't want to cry either. I feel when other people cry, I start crying. So I don't want to cry. Right. So that is really brave of you to intentionally watch a movie that make you cry on purpose. That's really brave of you. It takes a lot, hey.
What do you
I'm
think?
speechless at this point. I don't know what I wanted to say, but Dulcinea, you're really pretty today. I want to tell you that. I love the way your hair is wrapped.
Thank you. I would say, because I don't think it's an unhealthy thing what you're talking about, Sister Freedom, because sometimes there is that.
Yes, it
like
is.
sometimes you just sometimes you want to watch TV that's sad,
Cry.
or you want to watch TV that's dramatical. But you don't want that in real life, like how we're addicted to maybe a Real Housewives or anything. And we watch ladies go back and forth. I don't want to drink thrown at me in real life, but I can watch it on TV and it can be entertaining, I think that's just like sometimes it's just for entertainment purposes and you may be going. But I think to bring Dot's question into it, how you can tell that it's a problem is when it gets unhealthy. Like Nisha was saying before, when you're in unhealthy relationship dynamics, and that's coming in with him abusing you or you guys abusing each other verbally or physically, when it's hindering your life where you want to do things, you have aspirations out of life, but it seems to be stopping you every moment. You're like, no, I can't do it, it can't be me because of these different things. That's what I've always known, even when it comes to, like Nisha was saying, like the fun stuff, the sexual stuff, and being like, is it trauma? I've noticed that parts of it is not trauma for me, parts of it is trauma daddy issues for me, because I've seen it get unhealthy. I've seen it get to a point like, oh, this is far. This isn't just a daddy fun relationship anymore. This is me unhealthily viewing this man like he's actually my father and me wanting him to take a place or tell me what to do. So I think you can only know based on how healthy your dynamic is by yourself, self-love, and with others in your relationship, friendships, or love interest. What would you say, Nisha?
I'm trying to look at my life right quick and see. I never thought that I had daddy issues. Um, I had two good men in my life.
I'm sorry.
I had two daddies. Um, so I never thought that I had daddy issues. Y'all are true. But when it comes to that, and I don't know, I need to search that part of me right there a little bit deeper and try to understand why I like certain things. Um, but I think that to cope with trauma, um, I mean, as a child, I've seen a lot of things growing up that maybe I shouldn't have. Um, the environments that I was raised up in, um, pouring dollar shots, cutting the table at card parties. You know, my grandmama was a bootlegger, so just being around and I don't know. Trauma is a real thing, and it dictates the path we go down if we're not whole, if we haven't fixed it, if we haven't healed. And it affects us in so many ways that we don't even think about. Hmm. I think I got a lot of thinking to do. Go ahead, Docs.
I don't know. I think not to oversimplify. Like, excuse me, no, not to like because technically everything could be considered trauma depending on the person, right? In terms of their perspective. So what triggers me is not going to trigger Sakina, right? And maybe what triggers Sakina, it could even be the tone of a voice, for example, right? And it may not be a trigger to Dulcie, but I think that now, for me at least, because I had asked you guys the question just in terms of like, what are the solutions? Like, how are y'all dealing with it, for example, or how have you dealt with it? And for me, I can honestly say, like, it's just the honesty piece. I think that is like so important, especially if we're talking about interacting with someone else, because we're saying, can trauma make you addicted to drama? And so that requires another person to be sort of a part of it. And so, in my 20s and in my 30s, just because, in my opinion, with youth and just growing up or what have you, it wasn't necessarily a big deal to me. Like, we can play all day. You know what I'm saying? And maybe even if I felt like I offended you in any way, or if something comes up for me that triggered me, and let's say that whatever happens, I may not have taken accountability for that. But now, hindsight, right? One thing that has worked for me is just really being honest with anybody. I have boundaries, period. Right? You're not sucking me dry, and I don't want to suck you dry. And so if I'm going to be transparent, be it a friend, a coworker, or what have you, it doesn't matter who it is, my children. If I'm saying part of this is being honest, open and honest, right? It has to be on the other way as well. So if something is coming up for you, or something that's coming up for me is triggering me, I need to know that. But sometimes we're not always honest, especially I know that, sometimes just being females or women, right? Where we're very detail oriented. We think about the conversations a lot, right? The words, or this, and the third. So I feel like one thing that has helped me in particular is just really being transparent and honest. This is who I am. This is what it is. I'm good. I was born, and I believe in this. I was born 100%. No one is going to make me, I'm not 50-50, right? No, I'm 100% when I came into this world. I am enough. I am enough, right? And so if we're going to continue any kind of relationship, friendship, whatever, it doesn't matter, right? Just be honest. And for me, at least, that has helped, to be honest, right? Because it also makes me accountable, but it also reinforces why boundaries are important. It's just some things I'm not dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard when you get with or deal with somebody in your life that has been through trauma. Like, I think everybody on the panel and probably in the chat have been through something in their life that they would consider trauma, you know. And I'm gonna just be frank with everybody, because one day I'm gonna tell my story. You know, I feel as though I went through a lot of trauma growing up. Okay. And I do feel as though my trauma has affected me a lot. You know, it has affected me as being a mother. It affected me being a sister. It affected me being a wife. My trauma as a child um, caused me to be overprotective of my children, extremely overprotective. One of those mothers that would not allow my children to even get off the porch, where I had to sit right on the couch and watch. You know what I mean? Um, Even through my relationship as a sister, I could see some things that now that we're talking about it would be considered the effects of trauma, and the effects of trauma that I have with my parents. That's definitely has affected me. I wonder sometimes, do I really what love is? Do I really love you, or am I loving you just because I'm supposed to? Yeah, so I can say I'm one of those people that has had trauma in my life, and that's why I had to sit here for a second and think. I look at those movies because I'm trying to maybe find somebody who was in the same position that I was in, or absorbing another person's feelings. Because one thing I don't do is I don't like bullies. That there will make me really, really try somebody. I hate bullies. And that's probably because I felt like in my life I might have been bullied, not by regular people, but by grown people. So, you know, trauma that you experience in your life will cause you to have effects that will take you to your grave. And no matter, you can go see a counselor, which, and you would think that that would heal it, but either way it go, you know, you still have that trauma. Me, one thing I can say, and I'm gonna get off of this, I'm so glad I never drank, I never smoked, I never got high a day in my life. um what I will appreciate is, I will say that Islam helped me, and I thank Islam to this day, because it did a lot for me. But I'm gonna leave it at that so Sakina can go on.
You know, this is a thing I appreciate about is when we break through, right? Because one way or another, because we all have been through our own type of trauma some kind of way, right? And it stagnated us in some kind of form, some kind of shape, whether we had children or not. But that breakthrough, you know, when
Mm-hmm.
you have to get up, when you have to move, when you have to break through, because you can't sit there and let it keep stagnating you, you know. And then once we make it through, right? Because you never know when you're going through until you get through it. And once we get through it, that's when we know we made it through. Everybody don't get to do that though. And so some of these things that we do now probably are just reminders when we're thinking outside ourselves to remind us of the things that we're grateful for. Because we made it through, right? And we didn't forget where we came from. You see, so these are the things that we keep instilling in our children, the story that we might see somebody along the way and we tell them about it so that they don't get addicted to drama. When we pull them to the side and say, hey, you showing out, you doing too much. Okay, then what you doing is gonna catch up to you later. Everybody don't want to listen, but maybe later on they come back and say, you know, Nisha, you was right. Now I'm gonna land with that.
Do you guys mind if I drop the link for OTK? He can come up and share this to the roundtable gang and okay.
Go right ahead.
Go and get some men's perspective. But I agree, and I think what you were saying too, Sister Freedom, is so powerful. So I think about that too, and honestly, you know, I feel like it's different when you've gone through trauma through a child and everything, and then I feel like my trauma will be more judged by people just because a lot of my trauma came in adulthood and you know of things that mistakes that I've made. But I've always thought about like that big, like I need to be sharing my own story. But then I come up with like excuses like, do I want to share it now? Should I get to a certain point first in life and then share my story? But I know I should share it now just on the basis of, you know, other people getting little snippets and drops and then they twisting it up, especially on YouTube, making up stuff that I've never even experienced instead of really having my real story. But that's a real thing, you know, when it comes to this trauma. And it is one of those things that it's better shared. It's better when you're saying this and even helping others that are gone through those things, but you're just so afraid. You're afraid of the of the judgment back. And
Right.
keeps you from that breakthrough of really being able to share like the trauma that you've been through. What do you guys think about that?
I feel like for myself, I'm open. I'm just an open book because I don't want a lot of things on me. I try to free myself so I could talk about my life. I don't care, and I say this, y'all know, I don't care about the judgment. I've been fat my whole life. I've been talked about. So it's not a thing to where people judging me is going to affect me. It's not. But just for my peace and my therapy, I have to get it off. I have to say who I am. I have to, I can't hold it in. So if I'm having a conversation, then I'm open about the things that happened in my past. I'm open about the things that I've been through. If I'm asked a question, I'm not going to um deny or lie about it. I mean, it's not going to hurt me. You know, you can't twist nothing up with me because I'm giving it to you blood raw. And that's just how I am. And I totally agree with Docs when she say how she cope with things is through honesty. And I'm the same way. I have to be honest. I can't put on airs or put on fronts. I'm Nisha all day. And that's why it's Nisha. Plain and simple.
Guys.
Blah, 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 blah. All right. So the word that I hear is also that as I'm listening, I was going to say judgment. Dulcie said it, but also grace, right? Like giving each other grace, right? Because the bottom line is that people's judgment hurts. That's normal, right? But usually we judge when we don't know. You know what I mean? So let me say that again. So people judgment hurts. That's just facts, right? But usually we judge when we don't know. But we also have to remember that there still will be there still will be a they. There still will be, you know, a group of people who, even when they know pieces of your story, they still will judge. Y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Even when there still will always be a group of people that are in close proximity. Think less than 6 degrees of separation. So that's usually friend, the friend's enemy, the foe, all right, let me stop there. If you know, you know, right? But there still will be a group, there still will be a thing that even when they know why you are the way you are or what you went through, they still won't judge. And those usually are the ones that's right around you.
Has the most.
So then what do? Don't let that go over your head. So when I say boundaries, understand what I mean when I say boundaries. Because it will be the people that's right next to you, right? That won't extend that grace, that still won't understand or feel they still have a right to judge. And when that happens, this is when I realize, this is my answer to how you start healing. All you have to do is say why. Ask why. Why do you really give a fuck?
Well, I'm going to say this. Most of the people that are judging you have more issues in their lives than you do.
And that's the start. And that goes for the person that's judging and the person that is being judged. When you get down to the root of it, say why. And there goes your answer.
Everybody, like I said, in life has experienced some type of trauma, even if it's that. See, other people, what people think is trauma, it's always like I said, this person was molested or some issues like that. But what's also trauma is like if you lost your parents or you didn't know who your parents were, or if somebody beat you up in school, or I mean, those are big things, but I'm just saying, or even if somebody lied on you, that can bring trauma to your life and make you feel like you got to convince people of things every single time because somebody lied on you and it was an adult. Say a teacher lied on you and your parents was the type of parents that would take you home and whoop you behind because this teacher just lied on you. See, me, I don't believe nothing nobody say to me about my kids. And that could be, form of some form of trauma, a reaction from something that happened as a child. No, I can't probably remember everything that happened as a child, but it could be because I don't listen to enough of nobody tell me about my kids when they were children. So it's just, I think people have trauma in their lives, and it could be so many different things that could be trauma in other people's lives that another person look at it and they don't know that that's trauma because they're looking for something else to be trauma. But the effects of it is now what you see. Because I see me. I'll get right out in the street and fight with my kid. See, with me, Robin is Sister Freedom is an alter to Robin. Robin is a whole nother person than Sister Freedom. I created Sister Freedom because of my trauma as Robin. I don't know if anybody understands that, but I had to create Sister Freedom because the trauma that I dealt with in being Robin would have caused a different reaction for things. And I have to always catch myself because every now and then Robin will creep in. And I can't allow Robin to affect what Sister Freedom is doing. Because when Robin creeps in, she has a don't give a care attitude. But Sister Freedom, she has a heart. And she's a revolutionist. And she's a humanitarian. And she wants to help other children that may have experienced things. So it, for me, is my balance. All right. That's all I have.
Oh, and yeah, I wasn't jumping in. I was just saying, OTK, you can share it. You can go ahead and share it now if you want to. Sakina, you're muted.
And then Apostle.
Yeah, you're muted
Hey,
right
peace,
now.
OTK. Peace, Apostle.
Yes.
How are you? Welcome to the panel. You can go ahead if you want.
I would love to hear what Apostle have to say. Hello, Apostle, my friend.
Hello.
I'm gonna yield to
Hello.
call on my brother first. I'm gonna yield.
Say it again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. OTK, did you have something you wanted to state or say? Because if not, Apostle, we would love to hear what you had to say about trauma and how it can affect the lives
Didn't
of
y'all
other
call on TK?
Huh? He didn't answer. He might have had to. He's doing something. I think he's sharing.
Mm,
Screen.
You could go ahead,
Can
Apostle.
y'all hear me?
Yes.
we hear you.
Oh, it went on. So, Sakina,
Well, you guys were doing so great. I almost bust a tear. But I honestly, because again, the traumas, honestly, because we all have again experience, and it's about just figuring out or because Nisha said about how we go through it, or how do we achieve it or deal with it, or you know what I'm saying, and so experience from the experiences and being addicted to it and healing properly, and it's almost like, is there a proper way to heal? So again, just being able to say that we made it through, right? Because everybody don't make it through trauma, and so saying it a proper way, everybody can't get that up enough to go and speak to somebody else, or be able to say that those are things that we might be ashamed of or embarrassed of, because that 50 years, that 25 years, somebody done been through some things and they don't tell you those things. You see what I'm saying? And so it comes with some trauma. It might not, but a lot of people don't say. And so for you to have made it through, no matter how you made it through, you made it through. And you sound. You didn't just lay down. You didn't stay stuck. You made it through. But you made it through afterwards, and then you found out you made it through. Because there's no way you would have made it through, kept wondering, looking back, am I through yet? Am I made it through yet? Have I made it through yet? That's the beauty of the story, is that you made it through that storm. And so that, and so with that story, you can tell somebody else that story and tell them they don't have to give up. They can keep pushing. They can keep trying. Why? Because you did. So it is possible. Nothing beats that failure but that try. So again, it's commendable. Very commendable. Because you telling us afterwards. So that's all I'm saying with that, because regardless, a lot of people do it because of that attention, but this ain't that. So it was a good topic. So OTK, I think Apostle was waiting on you. If not, we can let the Apostle speak.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then
My fault. I was saying it. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank
Jay.
you, Queen.
hey,
Hey,
Jay.
peace
Jay,
to
hey,
all
nephews.
y'all. Queens. Y'all already know. I love y'all. Great topic.
Too.
And Sister Nisha, cousin Sister Nisha. I got a question for you. At the beginning, you said it was 3 different types of trauma. Can you go over that for me real quick?
So, the 3 types are acute trauma, and that results from a
Can
single
you pull that
incident.
up? Can you pull that up for me real quick?
I can.
Yeah, because we talking about trauma and then people can be all over the place. So let's go into the categories of what makes up what they call trauma because that might not be our definitions. You know what I mean?
That's what I was saying. Mhm.
Go.
Oh, so for some reason you just got muted at the end, OTK. Finish what you said the
Oh,
last. You were
I was
saying.
saying, go ahead, Nisha. That's an alley oop.
No, that's true. I just wanted to give a basis, a
Yeah,
foundation for the trauma. I'm sharing my screen though, so you see it.
yeah. There you go.
Oh
Going to
yeah.
each
Hold
one.
on.
Going to each one, Queen, and then that will further the conversation.
So um so it says, let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. I don't know. Shoot. Maybe not.
If you
But
don't have the touch screen, you can go to that three dot icon right next to the relaunch, the
oh
update.
yeah, yeah.
You can change the zoom.
Hey, we know Nisha got 20/20 vision.
Nah, no, I just ain't got my glasses on. I had to take my glasses off. Um,
That's my sister, always real.
so okay, so right here, and like I said, it's just a foundation. Of course, this is their definition, but of course, ours is just a little different. But acute trauma results from a single incident. Chronic trauma is repeated and prolonged, such as domestic violence or abuse. Complex trauma is exposure to varied and multiple traumatic events, often an invasive interpersonal nature.
Okay, so now with that being said, now do you think that people that experience all three of these are more traumatic than those that only experience one?
Oh yes, I do. If you have went through all of those, ooh, and you still standing, more power to you. Because that's a lot to have to go through and deal with and still maintain a healthy mental health. Mental health is for real. It's so real.
So would they call that a person being insane, or would they call that sanity?
I would think that would be subjective though.
You was
Apostle, you want to
smart,
say
you was
anything?
wide, you was quick on your feet.
Apostle and Jay, did y'all want to jump in and share or ask a question?
Yo,
Apostle. I don't know why Apostle.
everything good, everything good. I'm here, I'm here. What's up,
Hey
OTK?
Jay, hi honey.
I'm
How are
here,
Renegade.
I'm here. Everything good. Good word, right, OTK?
Excuse me, Esther.
Good word, good word.
What's up, y'all? I'm just trolling OTK on his Goose Creek slang, but I'm listening. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay, I think Apostle's back.
Okay,
Go ahead and
Apostle, are
try
you
to
ready?
talk, Apostle. I see you're unmuted.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Do y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, big
Yes.
dog. Go ahead, big dog.
Yes,
Go
we
ahead.
hear you. Can you hear
Oh,
us?
okay.
We
Okay.
can hear you.
Very interesting topic. Uh, much needed topic. Most most people that experience trauma probably don't even realize. They might just think it's ordinary stuff every day. The things that they've been dealing with all their lives, and they're not in touch with how deeply. I often notice people that seem to be always upset and seem like for the littlest thing can go off. And of course, you know, we think, you know, oh, well, it's because that person been through something. They need to figure it out. And that's the first thing, like, I don't know, 1, 2, and 3, talking about drug addiction.
Yeah.
So with Apostle, with that being said, is drug addiction the only addiction
You know,
that
that's
we need
one
to
of the
be
quickest
afraid of?
solutions.
I don't know whose turn it
I
is.
think
Oh, my
Apostle might have
fault,
a
Apostle. You have,
I
yeah,
think
you
he
got
just
to
has
mute.
a little delay. That's
I'm not sure
why.
what you said. You was breaking up. But of
Yeah.
course not. Drug.
Yeah, he got a delay.
But go ahead, Apostle. You said, of course, not with the drug addiction.
Addiction, of course not, is one of many symptoms.
So
this
is
is a
pussy
good,
not a
because
drug?
the only way of really, huh? I didn't hear you.
Oh, TK, I don't think it's a good idea to keep asking questions.
Yeah, let him
Can you
run.
repeat that?
Okay, like, yeah. We hear you, Apostle. Just continue talking. It's just you have a little delay. That's all. Yeah, he has a delay on his end. So, Jay, you want to add anything? I think
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Just keep going. You got a delay, but keep going.
Okay, Apostle.
You talking to me or Jay?
You. We talking to you. Keep going, Apostle. No, keep going.
I don't know
Keep
what the
going.
delay is about.
Yeah.
Now, of course, drug addiction would be one of the symptoms, or just another symptom that we in life experience. Of course, spousal abuse, parental abuse, environmental abuse. All of these different things can affect one growing through the life process. But I really think people need to do the work on themselves and find out, or self-diagnose exactly what are their experience and what is the cost of what they're doing and why they're going through what they're going through now. That's the way I see it. I got trust issues when it comes to women because of my first marriage. I've been married now to my second wife for 27 years. And I love her with all my heart. But I would never the way my first wife hurt me. No relationship will I lose myself in the thinking that that woman is above breaking my heart or beyond breaking my heart. I'm prepared. I will never lose myself again in the identity of the fact that a woman does no longer love me the way I love her.
So what kind of trauma did that cause you?
One second,
But I
OTK,
learned
before
to
you
accept
ask
it.
another question, let me go ahead and jump in here, and then I'll let you ask a question after that. But I really wanted to get in here because losing the self, and Sister Freedom said something good, like if we related before when she was comparing Sister Freedom to Robin. And for me, it's similar, but it was like opposite, because for me, Dulcinea was the innocent one. Dulcinea was someone that I truly loved everything about her. She was Christian. She cared about life. She didn't need alcohol. She didn't need drugs to have fun. She was all about the joy in life and everything that came along with it. And to me, she died. Like, that's how I feel about it. And there's aspects of Dulcinea that I still love and that I try to hang on to, but I've been through so many different ideologies just trying to find myself, because I lost myself through the trauma that I've been through. And I think that's such a big thing that a lot of us go through. Now it's like this whole finding yourself, and you're like struggling with ideologies and who you want to be, who you were, and just even defining yourself after that moment. So like I relate to what Apostle is saying, how you just complete yourself, and then it's like, okay, now I have a problem trusting. Now where I was like so open and fun before, I'm like, no, I'm gonna withhold that. Like, I don't know how you're gonna treat me just for me being me, even if I'm like, oh, I would just be open and honest and show every part of me. I had to protect that now because of the things that I've been through. What were you gonna say, OTK? Sorry, what was your question?
No, Steph, that's me. I'm just getting my tea. That's all. Just getting my tea. All right.
Okay.
Before he asked the question, I wanted to jump in.
I see. Peace.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And
Hey
say that
Jay, I was trying to share it on both our destinations, man. Log on and share it to the Roundtable Gang too. Please, Jay. Go ahead.
Thank you, please.
Okay. So I wanted to quickly jump in and say respect and major salute to you guys tonight, for real, because we, this is a great topic, but you never know how, you may think you know how it starts, but you don't know how it's going to end. And the fact that not only we have shared bits of our experiences, but we have our cousins in the chat coming up on here, right? Being very honest and being transparent when y'all didn't have to, right? And I think that that's poignant because although we may have started out in the very beginning a little bit of spicy, even with the show, right? We may have thought we knew how it was going to start, but look at how it's ending. And I want to emphasize that type of, because that's the kind of big energy that Dots kind of resonates to. That's the kind of big energy, right, that I stand in and I stand on. Because I understand at the end of the day, all I got is myself. I got to finish this life race. And I ain't got, like Erykah Badu said, bag lady, drop that. So I just wanted to say thank y'all. You know what I mean? Thank y'all for sharing. We appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Hey Dots, I don't want to share too much because I'm gonna save mine for an interview someday. Hopefully, somebody will interview me, and I'll save mine for an interview. You feel me?
Oh, how you gonna tease us like that? Come on, family up in her. Okay. I tried to, sound country, ain't she? All right. But come on, how you gonna tease us like that? You're gonna have to give us a little of something. I want to see what you're working with.
Well, I tell you what. You ask me a question, and I'll be honest with you. That's all I can do. I'm an honest person. So you ask me a question, I'll be honest with you. What you want to know about trauma in my life? By trauma, damn. Okay, you know I'm an only child on my mama's side, so therefore, as far as the having things, that was never like no issue. The issue was that being the only child, it was me against the world, especially when my mama moved to Chicago. When she got married and we moved to Chicago, hey, listen, it was me against the world because now I don't got my kinfolks in South Carolina and here no more. So it's me against the world. And one thing I found out there in the city is that they don't have kinfolks that's together like that. They family spread out throughout places. So it's multiple people coming together like how this panel is from different places and coming together and uniting as one and having similar experiences and getting together. That's why I rock with y'all, because y'all remind me of so much of what I seen growing up in Chicago. Them boy, all us came from different places and we united as one. You know what I mean? So I respect y'all for that. But with that being said, me not knowing my real father was major in my life. It was real major. And I got this gift salute to the stepfathers out there, man, and out here, man, because y'all fill a void that we needed. Y'all might couldn't always answer all the questions that we needed, but shout outs to the stepdaddies out here in the world. And I'm one of them now. And man, I'm gonna tell you that's dramatic. It's serious because you see your mama's side and you always with your mama. You see your uncles, you see your aunties, but then you don't see where you get your other part from. And then me being the only child, my mama used to always say, "Oh, you act just like your daddy." But damn, how can I act like my daddy when I don't even know him? That played a major problem with me growing up. So I say, you know what? I need to make myself for me. I need my mama to stop thinking of me as my daddy or a reflection of my father because she got problems with that. I need to make myself as in me. So I ain't gonna lie, it was rough at first when I came from Chicago, kicked out of school 2 years back to back. They said I wouldn't be nothing. Shit, came back All-American and I saved the rest and then we go into the rest. But yeah, trauma can be bad, but now if you take trauma and you fuel it in the right way, depending on what kind of trauma it is, let me get that right. Depending on what kind it is, you can fuel that up and then you can become the best who you want to be, so you can go back and say, you know what, this is me.
Come on.
That's right.
Come on.
That's right.
And I love that. I love that. Absolutely love that.
No matter how it's going to start, you don't know where it's going to end.
Yes, I love that.
Thank you.
That put me in a mind. I'm gonna share this one little thing.
Love you. We love you. We love you.
I had an uncle that used to make differences out of me and my sister and my brother. And I wouldn't call it trauma, but in a sense, because it bothered me for a long time. I could say it still bothers me now, but it don't. But I remember one time where he said, he told my sister she got nice handwriting and she was going to do this. And he told my brother he had nice handwriting and he was going to do this. And I write better than both of them. And he didn't say anything. And, you know, that's that nitpicking, right? And so, regardless to say, I practiced changing my penmanship every year never to write my name the same until maybe about 10 years ago, a little longer. And then that was my signature penmanship after that, how I signed my name. And so I remember one time I had to go cash my check, and I didn't want to go to my bank because I overdraft. Y'all know how I go. So anyway, I went to this currency exchange and they asked me to sign the check, but I had to sign it the way I signed it the last time I was there. And I asked them to show me the card because I didn't know how I signed it back then. Right. And that just put me in the mind of how this man had messed my whole understanding up. You see what I'm saying? For me to have to change in my penmanship or something to that effect. But that's how I made it through. You see what I'm saying? Just honestly, just constantly, to the point that sometimes, even right now, I might write something down and go back to it and can't read it. And I'm the one that wrote it. You know? But again, you know, so sometimes
do you think that impacts in how you express yourself? Because writing is a form of expression, always trying to perfect it.
Right, because I don't feel like I'm a perfectionist, but I'm real organized like that and things to that degree because I take pride in my work as a businesswoman. So it has to be like that for me, you see? And so just being organized or what have you. And so I'm just like that with all my stuff. But it just remind me that's where it started from, you know? And so, you know, so it maybe it's a good thing because I look at it in the long run, it was a good thing, but at the same time, it wasn't good in the beginning for somebody to do something like that to you. You see? But it in the end, it made me, because what don't kill you make you stronger. So I became stronger, but you know, it still was the same thing. So I appreciated that again because we made it through.
Right.
You know, we made it through.
That's right.
So at the pretty much the core of this is the beginning. What starts at the beginning of that trauma? What leads it into trauma? And that's the beginning. Sister Nisha, I appreciate you for this topic. I appreciate y'all for letting me share part of my story. I got a vast story, but I appreciate y'all. Great topic, sis. Continue on.
I think it's my turn.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
You know what? I think the first time I experienced death in my life, I experienced some stuff that I did say I was going to, save for OTK to interview me with. But I can remember the first time I experienced.
Stop.
No, this is something different. And I don't know if I would have brung this up, but being so we are talking about trauma, I can remember the first time I experienced death. And it was my godfather that passed. And as a child, you don't think about death. You don't, it doesn't resonate with you. You never think, like, even now, as I'm getting older, I think more about it than I did as a child. And when my godfather, which was the most important thing of my life, he was and will always be the best part of my life. I will never forget how I felt at that moment. It did an impact on me for how I experienced death now with other people in my life. There's things like I'm saying, trauma can happen in your life because he was the best part of my childhood. And I had a rough childhood. I felt like losing him was I didn't have anything left. That's exactly how I felt. And I think that feeling, that man was so close to me that when he died, I was in my I saw him when he died. That's how close me and him were. And I was in a whole nother state. And I knew the moment that he died. That's how, I'm saying that's how trauma can affect your life. That even till this day, at my age, that I was at that young age, I can still remember it. And it was that feeling, it just still gives me that same feeling where I couldn't even walk in his funeral. I crawled from the door all the way up to where I was supposed to sit. That's how deep that was. Trauma can't, I'm really sitting here, Nisha, this was really a good subject. Not that I think that it may have been the most healthiest subject. Not for me. You know what I mean? Because I went through so much as a child. All praise is due to the higher powers that I am who I am now and got through and have been the best mother I could possibly be to my children and the best wife I could be and the best sister and daughter that I could be. I don't know if this was the most healthiest subject for me. You know what I mean? But this is a very, 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 very good subject for people, because if we don't catch ourselves, we'll actually tell our trauma. And yes, people do judge you on things, but it can also bring up stuff that you don't even want to elaborate on, if you get my drift.
It actually brought another aspect, because you can show how trauma can run you to religion and how religion can help people out.
Oh, Islam helped me. I'll be the first one to raise my hand and say that Islam changed my life. Now, I don't know about anybody else who has ever experienced Islam or experienced Christianity or experienced whatever they experience, being even a Moor or what have you. But with me, I can say that Islam helped me a lot. But now, today, I'm a different person, even from that experience. So, this was a very good subject. But I have to be honest and say that I don't know if it was the most healthiest one for me. Because I'm, holding back things that could possibly pop out or some things like that. You know what I mean? But this was a very, very good subject. But I think it's Dulce.
Are you going to say something?
Who?
I know Dot's unmuted. I just wanted to ask. I was going to say something, but
go ahead. I can go after you. Go ahead. You go.
Okay. Yeah, I would say I definitely understand as far as when we're talking about this, because it's definitely a touchy subject and everything when you're talking about trauma and it leading to addictions, because it can lead to a lot of different addictions, like Apostle was saying, with drugs or other there's a bunch of addictions that can come about it. I think when we're looking at it, though, it's good overall, because it has us sit back and be retrospective, like even Nisha being like, wait, is that a trauma response, or is this just natural that I like these certain things? Which you do have to ask. You do have to ask when you've been through trauma and going through it, because a lot of the stuff we just think of the basis, the surface level, and we don't really get deep into being like, okay, this could be a trauma response, because trauma responses can happen any sort of way, just depending on what kind of trauma you've been through. So I think this is definitely a great conversation even to continue, because it's one of those things that it's damaging our community because we don't have these conversations. We don't talk about this. Other people just feel like, oh, we have to go in. And I think religion does help, but it also hinders, because it's not that it's really like this change. Like I can change from the person I was and not deal with this other person, then rather I have to deal with all the aspects of my life, which is hard.
Right. And I respect that. The thing is though, it's not really like for everybody to like throw their story out there. You
Right.
know what I mean? It's like to Nisha wasn't asking for everybody life story. She was just asking
Right.
like, can trauma cause this? And the effects of trauma. And we're pretty much the answer to her question, some of the answers to her question, because we can't speak for everybody. So we're some of the answers to her question, and that's why I think it was a great a great topic. I give respect to those who get emotional about this topic, because some still out here dealing this. And you know what, Nisha, you know why this topic is so powerful, Queen? Because it's dealing to mental health. This ties into mental health, and that's even a more problem. And this is one of the major factors of mental health. So, Queen, that's why I respect you for this, man. And we got to understand it's mental. What you got to say about that, Queen Nisha?
Hold on, I think Docs wanted to say something.
Yeah, no, okay, so yep, great topic. And I think that it's a great topic. What this shows me? That clearly that there's a much needed space for people to share, because no one expected for people to share personal bits and pieces. Like I said, we thought we knew where we were going with the conversation, but here we are, right? But the here we are is what's important. And so what it's coming up for each of us, right? And the fact that we feel safe enough to share, and we don't know each other personally, right? Because we're feeding off energy. And so the fact that, the life lesson for me, when we started out with this, and when I had asked you guys about what do you do in your day-to-day life when you're feeling triggered. Okay, so we identified maybe some causes. So now how are we dealing with it? You understand? Some people have many different ways. Some people turn to sex and intimacy. Why should that be shunned? We're human beings. We like to fuck. Let's just say it. Who cares? There needs to be so to me.
Oh, Lord.
We put no, it's not a Lord, because when we get to the root, to the nitty gritty, right? Instead of dealing with the leaves and the branches, let's deal with the blood clot root. Chip that away. Yeah. So just being honest. So for me in my day-to-day, when I'm feeling triggered, ultimately everything begins and ends with dots. So if I don't mean to offend, but I offend, I gotta hold myself accountable and make amends. That don't necessarily mean we're gonna see eye to eye and we can part like the Red Sea. But I'll own it and be quite okay for us going out to separate. Chop the blood clot tree down to the root. Who cares about? Yes, the leaves. Okay, fine, the fruit that it bears, but that shit comes from the root. So for me, on a day-to-day, and sometimes I don't even know I'm being triggered. So respect to those who hold dots accountable, because I'm not always easy. Y'all can kind of get, I know y'all shocked, right? Mm-hmm. But no, I'm not. But real shit, check me. Because iron sharpens iron. I'm okay with being by myself. Because I really am big and firm on standing on my square. I mean that. And I don't rock with everybody, and everybody don't rock with me. And I'm okay with that. You understand? Because ultimately, it all begins and ends with me.
That's why this is so powerful, man, because we got to have some kind of relaxation. She just relaxed the room just now.
OTK, let me make sure people know that when I'm stressed, I like to write. I write songs. I write plays. That's what that she went to. That's crazy.
What?
Y'all give
In
it
that
up.
case, then why y'all ain't write it? Why in that case,
I
then
mean, what we doing?
Wait a minute.
in that case, why y'all ain't make a cartoon?
Well,
Y'all can have a
y'all
round
let
table
Apostle talk
cartoon.
just for a minute.
I'm still okay. When I am stressed or I start thinking about my past and I start thinking about things in my life that's just not, going, I like to write about it. And I like to sing. I'm a singer. So I write songs. I write plays. I like writing poetry. Or I just like writing down what it is that I'm going through. Do you know when I was a child, I wrote letters to God. I wrote letters to the highest powers. Until this day, I can see myself still doing that. Whatever I've grown up, of course, and I've put childish things away, but whatever I feel like the highest powers is or my inner self, I want to write about it. I love to write. So I think that's my I just go to when I used to be beat as a child, I would write and sing to the whelps on my body. So that's how deep it is for me. So a lot of people go through a lot of things, and that's my go-to is music. That's my go-to. So a lot of people may experience different things in their life and go through it. And me, I'm a loner. I'm a lone person. I love my man. Don't get it twisted. We've been since I was 23. But I love me, myself.
But
I want to make that sound. I love my children, but they have their own, they have their own lives. It was hard for me to let go of my kids. When my kids got grown I was petrified that 18 was coming with my oldest child. I was petrified because, see, I felt like now I don't have no control. She can go where she wants. She can do what she wants, and I can't protect her. I can't chase her. Because she could just turn around and say, Mom, I'm 18. You can't tell me what to do no more. Then I went through the devastating fact that she could leave out that door. Then the next one. And I went through the same thing all over again. But by the third time, boy, go ahead on. But I will have to admit that first 2 times, I literally didn't know how I was going to detach myself from my kids. That's because of trauma as a child, thinking somebody going to do something to them or going to hit them or somebody going to holler at them or somebody, I would listen. I literally beat my daughter's boyfriend in the street with a belt. So those is traumas. I refuse to let somebody hurt one of my kids. I don't care if it's their father. But that's because of trauma as a child. People go through things. But I'm gonna leave it at that.
Let Nisha get in next. I know OTK wanted to say something, but let Nisha, then Sakina.
I would say
y'all ain't letting Apostle talk.
Oh, yeah. We'll go to Apostles then after that.
Apostle not on there, is he?
Yeah, he's still up here.
Oh, I see it now. I thought that.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm good. I'm good. I'm having.
You haven't spoke to me all
night. I got to get a new computer.
But if Apostle, that's
I have to get a new computer. This computer is not.
Okay.
Oh yeah, spending money always causes drama, but that's okay.
No, I feel between me
I
and
got to
you
get a new
because you
computer anyway.
just girl.
But I'm good. I'm just sitting back listening.
So Apostle, they ain't never come fix that.
Wait,
for
hold
you?
on, OTK. Let Nisha go. Nisha, come on
They
in.
can't fix it. It can't be fixed. I got to get a new one.
Mm.
So
They came out and worked on it for 2 hours.
He got a
They couldn't
delay.
fix it.
I think he got a delay.
no, it's fine.
Yeah. I'm using an older computer. It's an all-in-one. I got to get a new one. This computer is 10 years old. So I'm going to sit back
really-
and listen.
Okay. All right. So trauma. It's a short word, but with a big meaning.
Yep.
And yesterday was my mother's birthday.
Mm.
And my mama experienced some heavy trauma as a child. She witnessed her father being killed by her mother
Mm. Mm.
at the age of, she was 12. It was 8 of them all together, brothers and sisters. But her and her twin actually seen it. So I love my mama so much. She my best friend.
Yeah.
Best friend. Despite her vices, despite the trauma, she was a child. They didn't get any of them any help. Nobody to talk to. It was just them. So each one of them had their own way of dealing with that trauma. A couple of them turned to drugs.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them turned to the church. 1 of them just turned to her business and making money and F everybody else. And the trauma that they went through affected all of me and my cousins. And we see it and we talk about it. We're very close family. So we see it and we talk about it and we understand. And I just wanted to tell people that nobody is perfect.
Right.
And sometimes we do have shitty parents. But even with the trauma that my mama experienced, she was the best mama. She is the best mama still. And sometimes we have to not be so quick to judge, not be so quick to point our finger,
Mm-hmm.
not be so quick to shun. Sometimes just have an understanding. And it's a way to, like, I had to learn how to deal with my mama, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had to meet her where she is. And all I'm saying is that trauma is real. And I just wish that if y'all are going through anything, talk to somebody. Get some help. We are not above counseling. It might not be for everybody, but just to get it off and free yourself from something, just talking about it. Talk aloud in your house by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just got to get it off. Sometimes you just got to hear it. It's real, but we could get through it. And sometimes people can't, but we need each other. And this show is therapy for me. My sisters is therapy for me. And I have grown throughout the first show of this that I was on to now, I have grown and I see myself growing. So the bottom line, all I want to say is that get it off your chest. Get it out. I'm done. OTK, you got something to say, sir?
Nah, I'm your family, baby. Nah, I love it. I was just telling you, baby. I love it. Yes, and you absolutely correct, man. Let me ask y'all this though. Do y'all think that? Well, I'm gonna tell you, in some families, but you say you talk to your sisters and your sisters help you with therapy. But in some families, do you think that our problem be that we cling on to outsiders first and give them too much information and then they use us wrong? And that can cause a form of trauma too, because they use our kindness for weakness and come back to haunt us. But yet we feel like when we deal with because I'm an only child on my mama's side. So we feel like when we deal with somebody outside and we really deal with them and we tell them certain things, rather than dealing with our family, because when you tell your family certain things, they tend to look at you a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
So can you elaborate on that, Sister Nisha, for me real quick, if that make any sense?
I understand what you're saying, but I can't relate because me and my family close and we talk, and we are the type of family that we talking to each other. Like it's a how can I say this? Like with me and all my first cousins, it is I don't know. It seemed like we more close because of our parents and their trauma. So it brings us closer. We have a better understanding, and we love each other. I mean, it's like really no outsiders. Like
Right.
my cousins, we all hang together. Even though I'm not in Savannah right now, but when I do go home, I groups of cousins, like a couple of cousins, be with each other. This cousin be with that cousin. We don't really have friends like that. We don't. I don't have like. We don't really have friends. We are each other's friends because we understand each other.
It'll take one of us in order to bring an outsider in. It'll take one of us to bring an outsider in, and we got to give him a pass, or him or her a pass.
Right. Let me answer this question because I actually relate to it on many different levels. Actually, because of my position in the family, people know this. I've said this on the channel and stuff, like how my dad left me the insurance money. He was expecting me to be able to take care of my mom, but my mom died first. And then I had this like dynamic in the family that I'm like an elder. I'm taking care of my family. So when the stuff that I've been through, I try to protect my family from it. I try to not even have my family see the negative aspects of my life, because I've only been like, I got to be strong. I can't have them break down. So I got to be the one that makes sure I stay top notch. I remember one night I was with this promoter and he was beating me and raping me. And it called my cousin and she heard me screaming. And I think to this day, I never told her, what happened. I was just like, get past that. But I have opened up to someone before, thinking like on YouTube or something, like I have a friend, they understand, they deal with women like this, so I can tell them about my trauma and they'll be open. And that's hurt me in the end, because then it's like, I've opened up to this person that could throw it back into my face. You told me these things and now I can tell the world these things about you. So it is definitely hard. It's definitely hard when you have those dynamics and you feel like you can't put that kind of pressure on your family, but then you think you can confide in people and you can't. So there's like a big balance of trying to figure all that out.
So Nisha, at the end of this, so trauma can push you to these things, Nisha, and go ahead and build off that and let whoever.
trauma can push me to what? Say it again.
To all these things we just talked about just now between me, you, and Dulcinea. So trauma can push you to these things, and circumstances can push you to these things.
Yeah, of course they can.
Yeah.
I mean, it's life.
Yeah.
It's life, man, and self-preservation, your mental health. Ooh, that's so real. It's so ooh, it's so deep. Mental health is so real. It's so real, and to be able to express yourself and feel and have a safe space with someone. It don't have to be a lot of people, but just that someone that could help. I mean, even just like Sakina said earlier, even a good morning to somebody, you don't know how that could make their day. You know, when you going, like, if when I'm driving to work in the morning, I be, this Jacksonville, so it's traffic ridiculously. So, but sometimes got to leave a little bit earlier. Let some people in sometimes. You never know what they going through. They might have to get somewhere that you going to get there. So it's being courteous, being kind. I don't like the word nice. Being kind. It don't take much. Being respectful. Because you never know what somebody else is going through. You never know what kind of day that this person have had, what night. They could have just been up all night, hiding in the closet because they old man done beat they behind all night long, and now they still got to go to work because they making an exit plan. So you just never know what people go through. It don't take that much to just be respectful and kind to people, because you just that little bit could turn somebody's life around.
Mm-hmm. And here's another thing, Nisha, with that. Learning how to forgive yourself. Because through your trauma, you may have done something in that trauma time that still you can't forgive. You got to forgive yourself. You know what I mean? I've been fighting with things since I was 11 years old, and still asking the energy of life to forgive me. You know what I mean? For things that I've done, things that I've said, people that I've hated. You know what I mean? So, and hate's a strong word. It's strong. I didn't even realize how strong the word hate really is, because when I knew that I actually could do something to a person, knowing I'm not supposed to feel like that about that particular person, then that's how I know that the word hate is very strong. It's forgiving yourself. Forgiving yourself. And and that is a hard job, to forgive yourself.
Sister Freedom, just a quick question.
Yeah.
How can you forgive yourself for something that wasn't committed by your will, that you didn't enforce? Now, when you say forgive yourself, now I understand modern times, like some things that you done that you say, you know what, I need to take back. But now when you talk about trauma can start when you don't have no control over I don't know how to say
I said doing things through your
Freedom, just real quickly.
meaning that you don't. Wait a
Freedom,
minute.
I know. Oh no. Just I want to let
I
you
just
know.
finish what he asked the question.
After freedom, wait. After freedom is done, just OTK. I wanted to say something after before you ask another question. That's okay.
What I'm trying to say is, through your trauma, you do things not knowing that the trauma that you experience caused you to do what you're doing. But you don't realize that you were in the trauma. You're dealing with the trauma. So it causes you to do things. And to this day, like I'm saying, it's hard to forgive yourself for the actions that you did during the trauma. Because a lot of times as a child, you don't realize that your reaction is now hurting another person. And then you asking yourself for forgiveness. That's what I'm saying. Because of your trauma. If you understand what I'm saying, OTK. Like you could beat somebody up because you were beat up.
Yeah.
And you didn't realize that
Taking that frustration out on somebody else.
Frustration out on somebody else. And that person had nothing to do with it. That person was just as innocent as you were. And you just had to realize that in a sense, it was not your fault. You was just a child yourself. You know what I mean? But you still asking yourself, damn, you asking the energy of light to forgive you. You know what I mean?
I'm going to come back around to you on that question. Go ahead, Dots. I'm going to come back around to you on that question, Sister Freedom. So
and I'm going to follow up after Dots before you ask a question. But go ahead, Dots.
I want in.
Okay, yeah, Sakina, then me, then OTK. Go ahead, Dots.
I wanted to say that, Dulcie, when you had just shared or what have you, you ripped a Band-Aid off a gaping wound. But as I was listening to you, my heart, kind of broke because you said it, you mentioned getting raped, right? I don't want to say that word on here. Raped, I know what I'm talking about, right? And just being violated. And you said it so matter-of-factly. You said it as if it was any day of the week, and then you giggled at the end. That's very telling. That was very telling. And that's why I said it was, just you sharing that tidbit. It's like taking a Band-Aid literally off a gaping wound, and it reminds me of why being a keeper of secrets that are foul, right, can be very harmful and dangerous. And oftentimes, especially with Black families, right, in America, we inherit a lot of secrets, right? And unfortunately, those secrets can break relationships because the perspective is going to be different. You could be raised, you can have a grandmother, right? And her view, she loves all her grandchildren. She has 5 grandchildren, and she may think she treated them all fairly, but every last one of them are going to have a different experience because their perception is shaping their reality. So yeah, my little heart was like, because when we're talking about sexual molestation in Black families, talk about trauma, being told
us today. You right, Dots. Us today, we don't know. Well, some of us know what semi-trauma is because we went through trauma, but boy, our people's we don't know what trauma is. And the thing is, though, I'm glad that my sister came out with this topic, so now we can see what trauma is, man. And the good thing about it is, Sister Nisha, if people didn't feel comfortable with you, they wouldn't even share their story with you, Queen. Or unscramble minds. You feel me?
Jump in, Sakina.
I'm agreeing with Freedom when it comes to forgiving yourself. I want to get into that a little bit because that's a big part of healing. Because in order whether you know whether you did wrong or not, in order for you to be able to heal and move past that, to say that you can forgive the person that did you wrong,
excuse me,
you got to forgive yourself as well. You can't forgive somebody that wronged you if you can't forgive yourself. So that's part of your healing, right? Allowing yourself to heal for yourself. So that's a big part, Freedom, and I'm glad you brought that out, because we have to, even in our strongest point in life, we have to forgive ourselves for allowing ourselves to be weakened, to allow ourselves to say that we were vulnerable. And ain't nothing wrong with being vulnerable. And that's what we have to understand, that we are vulnerable and that we did allow somebody to take advantage of us. And that's okay. That's the part, that it was okay. So that the next time it is shame on you, because now I'm not walking around with my eyes closed, unconscious, because demons and witches and all these things are real. Everybody's not out for your best interest. Now you are walking around with eyes open. You do see the forest for the trees. So these are the good things. So you're supposed to recognize that your friends and your foes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can't forgive the person that wronged you, how do you forgive yourself for being wronged? If everything in your life was always good, how would you recognize wrong? These are the things that you know how to be grateful for things. So
Okay.
I appreciate that again. And this was a good topic. What's wrong, OTK? Come on.
Wait, no. Let me come in first. Wait,
Oh,
OTK.
my bad. I just want to ask you, what if you wasn't at the age where you ain't did no wrong yet?
Okay, listen to
You
me.
don't have to
Let
ask
Dulcinea. Let
for your
Dulcinea.
wrong.
Again, let me say this one more time, and then I'm gonna pass it to Dulcinea. Again, if I cannot forgive you for wronging me, then I can't forgive me for letting you wrong me, because I have to understand that I allowed that to happen.
Right.
That way I know it the next time I see it. I have to know that I am vulnerable to being wrong. Everybody plays a fool.
But not when you a child. But go ahead.
Listen
Sakina,
to
you know
me.
why I asked that, Sakina?
Even if a child makes mistakes, listen to what I'm saying. A child makes mistakes until he knows not to make that mistake no more. Even adults make mistakes until they don't make them no more. So we don't hold a child up to a wrong just because it's wrong until they know better.
Wait, let me no. Let me go in OTK after. I'll address.
Listen, the only reason why I give you that question
Let me go in and let me
so much
let me
people
go
in the
first.
past.
Okay, let me just go first. I know you wanted this, but what I'm gonna say is gonna go right into everything that you're trying to say, and it might just answer the question. Now, first off, the children that have been wronged like this, they do have to go through this. They do have to forgive themselves. They do have to go through working out these things, even though they were a child. Because when you're wrong to certain extents, you do have to deal with forgiving yourself for even being in the situation, even if it's not caused by you. This is a known thing that happens for all trauma victims, even the ones that were abused as children. They have to learn forgiveness, and forgiveness through themselves and others, because there's stuff that they're going through. Sometimes they blame themselves, even when it's not themselves to blame. That's just how you respond to trauma. So it's not saying, oh, forgiving yourself means that you are the aspect of it. No, it's just that's what someone does in response to trauma. But on the other side, trauma is not just a childhood thing. It's not just something that happens in childhood. And sometimes trauma is brought on by your own actions. And that's something that has been the hardest for me to forgive, because I know it's my own actions that brought that upon myself. So I appreciate you pointing that out, Dots, because that's a certain thing that I don't cry about it. I was in the room with the promoter. He didn't kidnap me. I was there. When a guy puts his sawed-off shotgun to my head, I was there. He didn't kidnap me to be there. I was there. So that's stuff that I actually had to be like, I put myself in those predicaments. And I've even had to figure out, how to even put the blame on someone else when I'm just holding myself to full accountability of being in a situation in the first place. So it is one of those things that forgiveness is a huge part of trauma, and forgiving yourself is a huge part of dealing with trauma. And that's something that I even work on, and I haven't gotten through all those portions today. But I think it's something that you just grow and you have to work through, because you do have to address that. For a lot of us, we have to address, okay, well, if I wasn't here, if I had done something different, I wouldn't be in the space that I'm in right now. And that's a big thing. Whether people like to talk about that or not, it's what a lot of people go through in forgiving themselves. And with just even talking about it like nonchalantly or matter-of-factly, I'd be thinking about that all the time. Like, I can say this stuff and not even cry. If I tell you like the story of when I found out my mom died, I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry if I tell you about my dad, but I'm not going to cry about this situation because of maybe it's unhealthy that I just blame myself so much for just being in that predicament. But it is one of the things that, I'm growing from. So,
Dulcie, American Black Holocaust survivor, just asked the question. So he or she,
I was actually sending a message to that person.
A baby has to forgive themselves. Can you explain that?
Sometimes, yes, the children do have to forgive themselves. They put themselves in different situations. I've seen that a lot as far as young men as well. Like I see a unhealthy dynamic where a young man or a boy that's been molested, they just see it as they're a man still. They should have been able to fight back. Like, they don't even see it as a dynamic of them being a child or being able to be taken advantage of because of that. And they don't want to be seen as a victim. So part of their healing has to come to grips with being a victim, has to come to grips with knowing like that they were taken advantage of and it's not their fault, and they have to forgive themselves. So yeah, plenty of children have to forgive themselves of being in that predicament. Some don't, but a lot of children do.
So now, Sister Sakina, Auntie, now you see why I asked you that question, because now it's a point that we have to separate where you have control of your will and where you're too young to not have control of your will. So that's why I asked that question, Sister Sakina, because I wanted you to build on that. I was just trying to add to the convo. I apologize.
Now, I wasn't speaking on, because I just answered this about this baby. Now, as far as babies we know need protection, right? And for the most of it, we are protecting our children as babies, as children. Now, when we get to a certain age of a child, we are trying to protect the mental development of a child. The mental development of a child is, why did this happen to me? And they're going to be sheltered, shamed, and all of these other things. So now, forgiving themselves, to know that it is okay, to know that this did happen, but you're forgiving yourselves, because this is not a normal thing. So children should not, this is not something that happens to children. So it is okay to forgive yourself, because this is not normal. So we're not telling them, for them to even just be, not to say forgive this person, yes, to a degree, but to forgive yourself for allowing not saying they allowed it to happen, but they have to forgive themselves as well, because we're trying to change this child. This child has been abused, the mindset of this child, the behavior of this child. At one time, when these things were happening to children, later on, these children started doing little things of masturbating and all kind of things. It may not look like that, but they would sit on the back of their heels and rock back and forth. These were signs of children masturbating, taking poop and wiping on walls, all kind of things. So working in daycares and stuff, these are the things that people don't know, that these are the things that you had to look for, because these were signs. So it's not a self-blame or a guilt, right? But it was trying to help them to understand, to not have self-blame or feeling guilt. That's what these children were doing. That these are the things that they were having.
All right, let me ask you this. Was the children feeling guilt? Were the children feeling guilt because they were scared to tell the truth?
No, because it happened.
Hold on, Sister Keena. Let me finish and I'm going to let you answer.
Okay.
Because I see most of these instances and all of these rape cases or all of these sexual molestation cases, and now they're coming up in front. Everybody saying that they were scared to say something. So now I'm asking y'all. Y'all said that a child is too young. He need to repent or need to pray or need to ask for forgiveness for what they done when they don't have no
we didn't say. Hold on, OTK. No one said that. Hold on, wait a minute. You're changing the narrative of what people are saying. Exactly. So that's why that's it's important that we understand of what's being said. No one said that they should have to repent for their aggressors or anything. Read what's on the screen. This is from a psychologist with a PhD. This is what we know about victims. It's sad. But this is what victims do. And it's sad because a lot of people who aren't victims don't understand the mindset of victims, of how victims end up going. But this is something that most victims will struggle with. And it doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter if they were 4 at the time. They're going to struggle with blaming themselves. And not only because they were scared to tell, but they're going to struggle with blaming themselves for the terrible act of even happening in the first place. They're going to think, oh man, was I dressing too cute? Was I too attractive? Exactly. Did I walk a certain way? What made it where this happened to me? That's what victims do. No one's saying that they should be blamed. What we're saying is victims blame themselves when they are in this predicament. And you can look up any psychologist, any psychiatrist. They're going to tell you that this happens majority of the time. Even with childhood sexual abuse, the victims blame themselves. So they do have to.
Not all the time. All the time. Not all the time.
Not all the time, but a lot of the times they do. And see, it says this self-blame and feelings of guilt can cause suffering throughout a lifespan if it's left untreated.
And so with them saying that they forgive themselves because they are the victim.
Well, hold up. So now what I'm asking y'all, why do they feel like they're the victim? That's what we need to do the research on. Why do they feel like they're the victim? That's what I'm asking. Because they didn't know. Not because they've been raped, because they didn't tell nobody what happened.
No, that's not. No,
that's what my question. No, that was my question, Queen. That was my question to y'all. Stop. That was my question to y'all.
It's not because they didn't tell anybody.
Why do they feel like they have to ask for repentance or ask for forgiveness? Is it because that they feel like they did something wrong, or they feel like they didn't tell nobody?
You do think that you may have done something as to why uncle, somebody, whoever else is doing this to you. Children do. They do. But what I'm trying to say, that subject for just a second, what I was trying to say is, say you were a child that was abused physically, and and you took that out on another child, say your brother or your sister, because they weren't being abused or they weren't being beat and you got to that child and you beat that child up. You remember it. That child didn't do nothing to you. That's what I was saying. It's hard to forgive yourself.
But my thing is,
I wasn't talking about, because I could see where I kind of could see where if a child was molested or something like that, where they would. I don't know. I'm somewhat confused about them blaming themselves, but I know it's possible they can. They really can, because they'll find a reason to make an excuse up as to why it's being done. So they rather.
That's what happened with my goddaughter when that happened to her. The thing is that when they feel like they don't tell, a lot of them get threatened. A lot of them say, I'm gonna kill your mama, I'm gonna kill you this, I'm gonna kill you that, and they don't tell. And they don't tell for a long time, especially when they're young like that. They are feared of a grown adult killing families. And so that's the whole threat. And they scared of that. And then these are kids, especially kids that, especially when the adult let them go. This is somebody they trusted. Sometimes it be an uncle, sometimes it be a family member, but sometimes it don't. Sometimes it's somebody that frequent their house so much so that they think that the parents are not going to believe the child over the adult. So it's kind of no, that not in your house, Robin, but sometimes
No. I said not only that. I was about to say sometimes kids. You ever know kids? There have been some kids that kill their own parents.
Exactly.
And there's been kids
now,
and they can't forgive themselves, even though the parent was abusing them. Some kids set houses on fire, even though the parents was abusing them in some form or fashion. Be molestation, be beating them, be whatever it be. But they done something because of it. What I'm saying, through the trauma. They set the house on fire. They killed the parents. They killed their siblings, something. But then as they get older, they can't forgive themselves for how they reacted. They don't even understand it was reaction from a action.
Some of these kids just
right. And I definitely agree with you, Sister Freedom, but I just don't want the narrative to go as far as that self-blame isn't a thing, because then people are going to be like, oh, I don't even believe that person because they're blaming themselves. Who blames themselves? No, that's a trauma response. It's a trauma response that a lot of victims have. They blame themselves for what has happened to them. That's a lot of victims that have that trauma response.
That will have to depend on the situation, Dosey. Because not everybody was in that.
Even with childhood, even with sexual abuse, even with molestation, that is a trauma response that many people go through, blaming themselves.
No, I didn't never say nobody didn't go through that, but I said we would have to say it would have to be during a period of time, don't you think?
Yes.
For them to have to say like, yo, I have to forgive myself because all this time this been happening. Now I'm at age. I know it's wrong, but I'm still doing it. So now, are you asking for forgiveness for consenting to it? So are you asking for forgiveness for what? So that's what my next question would be, Dulcinea. Because you're talking like a person is keeping on with
like
it.
R. Kelly, for instance, he's a major one of this, and he talks about this that happened. He never forgave himself. He never forgave his mom. It started with himself. He blamed himself because as far as he saw it as, like I said, an unhealthy thing. Oh, a man touched me and I should have been able to fight him off of me. Then the next one is blaming his mom. Because of those unhealthy dynamics, we don't know what would have happened if someone told him, oh, let's work through this. Let's work through that you blame yourself, because he was a musical genius, but he was a musical genius that ended up taking advantage of other kids, other youth, and all this other stuff due to his childhood trauma that he never got over. And one of his trauma responses was that he blamed himself. He talked about it. He blamed himself for it, and that he
Allegedly.
didn't do anything.
Allegedly.
He said that.
Allegedly.
He said it himself. He said that himself in the interview.
But you make sure you say allegedly, because you said a lot of stuff before that.
Oh,
and
you're
then
talking
when
about
you ended it
allegedly
off,
him
just say
messing with the.
allegedly.
I'm saying with him messing with the kids or nothing. I don't have to say
Period.
allegedly. I don't have to say allegedly to that. That's on tape. He peed on a 14-year-old, whether she agreed to it or not. That's not allegedly. He did that. And she sat there and she did it, but he did it.
All
to
right,
her.
all right. I'm glad you brought that up. So would that be in your category that need to pray for what she did wrong? And need to ask for forgiveness. She need to ask for forgiveness for what she did wrong.
No one. See, you're changing the narrative, OTK.
No. I just asked you about the 14-year-old.
OTK, I'm answering your question because you're changing the narrative. You're saying an outsider is telling her you need to pray for something you did wrong. You did something wrong. And that's not the narrative. The thing is that victims blame themselves. They don't need an outsider to they did wrong. They can have an outsider tell them you did nothing wrong and they still blame themselves. So if your trauma response is blaming yourself, then you have to work through that trauma, and forgiving yourself is part of working through that trauma, because no one told you, no one is outside is saying to blame yourself. You're doing that internally, and that happens with many victims, many victims.
Man, the list goes on, and we can say tomato, because it go both ways. And I love how you try to make it to what I'm asking you. That girl that got peed on, 14 years old, that you say, do she need to ask for forgiveness because of what she did?
No. She only needs to seek forgiveness of herself if she's struggling.
Thank you. Say no more.
One of R. Kelly's trauma that plays out was him inflicting trauma in the same types of trauma that he received on others, and oftentimes it happens a lot, right? Where because of past experiences and not dealing with that for whatever the reason, right? And not getting what you need per se, you then begin to become the aggressor. You're no longer the victim because you're now inflicting the same types of trauma, the same types of aggressions, right, on other people that was once done to you. And we do that in many ways. I just want to say good night, y'all. I have to drop down. I appreciate each and every one of you. To the cousins in the chat, respect. Major salutes to y'all. And I just really want to leave in gratitude. I'm a little emotionally spent because, again, it's like a Band-Aid off a gaping wound. But the fact that y'all here and y'all still here, nothing but respect. So good night. Ladies, I adore you. You already know that. Good night. Cousins in the chat. Get some rest soon. And smash the like button, please. Thank you. Good night, y'all.
Yeah. Good night. But OTK, that's all we're trying to say, as far as that only the people that are going through it can know what they need. But there's a lot of victims that do need to forgive themselves, and they have to, for what happened to them.
And let me throw this in there. It's not about praying and repenting. It's not about praying to a God. This is internal. This is about internal healing that needs to be done. So however it looks on the outside is work that has to be done on the inside. So no one is praying to a God. It's about fixing the feelings, the problems, the hurt.
Say it.
That's what it's about.
My fault, Queen. I did say praying. I didn't mean to say praying. And thank you for correcting me with that. I didn't mean to say praying. I was just like asking because they was like they need to ask for forgiveness or something because something they did wrong at an age that they didn't know what they was doing wrong.
No, it's not that they did anything wrong. No one said it's because they did something wrong. We're saying that it's internal. They feel like they did something wrong, even when they didn't. No one's saying an outsider is saying, oh, you did something wrong, now ask for forgiveness or repent. No, they're not saying that. I'm saying, and this happens, I can't believe that guys, well, I do believe it because I know so many guys that have been raped and molested before, and they don't even see it like that. They can't even understand how a victim feels because they're just like, I'm not a victim. A 40-year-old messed with me when I was 13, but that doesn't make me a victim. So I think it's hard to have this conversation because of those things. They are victims. Hold on. Let me finish this. They are victims. They are victims of They are victims of rape, of different things, but there's like this unhealthy dynamic of them being like, I'm a man. Like even when they weren't men, they're like, I'm a man. So I can't see it like that, because if I wanted it to stop, it would have stopped. And it's like, no, you're 13. She could have even been stronger than you. In all actuality, she could have held you down, but they're still in their mind like, I'm a man. That's not this. That's not something that someone could take advantage of me. And that's what I'm saying, Les. Some things that people have to work through, not because an outsider is telling them, oh, you could have stopped that, but it's the inside version of them being like, well, maybe I really wanted it because I could have stopped it if I really wanted to stop it, but you couldn't really. So you're blaming.
So are you talking about rape? Because it sounds like you're describing rape right now.
Or molestation, either one.
Molestation is when you're young and you really don't know no better. And then you grow up and you know better, and then it's like, okay, you accept it.
A molestation is just that it didn't lead to rape, but it's just being sexually touched or anything as far as someone used you sexually, not necessarily with your young, but without your permission. Like, for instance, if someone was to walk up to you, a homeless woman on the street, and just, try to start pulling out your junk, that's that woman molested you.
All right. We're not talking about today's time right now. We all know what we all know what goes on today. We know what is legal today. We're talking about if my 6-year-old, or just say my 1-year-old grandchild, you mean to tell me if she gets treated the wrong way, she needs to act. She needs. If later on in life she becomes, just say she becomes liking females, you mean to tell me that she needs to ask for forgiveness because she didn't know that she got taken this way? But now, if she kept accepting it, then that's different. So we gotta watch how
she needs to ask for forgiveness. You keep putting that narrative in. No one said that she needs to ask for forgiveness. Only she will know if she has to work out forgiveness.
Yeah,
it's not someone on the outside saying, "Oh, you're gay because you didn't ask yourself."
No.
She might be
that some people feel guilty.
She blames herself.
People feel. Let me get this right. You say people feel guilty for getting molested or getting raped or molested, and they feel like because they feel like they're in the wrong, that they feel like they have to forgive themselves first. Am I not correct? Is that not what you
know? They either feel like they're in the wrong,
hold on.
They could have stopped it.
It's like what she's saying is like, if I forgive myself for allowing myself to even go through that. That's the kind of forgiveness we're talking about.
So now we're talking about an age level.
No, we're not talking about an age level, OTK, because I'm telling you, I've worked with victims before. It's not an age level. I've worked with people, babies that have been in these situations, and they were babies, and they had to work through forgiving themselves. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying it's because no one outwardly said they had to work through forgiving themselves. They just had to, because for some reason they unhealthily blame themselves. And that's something they had to work out within themselves, because it's not like someone on the outside, or of course, no one on the outside is telling a 3-year-old, it's your fault. No one's
Okay.
saying that. The
3
3-year-old
years old.
internalizes
I can put my thing on because I'm tired. Oh, the Truist is down there. Where the Truist at?
Peace.
Oh, he up there. I'm sorry, Truist. Hey, Truist.
Peace, y'all. I
Do you
just tuned
understand
in.
what
Hey,
Dawson is?
nephew, that they won't let say nothing.
Wait a minute. We got two different types of forgiveness here, but I understand what Dulcinea is saying because I know she understood what I was saying. Because what I was trying to say, OTK, I did explain it out that certain children are beat and abused. And then they beat and abuse other children because they were being beat and abused. And they have to forgive themselves for beating and abusing other children. And the other children really didn't deserve the beating that they got. So, which is a different type of forgiveness that than Dulcinea is talking about, but it's still at the same a form of forgiving yourself. That makes sense.
Or
But-
it could be easier seen as far as the type of forgiveness I'm talking about. Like, let's talk about like gangs, for instance. Let's say there's this 12-year-old, he just signed up or whatever. He's just like, I need money. I need to make some money. And then in the midst of going on a job or anything, he wasn't even out of the car. He wasn't even a part of it. You know, he just watching. And then he gets shot and he can never walk again.
Right.
He can internalize that and may have to forgive himself. He didn't shoot himself. He wasn't part of the lick or anything like that. He was learning. But he has to then forgive himself for even being there in the first place. So there's parts of trauma that people have to forgive themselves and they did no wrong.
Okay, exactly. So now you're making my point. So now we have to talk about an age level. You're talking about a gang, a person who decided to join a gang. He got shot and ended up in a wheelchair. So therefore, he had the right to choose what he wanted to do. We're talking about child. You said that little kids have to somehow know what happened to them, and they have to like
no
you
one
said,
said they
do
have to
something
know what happened to them.
They don't even realize it's happening, OTK. You got to
You're
understand.
making that up. No one said that
They
they
don't
have to
even
do
realize
anything. And you keep saying that someone said they have to repent. They have to say they're sorry. No one said that. No one on the panel said that.
I corrected the repent. I took that out of that.
No one's
Sister,
saying they
correct
have
me
to.
on that. I took the
No one's
praying.
even saying they
the
have to say they're
praying.
sorry. No one's even saying they have to say they're sorry.
Let
So
Truist
you're
go.
still not understanding the point because you keep saying someone's saying they have to say something.
Right.
So what age level? So what age level
work
do
out
a
whatever
woman?
Okay, my question
Okay.
is, can you understand if somebody say,
golly, y'all.
okay, but let me say this and then I'm gonna be quiet. So
And the
OTK, the
truest right
thing
after
is can you if you can just say to yourself, I forgive me because I'm a victim. I have to forgive me because I'm a victim. It happened to me.
Yes.
I'm a victim. I'm forgiving me because I'm a victim. This is what you're telling a kid. So that this kid can say that I'm a victim. I have to forgive me because I'm a victim. It happened to me. I'm a victim.
Sakina.
This is what you're telling this child. This child has to understand that I am a victim. Not that you know what I'm saying? It wasn't supposed to happen at all. This is one thing they have to understand. It wasn't supposed to happen at all. But now that it happened, understand that you are a victim. This is what we have to tell my goddaughter. You are a victim. It wasn't supposed to happen at all. Now you forgiving yourself. Why? Because you were a victim. They took advantage of you. You are a victim. So she could move on. This girl was sitting in there listening to earphones, driving herself crazy, shutting herself out, doing all kinds of things, cutting herself, all kinds of things, not realizing she was a victim. Blaming herself for things happening to her because she was a victim. Blaming herself for these things that happened to her. Not understanding she was a victim. She didn't do this on her own. She didn't do these things. She was taken advantage of. She was a victim. Understand that. You did nothing wrong. You were a victim. Stop blaming yourself. Forgive yourself. You were a victim. Understand that. Look at yourself and say to yourself, I forgive me because I am a victim. Stop blaming you and forgive you because you are a victim. This is what we put in the head.
All right. So what I'm asking y'all,
Wait, no,
what
hold on.
age,
Let the
what
truest
age
come
are
in.
we talking
OTK.
about? That's all I'm asking. What age?
It can be any age. That's why I'm telling you. I knew a little
age of
girl that
understanding.
she was getting raped from the point that she was months old till the point that she was 5, and we had to work with her to understand that she was the victim and she had to forgive herself because she blamed herself for things that happened to her, but it was her dad that did it, so she blamed herself.
Okay, so let me ask you this:
No,
before y'all
let
told her,
Truist-
before y'all told
no.
her, before y'all, my bad. Go ahead.
OTK, chill out. Truist, please go ahead.
Truist, come on in.
Hey, peace once again. Peace, ladies. Peace, brother. Peace, OTK. I just wanted to say, when it comes to trauma, and you guys are kind of touching it, it's important to realize something is trauma in the first place. Like a lot of times, right? As you guys said, people that have been traumatized reciprocate the trauma that's been inflicted to them, not because they don't even realize it's trauma. They normalize the behavior. They think the behavior is normal and what people should be doing or is fine. So this is what could lead someone into continuing certain acts or things that were done to them onto other people. This is how sociopaths are made, right? Now, when we're talking about people who have experienced traumas, whether it be sexual or violent acts, those people, as you said, they need to first realize they were a victim. They've been traumatized. And from there, they can work towards understanding that it was of no fault of their own. Because what happens to people who have been traumatized and victimized a lot of times is the reason they can see themselves partially at fault of something is because of simply just being involved in it in the first place. Like just being involved in anything traumatic, the way our mind works, we can somehow come up with reasons as to why we may have been involved in any way, shape, or form. If we want to take it biblical, look at the story of Job, right? You can have right inside. When we're talking about the story of Job, Job had all of these atrocities happen to him to no fault of his own. But the whole time he thought, I must be sinning. I must be doing something for God to be letting this happen to me. And that's much how the human mind works. No matter what it is we go through in life, a lot of times people tend to think they are at fault of anything that goes on in their life. So this is why it's important to understand the trauma is trauma in the first place. And then you can make steps towards working past it, forgiving yourself, as some people would word it, and ultimately not thinking the behavior is normal.
That's true.
Yes. OTK, do you understand more of what we're saying now?
He might have went to the Waffle House.
Right, to the Waffle House now. But I agree. The truth.
Hey, y'all a trip. Nah, I'm still.
No, the truest no, but the truest broke it down really well. Like, what do you think of that? That it's like a human nature for our response to want to control the situation or say, oh, something, it had to be something that we did.
That's his opinion. Everybody have their own experience. So I was just giving you a point of view from another perspective. Everybody have their own experience. We don't all experience the same trauma. And if somebody tell you that, then okay, we have to explain it. So we all don't experience the same trauma. And on another thing about that, if a little kid who don't know no better gets traumatized at a young age and they get separated from that and be brought up in an upright bringing, you mean to tell me that child has to ask for forgiveness for what they did in the past, Dulcinea?
Yeah.
But wait, let me ask.
Nisha, Dulcinea said yes. Nisha, she said yes.
That was
No, I
not
didn't.
Dulcinea. That
No, I
was
didn't.
Dulcinea. That was
You
me.
keep lying and saying.
Oh, my
that
bad,
someone said you
Dulcinea.
have to
That was
ask
Sister
forgiveness.
Freedom. My bad, Dulcinea. Hold up.
No.
Sister Freedom
Sister
said
Freedom
yes.
said it's based on something that she did. Like once
Okay.
the trauma happened,
Okay.
and then she put trauma on someone else, you have to ask for forgiveness. Now, to your question, because that's exactly this little girl. She was adopted by my mom's spiritual mother, who was an apostle in a church. So her upbringing was completely different than from being with the dude that was her father, that was molesting her and touching her from when she was a baby. He would hang her on the walls. He would break her fingers. Like he really abused her. But yes, she still had to go to therapy. Yes, she still had to work through the trauma, even though it wasn't her that did it to herself. She had to work through that trauma just because of the greatness of the experience of this being her father that did not care about her, that was touching her, that was hanging her up on the wall, that was breaking her little bones. She had to go and really be like, work through those feelings. Because at first, she's bad as hell. She was like, oh, F this.
Dulcinea, that's something
He had to
totally
be like,
different.
No,
he had
it's
to
not.
work-
Listen to her,
Listen,
OTK.
well, so she had to work through also going to church, getting therapy, different things. So she ended up being like, part of her journey was forgiving herself, not because she did anything wrong, but because she blamed herself for something that she had no cause in blaming herself. But that's a natural human reaction that a lot of people do. And we're not saying that all people do it. No one's saying that you're wrong for not doing it. We're saying that this happens to a lot, especially children that are in these predicaments, that they blame themselves.
And not only that,
So-
and I'm gonna say something else,
Respected
OTK.
that. I
OTK,
respected that,
OTK.
Dulcinea.
Not only that, OTK. You don't realize it as the child when you're doing it, that you're doing it because it was done to you. All the fights, all the struggle that I went through as a child, I didn't realize that was the reason why I hated and wanted to. It's not funny at all. Because
It's funny because y'all telling me I don't know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when a child will grow up, okay, and do things because of their childhood, not realizing it's because of it. The hate.
Is that all childs or is that some? This
Yes,
is what
we
I'm
keep
saying.
telling you, OTK.
Let me
We keep
finish.
telling you, no one's saying all right now. No one's saying
what-
that every child
what-
has this trauma
I just want to
response.
finish.
Well, I know. I just want him to know, as far as that, no one's saying all right now. No one has said all tonight, and I think you're
That's-
being
that's
triggered
a
because
fact.
you're thinking we're saying there's only one type of trauma response, and what we're saying is this is a type of trauma response.
What the child
So
has
you
to
can't neglect that
Okay.
is a trauma
Yeah.
response as well.
What the child has to forgive itself for is for the actions after the fact. Because it is trauma. It is really, really trauma where okay, I'll give you an example. I don't want, and Dulcinea knows that I've talked to her about different situations. Like, I don't want my grandkids left with nobody but me. It's just a situation where that's from a childhood trauma. I should be okay with other people watching my grandchildren. I should be okay with that. And not only that, even with my mother, like my mother, the other day I asked her, did she go pick up Nene from the basketball game? And she said, why are you asking me, did I go pick Nene up from the basketball game? Right then and there, I was triggered. You see what I'm saying? Like, she got the nerve to ask me why I'm asking her about my grandchild. You got the nerve to ask me why I'm asking you, did you go pick up my grandbaby? But why would I talk to my own mother like that? Because you ain't raised your own damn child. So I want to make sure you went and got my grandchild because you wasn't dependable enough to raise your own child. But my mom ain't never did nothing to my kids or nothing. It's just a reaction. I didn't have to talk to her like that. But because she pissed me by just asking me, why am I asking her, did she go pick up Nene? But you see, these are the effects that happen when you don't do what you're supposed to do for your own kid. But do I have to ask myself for forgiveness for talking to my mom like that? Yes, because I know that was just a reaction because of what I may have went through. That's why I started off saying that when parents make decisions for their children, they got to think about how it's going to affect their child once their child gets older. Or while the child is going through the trauma. Because you always ask yourself and ask your mom, how could you have done that? But then you got to ask yourself for the actions that you did after the trauma. You got to ask yourself for forgiveness because it don't stop. It stays right there in your actions. I'm wise enough to know now why I may do things or why I may have done things. But if
So you're saying you always wrong, Sister Freedom.
No,
when
I'm
you
not.
gotta forgive yourself for something, then you always wrong. Even when you right,
you wrong.
you
If
always
you're wrong, if you don't treat others the way you don't expect to be treated.
That's different. That's different, Sister
you are wrong. Even
but that's
though
what
my
she
mom
just gave an example of. She just showed about a triggering thing that
everything
she
that
could
you
have had a
said.
conversation with her mom, but she was immediately triggered and it went off on her when she could have had the conversation better. And she's saying she has to forgive herself. So
yeah, I respect that example. I respect that example. That's some of the forms of trauma and some of the forms of that. I respect that, though,
It don't stem from your mother. It don't stop at my mother. It's a whole bunch of. I'm so overprotective of my kids.
Well, but where are you registering that we're saying the victim is always wrong? That's where we're confused.
Yeah, that's where I don't
we're switching the narrative of what we're saying.
I do realize what happened, and I realize why things happen. The thing is trauma makes addicted drama. It does. I may have never gotten drunk, never gotten high, never smoked a cigarette, but look at the other stuff that I did.
Pass that shit
on all the time. I disrespected. I mean, just a whole tyrant. Because that kind of stuff brings on another type of stuff. Because people don't think about their actions and how they can affect another person from their selfish acts. And then another person will look at you, and this is the part that gets me. You got to get over it. A lot of times things are easier said than done. And I really personally don't know how even going to a social worker helps it. You have to come to grips. It's like a person on drugs, drinking, or whatever they do, alcoholic or whatever. You have to come to a point and say, this, I got to stop this. That's why I came up with my alternate.
The thing is, y'all so easily triggered. Y'all asked
Easily
me to come up
triggered.
on the panel.
Wow, I don't
I'm
understand
giving
this.
y'all, hold on,
That's
Sister
between
Freedom, hold on.
that's the
I'm giving
difference. I
y'all
don't
my
know
point of
easily triggered,
view.
but easily triggered though, that is insulting.
Yeah, because y'all just jump out on me. Y'all
Not
asked me my
I'm
point of
sorry.
view,
We're
so
not
I'm
saying.
giving it to
Well,
you.
We're
I'm
not
sorry,
talking
I
OTK.
can
I don't
take
want
it
you to
though.
feel
No,
like
no, no, no. I can
we're
take it
jumping
now.
up
I'm
on you.
just saying, man, like just don't cut too deep, man. Let's keep
no,
it
no,
going.
I'm not talking
No.
Let's
about
We're not
fight.
cutting.
Let's
We're not
fight.
trying to cut you or use or anything. Our
Yeah,
whole
let's
thing has
fight.
only been our whole thing has only been we just didn't want it to be like it even seemed to you we're saying that the victim did anything wrong, because that's not what anyone is saying tonight. And even when the victim has to forgive themselves, it doesn't mean it's because they did something wrong. It means they feel like they did something wrong. They have a guilt
well,
that
they
they
know
have
they
to get
did.
over. So it's
Yeah,
not.
I would.
I agree
Yeah,
with
I
that.
just
And
wanted.
Dulcinea, I was just coming from
Yes.
a man point of view because all y'all females and y'all was giving y'all point of view. So I was just coming like what a man would think or what a man would say. So you know. But
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm also a man, and I see it a little different. OTK. I'm gonna just say when it comes to what
yeah,
I
you a
just
man
heard, sister.
without girls. I got daughters, bro. So trust me, I agree with these
just let
sisters.
him OTK. Can you let him
Yeah.
talk, baby
Yeah,
K?
he a man, but he a man without
Yeah, but
daughters.
you're
I
still
got a
not
daughter
letting him
and
talk though.
granddaughter.
But
Yeah, I
you're
got
still not letting
daughters.
him talk though. As
Word.
always,
That's cool, but I've had
I'm
some
just
things
playing
happen in my.
advocate,
I've had
bro.
wait, no,
still
wait,
not
hold on, hold on,
talk
hold
to
on.
OTK.
Yeah, that's cool, but I've had some things happen in my childhood that made me believe certain things I was engaging with at an age I was not supposed to be whatsoever was completely normal. And I didn't feel like until I was much older and I'm hearing when everybody else lost their virginity that shit was not okay because I was an only child. So quite naturally, being that both my parents worked all the time, I hung out with my older cousins who babysitted me.
Don't even
And
speak to
I'm not
my
I'm not gonna go too much further from there, but you can kind of get where I'm going with that. So when
Yeah,
it
I'm an
comes
only
to
child too, bro. So
so when
I
it comes
understand what you're saying. Yeah, I'm an
so
only
so
child too. Don't forget
so
that.
when it comes to the conversation we're having, Dulcinea explained the scenario with young men that hits home with me. So I can absolutely relate to this conversation whether or not I have daughters or not, which that's coming soon, hopefully. But
Oh,
anyways,
okay.
getting
Yeah,
getting get,
yeah, yeah.
getting
Okay, cool.
getting
My fault.
Bobby's daddy.
getting getting back to where I was going.
Oh, yeah.
What Sister Freedom was saying. Um, what her decision based off of her experiences is completely logical. Like her decision to not want to leave her children with anyone, including her mother, is a logical response based to someone that endured these traumas. But even still, it being a logical decision, it's still not normal for someone to be so traumatized that they would not want to leave their child with their own mother. So, right, someone in that position that has that traumatic mindset where they're basically in constant safety mode, they need to work that out within themselves. Because what happens a lot of times is when you're traumatized, as I said earlier, most people think the things that happen in their life are at some part due to decisions, actions, or things they made, right? So, with that, once you realize you've been traumatized, you can think, like I said, in part, just from even being involved in whatever happened, you were at fault somehow, some way. Or if I just went left down the street instead of turning right, that would have happened. Or if I just called this person, this wouldn't have happened. So then from that point on, you become a control freak a lot of times to the point where because you didn't have control in whatever it is that happened to you, now you want to make sure you're never in a position ever again where you don't have control of your situation, don't
Yeah.
have control of what happens in your life, don't have control of what happens with people that you hold the dearest. A lot of trauma is a control a struggle to maintain control in your life. So that's where decisions logically could come about. I don't want to leave my children even with my parents because something happened to me where I didn't feel like I was in control of the situation I was involved in. But I can be in full control of whatever goes on with my kids, and I'm gonna make sure nothing like that is even possible with them. So this
Yeah.
is how these sorts of mindsets can come about. But once you realize, hey, what happened to me when I was younger, I had no control of that. It was something an evil person did. I had no control. From there, then you can realize I can try to control things as much as I want to, but there's just some things that I have no control over.
That's true. Thank you, Choice, because what
So
you said,
should you repent? So should you ask for forgiveness, or should you feel sorry for things you don't have no control over?
Feel sorry for things you don't have control? No, but you have to realize that there are things you don't have control over. And as I said, a lot of people don't see things that way. Even if you do believe in like a God that's controlling everything, a lot of even people that believe in a God like that still believe that ultimately, if he's allowing things to happen in your life, it's because of certain actions you made or certain decisions you made. So even if you do believe in a God, oh, these bad things are happening to me because I've been disobeying him or because of XYZ. This person did this to me because God allowed them to, because I ate pork or some shit like that. So even still, when you get to the nitty gritty of it, most people believe they have control over the things that take place in their life.
Okay.
this was such a good subject, but I really don't like talk because I do have my parents now or whatever. So really, I don't like talking about certain things, but it's a very important subject because kids will learn from it. And I'm starting a program because of my situation. Hopefully, it will help other children. You know, I'll express that and give that information out to everybody soon. But it's very much so needed. And because I was one of those children that experienced what the program I'm gonna start, um, I think it's going to be a way of therapy for me. You know what I mean? So people really need to realize when they doing stuff, when they are doing things that they just don't, you know, it's not normal. It's not normal to beat up on a woman, and it's not normal for a woman to beat up on a man. It's a whole bunch of things that go on in life that we know is just not normal. It's just that something may have happened in life. Might have seen some men actually beat their women because their dads beat their mom. It's a whole bunch of weird stuff that go on, and it's just really sad that it's just that sad. It's that wicked, and it's what's really sad that I'm a person because I am a certified CNA. And I made my life want to help people because of what I went through. And I went to school for child psychology. I did things so I could help other people. And the mind, I read books all the time about the mind and all kinds of things. And like even this sisterhood is therapy for me. You know, the thing is that a lot of times we just don't have no idea what other people have went through, what they're going through, and they really need to think back and maybe they can see in their lifetime of what went on with them. See, I'm aware of everything. I'm aware of everything in my life and why I did what I did and why I'm who I am today. Some people don't have that awareness. Like Nisha said, some people actually forget what they went through. And then it takes them to talk to people to remember what they went through. Or some people just make themselves forget it because they don't want to relive things again. But I'm saying it's a very important situation because not only you are hurt by it, you hurt other people because of your hurt. And that's all I'm trying to say. I don't want to say nothing else. So okay, yeah, other people are
No,
hurt.
I agree. That is so true, Sister Freedom. And it happens. It's so easy to slip into that
It
because,
is.
you're just looking at life. And once you see it as unfair, you're like, oh, it's unfair for us all, And
Yeah.
then you hurt people closest to you. So it's something that you definitely have to work through, whether you're addicted to the drama or addicted to anything because of trauma. Working through trauma is important, however, you need to work through it. I
That's
know
true.
a big thing that happened in the last 10 years is shadow work, which is like journaling, really getting out your feelings and working through past issues to be like, is this healthy? Is this unhealthy? Do I have even trauma bonds when it comes to people that I'm dealing with versus real love for people that is
Right.
established because they respect my boundaries, I respect their boundaries, and we can work together. So trauma can do a lot to your life if you're really not working through it. And like we were saying in the beginning, it's a day by day thing. You can have a good day, you can have a bad day, but you keep going.
And some people keep you in that same trauma, no matter what. They keep you in the same trauma. No matter how many times you try to get out of the trauma, they keep you in the same trauma. And that's another bad thing that they just, it's just
That's why you're supposed to let some of them go.
yeah, because you don't really know. It's because I used to wonder, am I loving my situation because, like I said, because I'm supposed to, but do I love the person because I really love that person, or am I just loving that person because I'm supposed to? Because I wonder if I really do love that person.
And that's why sometimes you have to love people from a distance. Sometimes, what they used to call it, long handle spoons, right? Feeding them with long handle spoons and all those kind of things. See, I don't know. This is me. I like people for what they worth, right? And I love everybody. So even though some people in your life for seasons, some people in your life for reasons, I love people for who they are and what they are. Now, just because you may not rock with everybody, that's because I don't rock all the time. So whatever I like about you is what I like about you. Now, I might not drink, but I do drink a little bit. So if I drink a little bit, you might be my drink a little bit partner. If I smoke a little bit, you might be my smoke a little bit partner. If I hold a little bit, you might be my hold a little bit partner. It depends on what it is. And you don't know me like that, so you don't kick with me like that. You right? If I work with you and because of my work stance, then I can't kick it with you because you'll disrespect me when we get to work. I won't longer be who I am at work because we done kicked it on another level. You know me too, and then you'll be too relaxed. So it just depends. That's why I don't judge people. I have to take them for what they worth. Now, once you show me something different, then that's when it becomes different. Other than that, it's face value, and that's what it is. So we taking all this stuff and we going too deep. That's the way I look at it. I won't get deep with you until we get deep with me. So if I meet you on your level, then we on your level. Now, if you want to get on my level, then you get whatever is on my level. And that's what it is at that point. Now, if your level is indignant and you getting that, then I might have to come down to your level because I can get there too. So it just depends. But other than that, we have to rock with people not just because, but that's what we are. We not in this world by ourselves. If we was, you might find out you don't like that motherfucker either. And who is that? You. You ain't supposed to be in here by yourself. This ain't your world. So we have to sit up here, and so sometimes you have to forgive yourself because you are not the perfect one. It takes two to tangle. It takes two to do stuff. So even though there's an action, there's also a reaction.
You better say it.
So just being fair. People don't like to be fair. No, Nisha, I didn't have to say that. Well, you were right, because I didn't have to do that either. And that's what makes it right. So I'm just saying, y'all, this is why we can't get along, because don't nobody want to go along with the program. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I think also how people mention how people can bond over trauma. I think especially in Black American history, we can see throughout the many greats we've had in whether it was sports, entertainment, the arts, a lot of the greatest Black figures we've had weaponize their trauma. They use it as a superpower. Whether it was for combat sports like boxing, whether it was for basketball, whether it was for poetry, jazz, the blues. The blues is pretty much an entire genre based off of trauma, right? When we're talking about cinematography, filmmaking, a lot of people use trauma and harness it to create very beautiful things. And in no way am I saying that makes the trauma okay in any way, shape, or form. But just because you've had those experiences, that doesn't lessen your experience. As a matter of fact, in many ways, it can make you even more impressive than someone that had no trauma in their life. Especially when you're talking about us as Black Americans, that most of us share the trauma of the transatlantic slave trade. To see how far we've come and all the things we've accomplished from that. I mean, you could laugh, but that's just the way I see it. I see us as being some of the greatest humans on earth just to accomplish all the things we have, all barely 200 years removed from slavery. So you can look at trauma from many angles and see how the Black experience has made it our superpower.
Half of them got Indian ancestry, so make sure that you clarify Black. I'm glad I used Black and you didn't say African American. I like that though, Truist. I respect that.
OTK, listen here, buddy Roll. Don't mix all that Indian stuff in here, because guess what you said earlier? You don't even know your real daddy.
I said I don't know my real daddy, or I didn't get to know. No, I didn't get to know him personally, but I know who my real daddy is.
He was an Indian 100%?
No, how the hell he could be an Indian 100%?
Okay, that's my point. So, back to the.
Did I ever say I was an Indian 100%? I just said I had it in my lineage, and I got the right to claim it. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
So, no, this was a good conversation tonight. I really appreciate it. And just a takeaway from this conversation is just to work on yourself.
Yes.
Just to, I mean, like I said, mental health is so real and so important. It really is. And I
Wait
think.
a minute, let me ask you something. Did what's your name? Them catch up with y'all? Damn it. I can't think of their name.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all, sisters. Peace.
No, don't leave yet. Not OTK. I'm trying to think. You know the person I'm talking about too. Dustin, what's his name?
You about to go to Wi-Fi.
Huh?
What's whose name?
Nisha, leave me alone, Nisha.
He's nuts.
That's our sponsor for the night.
You know you can get me.
And that's our sponsor for the night.
These nuts right here is trail mix, y'all. Get on with them. These right here is called Mountain Trail Mix, and they delicious, y'all. Y'all better get up with the program. This was a delicious topic tonight, y'all. And I got down with these nuts right here. Trail mix. They come at Walmart in their family size bag. Don't forget
my
to get
motherfucking sister, man. Peace to you.
That's our sponsor tonight. Go ahead, Nisha. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Uh-oh.
fine.
Peace,
just-
Darvis.
Go ahead, Darvis.
Peace of the family, peace of the girls, peace of the ladies.
He's my favorite Hebrew.
Yeah,
More.
we're going on, OT. Truest.
What's going on, Cuzzle?
Killer, man.
Peace,
Killer,
peace,
man.
God, peace, God.
Got a question for y'all, right? I'm listening what y'all talking about, right? What happens when you're dealing with somebody that has that kind of trauma? Are you supposed to carry yourself differently around that person, or how do you deal with that particular person? Ask somebody, like say their cousin, friend, girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, husband. How do you deal with a person with that kind of trauma that you know that's addicted to drama?
Get away from him.
So
Well,
is it
I think
Say it's like a mother or a sister or a cousin, somebody you got to be around.
no, you don't have to be around anybody. That's not true.
Like say somebody with that kind of trauma. Say they got a child and you're their child, so that's somebody you're gonna be around. You have to deal with.
Well, what do y'all want to say?
No,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have to go on a diet.
I think you're talking about someone who's been sexually assaulted, right? That's what
Yeah.
you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Well,
like fuck with as a child, whatever. And I mean, and come up angry like that or whatever. So-called addicted to drama. Like everything make them snap, or you understand what I mean?
yeah. Well, you kind of have to analyze and see where they're at because, again, as we said, not everyone reacts the same way to that trauma. So you kind of have to see how that particular person reacts to that trauma and work from there. If the person is someone who, I don't know, lashes out because of it, then maybe you need to practice patience with the person, kind of understanding if you have to deal with them. Like you're saying, this is someone you have to deal with, like a mother or something.
Yeah, something like a mother or a girlfriend or a wife or a cousin or somebody you constantly around. Then you understand why they act the way they act, but they still act the way they act.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
get what
it's tough.
I agree it's tough, and it's like the truest. If it's something that you have to deal with, then the only thing you can do is see where they're at, evaluate, help not going through the trigger moments. Hopefully they can express different things to you and talk to you about it. But if not, you push them, to go talk to someone about it, because this is something that they have to work through. Like there's only so much an outsider can do. It has to be something that you choose within yourself. And that's what we were saying pretty much all night. So you want to be that kind of inspiration to be like, hey, talk where you need to talk. If you need to talk to someone else, go talk to someone else. And then really try to relay to me what are some things that trigger you, or what do you expect your boundaries to be with this situation that you've been through, instead of going through the route where it just goes left all the time, or you're just yelling or having bad reactions, because that's hindering your life as well.
And I could say this from experience with that. Listen, it comes a time to where if you done exhausted all of the resources, if you offer to help them get into some counseling, if you're constantly walking around the house on eggshells, if you did everything in your power that you can do, I go back to self-preservation is key, and you got to understand that their mental health can affect your mental health. So if you want to keep dealing with that, then you keep dealing with that. But as for me, I can't. And I don't put a hierarchy on labels. So I don't give a damn if it's mama, daughter, son, husband. Okay? I have to make sure that I'm okay. So if they don't want to get the help, seek the help, work through their issues themselves, then you're not going to bring me down with you. I love you, but I'm going to love you from afar, period.
You're right, because you can't do them no good when you broke down, and that's for sure. Because that's where you get the high blood pressure. You start having kidney and diabetes, and you start having depression. You'll start going through a whole slew of problems yourself, trying to deal with the unseen or unknown with this one. So you got to try to help with the situation if you know what it is, and try to get the consultation or whatever the things is that you know it is. And if you get to the point where it cannot, or they refuse to get the help they need, then you might have to start making decisions and preparation. Now, we ain't saying leave, but we saying do what you have to do to ensure. The thing is that too much tolerance, right, starts to bring in an enabler. And then that's when these buttons get pushed, and the next thing you know, snap happens. And then somebody is either going to be on defense and the other going to be on offense. And then it ain't going to make no damn sense for who went with the Undertaker and who went in the, you know what I'm saying? And so this is why we saying it like that, trying to make it nice, because it's not going to end up right. So it's, you see what I'm saying? So ain't nothing more important than your health and your well-being. So you got to make sure, if you're trying to make sure of their well-being, make sure of their well-being. But according to the law, right, if their health is making an endangerment for themselves and or anyone else, this is when it's a problem. So this is what you are looking for. When they become an endangerment to themselves and or anyone else. So this is what you're dealing with, maybe.
Yeah, so what do you do?
I feel like when it comes to someone you're in a relationship with or whatever, dealing with, you also don't want to jump into, like, let's say you're in the dating stages and you realize someone has certain traumas. Because I've been on both sides of what I'm about to say. You'll have people that you can clearly see they have these traumas, and you're hoping that you can work with them through it, possibly help them with it, help them get over it. And then you'll have people that go through traumas while you're together that create a new mind state for them. So that was my first relationship. When I was 17, she was 16. I was a senior, she was a junior. Her father died when she was 16. Obviously, when we first got together, she wasn't mentally messed up. But once that happened, the relationship completely went 360 due to that traumatic experience. But then in college, I dealt with a girl who, before we got together, she had an abortion, and she didn't exactly want to get it. Her ex-boyfriend pushed her to get it, and she kind of just gave into it. And it ended up, the whole experience ended up traumatizing her because she felt like she was pushed into doing something that she seen traumatic. So I knew this before we fully started engaging and shit. And I thought like maybe I could be like the shoulder to lean on to make her change. And no. So I also think it's important to know whether or not you kind of signed up for some trauma you saw before you even made a commitment.
So what do you do? What did you do about her?
When it came to that situation, like Nisha said, I realized that no, like I exalted all my options. I really liked her. I saw potential for us to be something more, but it's just that thing. She always had triggers that I couldn't spot where they came from. Like sometimes people have triggers that are obvious triggers, right? But with that particular person, there were things that there was no way to predict that would trigger her. Like she even said certain smells would trigger her because of the smell of that experience.
Yeah, for
Suppose
sure.
all right, so now suppose this
One
person
day
is your
we
mother.
gotta talk about stress and how it's killing us for real. Stress is making us die very, very, very young, and it's giving us all kinds of problems.
Yeah, I think sexual assault is an obvious trauma that we focus on a lot, and it happens a lot. But there are so many other traumas that we face in the Black community, especially Black women. There's so many traumas Black women deal with that are kind of not spoken about and or overlooked.
And you'd be surprised how many was sexually assaulted as a child. Especially in the average hood, there's a lot of females like that. Some people you would never know. Some motherfuckers, I mean, like you say, just dramatic. Everything about them. And got probable cause. But, you know what I mean?
My mama one of them. That's why I try to tell them. I was just
Listen.
adding in just for their
That's why
conversation.
that's what I'm saying.
But I
The
can
last
really
question I asked,
understand y'all now.
what happens if this your mother?
I can understand y'all. But I'm telling y'all, I understand where y'all coming from. I was just giving y'all questions so y'all can go in depth with it. And my apologies. I love y'all to the fullest. And I'm out. I'm at Waffle House, Nisha.
Knew it was coming. But no, it was a good conversation, and it wasn't supposed to be an easy one because we got to talk about trauma. But I'm glad it came this way because, you know, a lot of times people like to come from that perspective of other people and talking about what other people need to do or anything. But I was glad that we talked about ourselves because we've all been through trauma if we want to be for real. And it's okay to get that out and talk to people about it and feel like there's a safe space to be able to talk about it, because that's what's going to help at the end of the day. It's not kind of hiding it or just being like, oh, well, I'm not going to speak about it. You really do have to talk about it and work on it introspectively, like it's a self journey.
And let me say this. This is so real. We want to be this ride or die, this everything to somebody, this unconditional to the end. But guess what? All of that's going to do, if it's not right, you gonna die early from stress, from worryation. Stress bring on other diseases. Just like Sakina was saying, it brings on stuff. So we really have to look at this for real. And we hold on to this till death do us part shit. And it's you allow, because of love, you allow for people to come in your life and just be whatever to you and not work on themselves. And you just supposed to pick up the pieces. No, I'm not doing that again. I'm not. Don't come to me broken again. Life is short and I want to enjoy it. And if you don't have the common decency, so I could work with you some on some levels. We could come to a point that's if you willing to work on you. I'm working on me, we working on us. But we doing this together. We growing and building together. But if you have the mentality of, oh, this just how I am, and because I've been through this, and you're 50 years old, and you don't see anything wrong with it, that's selfish. And you're not going to take no more of my time away from me, period. It's about, if you can't see you, and I've been trying to help you, it ain't nothing else we can do. because you showing me that you ain't putting in enough of work that I'm putting in.
Big shit.
I can't do it. And nobody should do it just because, oh, you don't want people to look at you in a certain way, or, oh, my marriage failed and this, that, and the other. Man, fuck all that. Life goes on. It really does. It goes on. And sometimes when you out of that situation, you can see stuff much clearer. And that peace, I speak on that peace. That peace is not a joke. It's really not. It's the best thing. Peace is so for real. I ain't lying.
Say it again.
Peace is so for real. So really think about the type of people that you get involved with. Think about the choices that you are making, if they're worth it, if they're willing to work on themselves too. Like, nobody's perfect. We all have stuff that we need to deal with. But if that person is not willing and just stuck and they just good and they are oblivious,
then you ain't
right, and you done did everything that you could possibly do, why you gonna keep staying in that situation? Why?
And can I add something, Nisha? Because I used to always be like the type of person that was like, oh, pushing people to be like, oh, no, you need your parents. You only get one set of parents and all this other stuff. But I've learned that certain people don't have all kinds of parents. Some things are toxic, and sometimes you can just be like, I love my parents from a distance, but I don't have to deal with that trauma. I don't have to deal with that stress, even if it's my parents. Like, you have to know what they're putting on your life and what it's entailing, and your life is too short for you to let someone else shorten it even more.
Yes, mental health is a real thing, and therapy is needed in many cases that we ignore. And Nisha, what you said in terms of people that stay with people that are constantly mentally abusing them, it's just like a lot of things that are mental dopamines, right? That you'll stay with the person that gives you highs here and there, that feeds that dopamine, that makes you feel good, whether it's physically or inside here and there. And you'll deal with a lot of the traumas and neglect and all the negativities that come with the person just for those few moments of dopamine. It's no different than what we do with many substances and other things that we consume in our body and do in our life that are dopamines that ultimately destroy you as well.
Or
it's
they don't
no
want to be
different.
lonely. Throw that in there. They don't want to be alone. Throw that in there, because a lot of people do not want to be alone or don't know how to be alone.
Yeah, the most high. That's something that's something that the Bible says. So yes, that feeling of aloneness, you get that dopamine of just having company, right? So it's like Pavlov's dog, right? So trauma victims, since we're on trauma, they tend to run to their abusers for that feeling of satisfaction that they get here and there. So at the end of the day, you have to realize that, yeah, this thing, it might make me feel good here and there, but ultimately it's destroying me. Ultimately, like you said, it's stressing me out. It's giving me hypertension. It's giving me high blood pressure. It's giving me all sorts of cancers I'm not even aware of, like breast cancer, prostate cancer, whatever. So you just got to reflect and look at and weigh the good and the bad and see ultimately what's the best course of action to take for yourself.
That's right. Because just having peace is more than just that peace of mind. It's that peace and quiet. It's that peace of comfort. It's that peace to embrace. It's nothing like really trying to know or even get to know yourself. Everybody know what they like, but you really don't know what you don't like. And that's when you really get to know yourself, by knowing all the things that you don't like. Why do you think when we do interviews, right, we ask you about all of your good things and your achievements, and then we ask you about what's the negative things about you? Because you never really know the negative things about you. You know all your positive strengths, but you really don't know your negative ones. The things you'll say what's so negative about you, you really don't even pay attention to because you're too busy thinking about your great strengths. You don't think about your weaknesses. When people think about their weaknesses, nobody says, well, I talk too much. Or half the time I run off to go do something before I really even think about what I'm actually finna plan out to do. I start my day off before I really know what I'm planning to do for the day. Nobody really tells their weaknesses, but they got their strengths down packed. So the best thing is, again, is to really evaluate what's going on. Because your next move should be your best move. Because if it's all about you, then it needs to be all about you. If they making it about you, making it about them, then they need to be making it about you, regardless to who it is. Regardless to who it is. They should have your best interest just like you have their best interest. And that's said with love. You're my favorite Hebrew. I'm not going to tell you to do something I won't do, because the last thing I'm going to tell you is to break up your home. I'd rather you break up your dome. So think about everything that's said to you so you can make the best decision for you. Do you understand that?
I hear what you saying, man. Don't get me wrong. I don't have no issue like that. But I know
Okay.
people who do.
No, well, give that advice.
Yeah, I mean, but sometimes, man, some situations are so touchy that you're not really supposed to comment on, like somebody's relationship.
Exactly.
As a friend, or brother, cousin, or whatever, you really don't have the standing to comment on somebody else's relationship.
And
They
you're
deal with
not
whatever they deal with.
right, and
You
you're
know
not
what I mean?
supposed to. We're never supposed to, as any rightful being, we ain't supposed to tell nobody to leave their significant other in a relationship. That's not our place.
Huh.
Our
But we
place
still
is
have these thoughts. We still have in the back of our
right,
mind that, man, shit, I'll leave this bitch. Oh,
right. But who would tell somebody honestly? That's not our place. Our place is to give the best advice as to be able to consider options and advice. Who would tell somebody in their right mind to leave their spouse? Only somebody unhappy.
yeah.
Right. And we give different opinions. So I think that's what we were trying to convey earlier too. Like, this isn't a one size fits all trauma response, and it's not a one size fits all a way to deal with trauma. It's just, how
Yeah.
people do and what's
Yeah, I
going
got
on and stuff, and having a conversation. So
I got you. I was listening to y'all when I tuned into the channel, I heard what y'all was talking about, and it kind of made me think about some shit. Know what I mean, so I'm like, you know what? I asked a question. Like I said, man, these can happen. Like, it don't just got to be your spouse. It can be like your brother, your sister, your mama, or your daddy. These motherfuckers crazy. And you still got to up in this house.
Right. It could be a cousin. And if it's a cousin and your cousin cannot do what's asked, then you might have to put a little space between you and your cousin.
Yeah. I was saying, and it can happen like that when you're dealing with like a cousin or a homeboy. But suppose you're dealing with a mama or daddy.
Might have to visit your mom on them holidays.
It's not a difference. There should not be a difference. It should not.
Shit.
It just
I
has
guess
to
it
be
depends on the
on
culture,
holiday.
man. my culture, nigga. You don't really know what I mean. You just stuck with it what you stuck with. Here's what it is.
Yeah, but you
Well, you
ain't got.
understand, mom? You understand, pops? You understand, pops? You know, pops crazy. No, mom crazy. You just shh. You do whatever you got to do. You know, shit. It is what
See you
it
on
is.
Christmas.
But you can't change your mama.
I hear you. That's how it be for us sometimes. Like, I'll see you on Christmas. Shit.
Yeah, rough.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I could attest to that because
Well, like what Truist was saying. Truist, I'm sorry, but I must be quiet right after.
no, you could go ahead. You've been quiet. Go ahead.
I think it's wrong for a babysitter or older cousin to pretty much take advantage of the younger boy that she's watching or that they're watching or something like that. It's something similar to what you were saying, Truist. You find that to be, is that
Ab-
something like a trauma?
Absolutely. Like I said,
Be quiet.
I can attest to something along those lines taking place with me when I was very young. It wasn't like a babysitter. It was a friend of my cousin's who my parents trusted to watch me because I had no siblings and all my aunties and uncles are like strung out and addicts and shit. So it was really I was like 12, maybe 11, and most of my cousins are like 5 years older than me. So yeah, a situation like that took place with me with an older one of their friends, and growing up because of that, I thought it was fine like at that age to be piping chicks down and shit. But as I got
So
older
what
and
the
went to
female
college,
then?
yeah, piping chicks down.
So what the problem is?
Wait, no, it's a big problem because when I get to college, right, and I'm interacting because I grew up in Newark, New Jersey, so I ended up going to college out here in New York where I live now. So I get to college and I'm talking to all my boys and shit, asking them when they lost their virginity, and it's much later, and people looking at me like, "Yo, you're a victim. Like, what the fuck? What is you talking about?" So like it wasn't until I had conversations with people outside of my neighborhood that I realized that shit wasn't normal.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Hey, man,
Yeah, you know what I mean?
It was normal
sometimes
down
now,
south where Darvin said.
yeah, but sometimes I mean, you complain about little shit. That really ain't that bad there. You know what I mean? I know motherfuckers who ain't got no pussy, so they been damn man.
Darvis, that was the whole point of the conversation. That was the whole point of this conversation tonight. Like a lot of us as men, we look at shit like that, like, oh, that ain't a big deal. That ain't whatever. Like, like you like the shit, and that's how I thought for the longest time. But at the same time, that shit ain't right. That shit ain't right. She was much older than me.
To be honest, a trauma response a lot of men go through is that hypersexuality. It's a thing that we know that's happening because of this, that the molestation and all that is so high amongst young, not even men, boys, and that is happening with boys. There is a in-turn trauma response. So it is a thing. I mean, if there's certain places or anything, anyone can say, oh, well, what's choices, what's not choices. But sometimes I know even when it's really young, that's not something that you just graze over because they're male. They're really young at the time.
Yes, especially listen, I did not know. Truist, don't feel bad. Listen, I did not know up until probably in the 80s. So many cousins and my stepbrothers, and listen, I did not know it was going down. It was going down in the South. I never heard so many stories about young men were getting it in down south with the baby. I never heard so many babysitter stories in my life.
Man, like I said, that it was normal. Like it was normal around where I wasn't until I came out here and conversed with friends I made in college out here in New York that I was straight up told, yo, you a victim. Like did you like they was like, did you talk to your parents about it? Like what did they I'm like, I ain't talked to my parents about shit I did.
I thought they was lying. That's why I be laughing, because I thought they was lying. I was like, come on, y'all. Stop it. I'm so sick of the babysitters. And then Antoine Fisher came out. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was. What were you going to say, Darvis?
Nah, I'm going to go ahead and hold that shit back.
Man, then R. Kelly didn't make it no better.
And here's the thing. Another reason why it's a problem is because, like Dulcinea said, it leads to hypersexualization. So, like, I could have very easily ended up a father at 13, at 12, at 14, like, at an age way sooner than I should have.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that. I'm 27.
Right, you about to be somebody's daddy. Ain't you gonna be my daddy?
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm actually planning to propose to my girlfriend soon. But
so what's your relationship with the babysitter? Now.
Nah, it wasn't no babysitter. It was my cousins was responsible for watching me, and it was their friend. It was a female friend of my cousins that this took place with. And I don't got no relations with them. No relations. I don't even see half my cousins that I used to be with when I was that age, because most of them doing shit they ain't supposed to be doing. And I ain't trying to be involved. And I don't live in Jersey anymore either to really be around them like that.
That's all right. Oh no, not about that part. Listen, they didn't have toys back then, I don't think.
Yeah, no, we was playing basketball, playing PlayStation 2, playing PlayStation 1. Yeah, we wasn't playing with no toys.
No, I'm talking about for the women. Well, no, the yoni eggs and nothing out those in there.
That what?
How old was the yoni egg? It wasn't out back then.
I don't know if people were using. I think that people been using it for a while, but yoni eggs aren't for sex or anything. And I think the sad portion of it is like the people acting. When you hear this, people always think, because this thing has been happening a long time, when you're talking about the Mrs. Robinson, the old babysitter that's messing with the younger boy or whatever, all the teachers and different things. People imagine like a hot woman, but no one ever is like even thinking about, is it even someone that they would want touching on them? Is that someone everyone goes into the fantasy of the situation, and not like this could have been Olga, touching on a young boy because she wouldn't have any other options. Like it. Yeah, it's not necessarily that these people are just like, oh, I can just go get a sex toy. There's a reason why they're preying on young boys.
Was toys out though?
Yes.
Yeah, toys have been out for a long time.
So they just pedophiles anyway, huh?
Most pedophiles are.
I see Jay got jokes. Tell the truth that he need to thank God that he didn't end up a father. Jay, you got jokes.
I thank God every day I'm not a father yet, till I'm ready to be.
Right. You just hope 10 years later don't nobody knock on your door.
Yo, my dad says that all the time. He's like, "Are you sure I don't got no grandson or granddaughter? Are you sure?" I'm like, "Stop asking me." He asks me every month. Like, you sure some old girl or old chick, she ain't end up pregnant and ain't tell you about it? Like, cut it out.
I seen Funny Marco do a show with a rap guy on it, and he showed up with some little boy like 13 or something, 8, 7 or something, I think he was. And the little boy looked just like him to him. And he was like, "Who your mama?" And everything made him question it. Cause he called his mama and asked him, "Do the little boy look like him?"
I've seen that. I forgot which rapper it was.
Yeah, I was like, that threw me off. I was like, damn, Funny Marco found his son.
Well, it's getting
But
late,
yeah,
y'all.
that's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I'm just saying it's getting late. I'm about to call it.
You look nice and Chinese on that picture. What's going on with your eyes? They're beautiful.
I was feeling good that day.
You was looking good that day too.
But yeah, I think it was a really good conversation and everything. Darvis, did you want to say anything closing out?
Nah, just peace, man. That's it.
Dawsonell asked me to ask you, do you be wearing your fringes on Friday?
I don't wear no damn fringes,
Oh, he's
man.
a Moor. He has his fez. When do you put on your fez, Darvis?
Nigga, what happened? What you do with your fez? I heard you got rid of your fez, but
I know there's a white fez for women. I never got it. But a fez is for a noble. You're supposed to be elite to get a fez. But Darvis, when do you wear your fez?
shit, I don't know. Honestly, that shit sitting on the damn top of my little bookshelf, man, for years. I don't know where the motherfucker to wear. Being more so much more than wearing a hat, you know. So I got a fez, but I don't use the fez to represent my Moorism or nothing like that, certain time to wear it. Yeah, I am a Hebrew Israelite too. But when it comes down to the fringe thing, you gotta really get back into the book and get an understanding of what was going on. Those are ordinances.
You're gonna come out looking like one of the village people, ain't you?
Oh no, man, I look like me. Regular me. I'm not a part of no camp. So I don't have no special clothes to make myself look. I ain't with that shit.
Listen, you ain't doing nothing but representing like the Alpha Kappa Beta Kappa Kappa Tha Ha Ha.
Yeah, I know, but I'm a free man. Free man, I don't associate yourself with things like that. They're not free people.
So you never travel though, out of Goose Creek?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, man, I'm 48 years old now, so I really don't go nowhere no more. I ain't really much I didn't do yet. So
I was gonna ask, have you ever used your travel ID? I know you don't go out of the country, but have you ever used it?
That was so crazy, man. When I got these fucking IDs, I ain't been pulled over. The fucking police don't never pull me over since I got this shit. I've been waiting to use the motherfucker, dog. I'm talking about since 2015. I ain't been fucking pulled over yet. And then the one time I was pulled over, I was in the company car, so it really don't matter then.
Well, don't say you was waiting to use it. Okay, I still want you to be
I
safe.
was, nigga. I ain't never had a fucking reason to.
Darvis, are you a foreman?
Huh?
Are you a foreman?
No, I'm owner.
You an owner?
Yeah.
Okay, you sound like something like that because you got one of the voices like get over there and get over there and do it.
Nah, man.
I told you to get the blueprint and put it down on the table, and I said. Boy.
Oh, he's chewing out his employees.
Right.
God bless them.
You sound like he would be right over the truck. I said, put the cement truck over there. I said, did you hear what I said?
Nah, man. I ain't nothing like that. Most time everybody fuck with me though. They subcontractors anyway.
Is they scared you gonna yell at them? Excuse me, I got a little asthma.
Got a little asthma, huh?
Yeah, for real.
True. Quick question.
Okay.
What
Oh, I
exactly
was gonna
is
ask you a
asthma?
question.
Go
How?
ahead,
What would you
question.
say, Jarvis?
What is asthma? I know it got something to do with the lungs and whatnot.
It's like
But
when people be standing in front of you and then they be trying to bend over when you sitting down. You be like, excuse me, I got asthma. They be like, what? I said, get your ass on my face.
Girl, you crazy, man.
No, honestly, it's like I don't know, it's something to do with my lungs. Like they I don't want to say they're not fully developed, but they like they hell, I don't know. They say they easily to get inflamed and
Yeah,
start.
it's like a chronic lung disease, depending on the severity that you can have in all ages, but it just basically issues with you getting air through your lungs. So
And
either
then
you
it
have to have help
inflames.
because of certain things that happen outside, like excessive pollen, or if it's too hot
Wet
outside, or
grass.
some people just have to do breathing treatments just to help them throughout the day. It just depends on the level.
Yeah, I understand that part. I got a daughter that got asthma. But
Yeah.
what
What
exactly
are they?
is that? What happens in
What
the
are
lungs
they
when
prescribing for her?
I don't fucking know. I know it costs $180.
Ooh.
Does she do a whole treatment? Like she sits and does a treatment with like a
I know I buy
vapor
two.
coming in, or does she
I
Nebulizer.
know
have
I
an
buy two a
inhaler?
month. I don't know.
Oh,
But I know I buy two a month.
she has inhalers or a nebulizer.
That's a little I don't think she really carry a hell that much, man, because I think she's about outgrown it. But
So she have a machine.
yeah,
Yes.
she had a little machine. She take a little treatment like twice a month.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
a nebulizer. Yeah, those
Yeah.
things make me shake. I can't do those.
Yeah, they're expensive, but those are like the best because that's gonna help her like get over it over time to be able to do less and less of those
Right.
treatments. But yeah, sometimes it
Nebulizers
doesn't. But it
are
is like she said, it's caused by inflammation, muscle tightening. It says around the airwaves. Symptoms include coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, and chest tightness. But I know, like, I was living up in Chicago, and it was horrible when I lived up there. Like, I
yeah, but
was in
when
the
you use
suburbs and everything.
nebulizer, you are
When I got to Texas,
having
it
an
did.
asthma attack. That's the difference. When you're seriously having an asthma attack,
Right.
you are straight up on a nebulizer. When you leaving hot, right? That's the big difference. Like I use inhalers. Unfortunately, I have two. But if I have to use a nebulizer, that's what happens from using a nebulizer and or going into a room where they put you in a tent. So those are the stages when you have to go to the hospital. So if the nebulizer doesn't work, you have to go to a tent. That's why I have to have an EpiPen.
Yeah.
I don't do the nebulizer because the nebulizer make me shake. So and then because of my other allergens. But yeah, the nebulizer is hospital stage. Like for she having an asthma attack, she don't even have. He said she don't use the thing, so she kind of like good because she don't use the inhalers, which is pretty cool. But at
Yeah,
the
but she was younger though. She did though. Just like as she getting older, I noticed she don't really use them that much.
right, but because she used a nebulizer at the same time, that's kind of serious because when you use a nebulizer, that means she's straight up having an asthma attack. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's deeper than an inhaler.
Uh-huh.
So it's good to
Well,
have
for
it.
my little cousins, they used to do that too, but they
Right.
had them do treatments out of it, and now they don't do it. It's like as needed, and they haven't needed
Right.
it for years in adulthood. But I think it is. I mean, it could be something that you have to use from the rest of your life, but they are trying to give you to a point with the treatments that your lungs can take that without the inflammation and different things like that.
So what was you about to ask me, Dosey?
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, since you were talking earlier about Moors and different things. I want you to give the people like 2 to 3 benefits why you would say everyone should claim their status as a Moor.
Maybe it's a nationality thing. One is because without a nationality, you really don't have no standing in law. 2, a lot of these different ordinances don't apply to you. That we can get us caught up or whatnot. You can get out of a lot of that shit. 3, is a part of history that people left out and should be talked about and should be understood. Everybody should understand it because that's who we were at one time. That's the top 3 I can come up with right quick.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know from your perspective.
Yeah. From my
Question,
perspective.
question, Darvis. Is it something you could just claim, or is it something you have to be of a certain bloodline to be?
No, it's a nationality. Just like American, it's a nationality.
So more, it's not a bloodline.
Now, don't get me wrong, they are also Moabites. And we understand how that works. Now, when we start talking about more, the way some people break it down is that these ancient Canaanites, Hittites, Moabites came up with this particular empire and it started the empire off. What I'm saying is this: as a member of that particular empire, I have the ability to use that term as a nationality. You know what I mean? Instead of using something that really don't get me nowhere.
Okay, so Israelite would be your bloodline then.
Yeah, that's more of a tribal thing. Yeah.
Okay, so Moorish by nationality,
Yeah.
Israelite by blood.
Yeah.
Copy, copy.
So, Dosey, how come you don't claim or you don't deal with the Moors thing no more? Or did I just misunderstand you? Dosey. Oh, damn, Mike must be
Sorry,
muted
what
or
you
something.
say?
Well, how come you don't deal with the Moor thing no more?
No, I think it's supposed to be a bloodline. I think I would need someone that I can claim that is in that bloodline. But as far as like nationality wise, I would say how I've always been. I think it could have a benefit nationality wise, but I mean it would have to be proven to have a benefit, and with not a lot of people gravitating to it or saying that nationality, I think we all can see that being so-called black isn't the way to go. But a lot of people have questions as far as the Moors. And we can't really point to people here saying that they're Moors, only like the government pointing to people and saying they're Moors. Would you say
So
you
we
trust
might,
the government?
huh?
Would you
Well, I
say you
said I trust
trust
the
the
government.
government?
I really don't trust much, man, but the government they never called me a Moor. I identify myself as that. They never called me.
Well, isn't the Treaty of Peace and Friendship and the Sundry Act and all those things that are part of the government?
They're not part of the government. They're laws and acts.
They're laws that are part of the government, right?
Yeah, but the government aren't laws. They look like a little different. You know what I mean? The government is the people that enforces law or protect you from law. But law is the law is law. It's something different. As far as government, them boys try to hide that shit. They want everybody to be wards of the state. But that's another whole subject. But let me ask you another question though. When you used to call yourself a Moor, you would call yourself a Moor based on a bloodline affiliation or a religious movement?
Based on nationality and bloodline. To me, your
Okay.
nationality is your bloodline.
Yeah, but like say, I understand what you mean because it can be, but it's not exact, you know? Like you can be American and your bloodline, you have bloodline that also would go out to say Spain, you have blood trails that can go to Jamaica, Africa, or whatnot. I mean,
That's more of your ethnicity. Your ethnicity can have multiple things. You can be Spanish, you can be
yeah,
of
but I'm
another
talking about,
province,
you
but your
understand that, but
nationality is normally something that you attach to family, like of those people of being like, this is the nation that we represent
yeah, but it really
because
don't have
we're
much to do
from
with
this
family
nation.
though. You understand what I'm saying? Like say Jamaican, that's a nationality. You got people within Jamaica, I mean, that have different tribal affiliations or whatnot, but they all have one common thing. That's the nationality. That's Jamaican.
But their
Same thing with
tribal
this,
is their
but
nation as
every,
well. That's part of their
but that's
nationality.
no, that's not the same thing though. Tribal affiliations are tribal affiliations. That don't have nothing to do with nationality.
I would
But
say
the tribal affiliations,
your bloodline
I know,
would
but you
have
think about it,
been.
right? If you say you got two parents, right? Both of your parents, the chance of both of them being in the same tribe are slim. But you also got four grandparents. So the chance of all four of those grandparents being in the same tribe is even slimmer. By the time you go to great grandparents and great great grandparents, you got so many different tribal connections within you. You can't really say you just this particular tribe because you also have that in you. You have that in you. You know what I mean? So a
I would
person,
just I
right?
would say your bloodline, which would be connected to your ethnicity or tribe. Um,
Yeah, and I agree with that.
it tends to precede whatever your nationality is. I'll give an example. So when we're talking about the Yoruba, right? Most Yoruba are Nigerian by nationality, right? However, the Yoruba as a bloodline, as a tribe, predate Nigeria.
Exactly.
The Yoruba existed long before Nigeria
and
was
and they
ever
also
a
exactly, and
nation.
I agree with you, and I
So
agree with you in that. Not only that, they claiming they came to that area. They weren't indigenous to that area.
But
So I
who are
understand what you're
they?
saying.
You're saying they say
But
they
the thing is
came to
though, they
that
was already
area,
there when they became Nigeria though. They
but
was already in the land. That would make them
that would be
Nigerian.
families. That would be families that came there to live there. So that's what the whole
Yeah.
point is. Like even
But
when
the
a
fact,
Nigerian moves and they have the story of their family living in Nigeria for a long time, they could say, okay, my citizenship is American and work for an American citizenship, but they
yeah,
don't
we
say
talk the
I'm just
nationality, but that's
American.
not
They
citizenship though.
say exactly their nationality is Nigerian
Exactly.
American. That's their
You
nationality.
can't be Nigerian American.
You can't be what?
Nigerian American. You can't do that. You can have dual citizenship, but you can't have dual nationalities.
But
America is a
dual
continent.
citizenship is your nationalities. Those are your
No,
nationalities.
not the same thing, Queen. They're two different things.
So what's a
And
nationality?
America is a continent, so you cannot be the continent. You know what I mean? Unless that continent is an empire,
No, but
You
a
can't just be a
nationality is
continent.
the status of belonging to a nation. So even if you
Yeah.
belong to
So the
multiple
nationality, yeah, the
nations,
nationality is the nation. You can't be part of one nation though.
no, you can be part of dual nations. That's what dual citizenship
No,
is.
no, you have
You're
dual
part of
citizenship.
multiple nations.
But you can, yeah, you can
So
have dual
I would say
citizenship, but you
it
cannot have
depends.
dual nationalities.
It depends on the politics of the country and society you live in. But
It's
I'll
law.
say
You
this: when it comes
universal
to
law.
American politics, the way American politics works is your
You mean United
nationality.
States politics?
The United States
Yeah,
politics, correct?
because
The way
remember
the
now
United
Mexico is also
States
in
work,
America, and
well,
Canada
North
is also in
America, yeah.
America. Exactly.
So
So America is a
so
continent. That cannot be your
so
nationality.
So the way the United States works is your nationality is the nation or country you were born in. Hence, when it comes to politics, right? If you were not born in the United States, you cannot run for presidency because your nationality would not be deemed American, right? Even if you
Oh,
do get
United States.
citizenship here. So
Yeah,
let's
but
say you were someone that was born in China. According to US politics, you would be Chinese no matter
no,
what your bloodline
that's
is.
not
That's
accurate
the
though.
way
That's not
Right.
accurate though.
that
No,
is
no, no, no.
how
That's not
United States
accurate. No,
politics
it's
works.
not. No, it's not.
It is. If you were
King,
according
we
to the
talk about.
US,
I
if
know,
you
but we talk about on a higher stage in the United. You talk about uniform law. You talk about.
okay, that's why I started what I was
Yeah,
saying, Darvis, by saying it depends on what country you're dealing with. I was
I know.
speaking
So
about how the United States works in terms of the United States politics.
I know you could be a United States citizen, and you could be born in China, and still be from the United States. You can still be a citizen of the United States, but you were just
You
born in
could be a
China.
citizen. You could be a
But
citizen of
you
the
can
United
never be
States. But if you
Chinese.
were born, if
But
you
you
were
cannot be
born in
Chinese though.
China, if you were born in China, your nationality would be Chinese.
If your
That's the way it
bloodline comes from
works.
China, yeah. If your bloodline comes from China,
No, your bloodline wouldn't even
yeah,
have to be. Me and my
yes, it
girlfriend
would.
could move. Me and my girlfriend, who are both American born, can move to China right now, have a baby, and that baby's going to be Chinese,
No, that
nationality
baby's gonna
wise.
be American.
No, it's not. Even
King,
if we
yes, it
give that
will.
child
Yeah, it's gonna
citizenship,
be
King,
Chinese.
that
it's
baby
going to be
will be
Chinese.
American. That baby
No,
will
it
be
will
American.
not. It can
United
get
States citizen,
American
citizen of the United
citizenship,
States.
but that baby will never be able to run for presidency because its birth certificate is going to say
That's
Chinese under nationality.
not accurate, King.
That's the way U.S. politics works.
No, 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 no. That's not accurate, King. It's not. Honestly, it's not that's not the way the law works.
Why do you think they were
So
fighting so hard to look at Obama's birth certificate? They were trying to prove he wasn't born in the U.S. so they could say he ran for president illegally. They were trying to
I know,
prove
but you gotta
this man
understand,
was not born in the
had
U.S.
I know, but Obama had family from Kenya. That's why they were going through that.
So
he died. So because they got family in Kenya, if they can't prove he was born in the United States, then he must be Kenyan. He can't run for president. That's why.
Here's the thing. They were able to prove he was born in the United States, regardless of his bloodline tracing to Kenya. So you're proving my point. His bloodline proved...
a citizen of the United States.
No, yes, because he was born here.
So he would run for president because he's a citizen.
He was born in the
U.S.
I say you in the military, right?
Hey, Darvis, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Darvis. Let me ask you this. If Vladimir Putin got U.S. citizenship tomorrow, do you think he could run for president?
Of what? United States?
If he got his U.S. citizenship tomorrow, could Vladimir Putin run for president?
Yes, he can.
No, he can't. No, he would not. No, he would not. No, he would not. No, he would not. He was born in Russia. He's Russian. He's Russian. He was born in Russia.
King, I got you. I understand what you're saying. Now, if he become a citizen of the United States, that means he had to give up that nationality. He come here and get naturalized. And through the naturalization process, he become a citizen of the United States. Yes, he can. If you say something,
that's not how it works.
Say something other than that, then King, then I'm gonna call you a liar. Look at the naturalization process. Look at the naturalization. Think about it. Think how many presidents we had here that's not from here. They may
What?
be
Name
born
one.
here.
Name one U.S. president that wasn't born in the U.S. Name one.
Listen, I say he may be born here, but not their bloodline don't start here. A lot of people came over here and got naturalized.
But
If
the
you came
the
here,
requirement is you
saying.
had to be born
Follow what I'm
here.
saying. No, listen, follow what I'm saying before you misunderstand me, right? Now, if you come here, say through Ellis Island, you come here as an indigenous servant or whatever reason you come here. You come here, you go through the naturalization process, and you finish the process, you get naturalized as an American citizen, and you can run for any office.
Yeah, but you're not a natural born citizen, which is
I
the
know, but
only
you
way
went through
you
the
can run for
naturalization
president.
process, the Queen.
But that's
You
not,
understand? Yeah.
that doesn't make you a natural born citizen. That just allows you now that you get to travel as an American. You get a passport.
No, Queen,
you get
Queen,
certain benefits.
no, Queen. That's
You
how
do
you think.
not
How
get
you
to
think
be
these
born
so-called
as
white people became?
president
How you think a white person can't become a president here? Because they were naturalized here.
because they were born here.
No, it could be. Yeah, you got. I mean, don't get me wrong. It makes it a lot easier. You got to be born, and you got to have some kind of
You
connection
do
here.
though. You have
Being
to
born
be
here
born
proved that you were a ward of this particular state. You were a ward of this country. You of this particular country. But just because you're born here don't make you an American citizen.
Yes, it does. The minute
No.
you were born here, you are
No,
automatically an American citizen. If you were
no.
born on U.S. soil, you are automatically an American.
No, Jarvis, hold up. This was a problem for Mexicans. They were getting deported, and their children that were born here were here. They couldn't just take them over to Mexico because they're American citizens. So they had
No,
to
they
leave
didn't.
the
Listen, no,
children.
they got to
Yes,
get naturalized to become American citizens, though, baby. Baby, no, that's not accurate. Queen, listen, I know a lot of Mexicans. Now, if you come over this motherfucker as a goddamn child and you get caught, they run you through the naturalization process. You either goddamn, once you make it, then you become a citizen of the United States. They can
Yeah, if you came over here as Darvis, yes, you're right. If you come over here,
well, that's what I'm saying.
Darvis, you're right. If they came,
citizen.
Darvis, you are correct. If they came over here as a child, yes. But if they were born here, no. They don't have to do that.
Yeah,
if you were born here,
let's calm down. Listen, calm down. It's not that hard. We walk you. I'm giving you an example. You can be, say, Jamaican. They come over here on vacation. Have a fucking baby while they're on vacation. Is that baby still not Jamaican?
No, that baby's American. It's American.
No. America
if they have the baby
man.
here,
America is a continent. That baby cannot be a citizen of the United States unless it go through the naturalization process.
No, it doesn't have to, because guess what?
Yes,
that baby's going to be born. It's going to be born in an American hospital, and the records on its birth certificate is going to say it was a natural born.
They're Jamaican.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter what they are. It doesn't matter what they are. What matters is where they have the baby.
It does matter, because both of them are
absolutely
Jamaican.
doesn't. That's not the way it works in this country. I'm sorry.
It does. King, listen, I'm trying to tell you some good shit, but dude, you don't gotta believe me. When we hang up tomorrow, do some research, and we get together next time we live and see what we come up with.
Hey, Darvis, you know, wait, Darvis, what was Kobe Bryant's nationality?
What the fuck that got to do with anything?
Because I'm about to prove something to you. What was Kobe Bryant's nationality?
He was born in Germany.
He was a citizen of the United States.
Born in Germany.
He was German.
Doesn't
He
matter.
was German.
He was a citizen
He
of
was
the United
German.
States.
Kobe Bryant was German. He was German. He was born in Germany.
That don't make
his birth certificate says he was German under his nationality. What's Kyrie Irving? Kyrie Irving is Australian. Why? Because he was born in Australia.
And that's his nationality. Cool.
Yes.
And that's his nationality. Cool. But what I'm saying is this: just because you're born there, that doesn't make you a citizen of that particular place. That don't make that your nation. Because you could be, like I said, Jamaican. Matter of fact, those name where your husband is, that African nation over there, Zimbabwe. All right. So now he can be from Zimbabwe. He can come over here, and when he comes to America, he can do work. He can live in America, whatnot. But that doesn't make him a citizen of the United States. His nationality.
Yeah, exactly. He has to become a citizen, and that still will not allow him to
so he have to
become
go
the president. That was the truth.
Queen, don't cut me off.
He will never become the
Queen,
president.
calm down, Queen.
No, just
calm down. Let me get this out. I know, but you Let me get what I'm saying out, and you can critique it. You ask me a question, and I ask you a question. And working like that. And I mean, it's simple. Now, he can come over here, he can live here, work here, but he would not be a citizen of the United States unless he go through the naturalization process. He still has a nationality. His nationality is Zimbabwean or Zimbabwean or however they do it. That's his nationality.
Yeah, and
Now,
once he gets his citizenship,
if you
he's
Mexican,
technically
follow
gonna
me.
be
Cool.
Zimbabwean American.
Yeah, once he get it though, until he get it, he dealing with his nationality. Now you can have dual citizenships. You can't have but one nationality.
No, actually though, the naturalization process, you will be a naturalized green card resident before you're an American citizen.
Once you finish the process, though, you become a citizen.
No,
You carry the green card while you're going through the process.
Oh, we're going through this. So no, there's a second.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so you carry the green card while you're doing that. Once you finish the process, you need a citizen.
And then the other is the American citizenship. It takes its own money. It takes its own file of papers. It takes
But
its
it's still
own
the same process. It's still the naturalization process.
No, the naturalization process is before that.
The naturalization.
That's its own money. That's its own forms. It's a whole other process other than the
so, and you get naturalized. Once you get naturalized,
hey, Darkness, do you realize you're giving away your American heritage to foreigners? You should be proud that it requires you to be born on this land to be considered an American. Why aren't you proud of that? That's something you should be championing as a more. Don't give people that
power. It's questionable. It's questionable where
whatever I'm standing on, King, is true. It's all law. I'm not trying to give nobody nothing. I'm not allowing nobody to take shit. I'm not keeping nothing from nobody. I'm just dealing with law. All right, that's it.
Man,
more is nationality. That's my
if
nationality.
you were not born in the United States, you are not considered an American according to U.S. politics. If you were born in another country,
that's not true. America is a fucking continent, man. How come you can't get this right? As smart as you is, America is a continent. All right, and Jamaica is also America. Mexico is in America. Brazil is in America. Canada is in America. All these are nationalities. All these different countries. I'm talking about a nationality. All right.
But that's his point.
God damn. No, but it's not accurate. It's not accurate. It's not accurate though.
It is
it's
accurate.
Not true. No,
you're
it's not.
Not American. Queen, if you're born in Africa.
Queen, you married to somebody who's not American.
Exactly.
You married somebody with a nationality.
Born here. But his son was born here and is American. He's just natural.
He's not American. He's a citizen of the United States.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He was born
here. I know. Go ahead, man. I know that will make him a citizen of the United States. America is not a nationality. America is a continent. It's not a country.
But he was born in this continent.
But that don't make you that continent, okay? I'm screaming, Queen. There's a lot of countries on this continent. Each nation identifies itself as their nation. That's what I'm saying, Queen.
The point is the government considers him American.
The government don't do nothing.
My son can go ahead
you got to do that yourself.
Listen, man, I'm about to turn FBA. And I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all how to really do this American shit. You're not really proud to be an American. You're not proud. You try to give it to everybody else.
No, because you just don't understand yet. Don't worry about it. Live a little bit, and you get a better understanding. Remember now, I'm 48. All right, I've been dealing with these things and these lands.
So wait. You keep talking about continent, right? You keep talking about continent. Do you not believe? So wait. So do you believe that the landmass we live on, which is North America, South America, below us, and Central America, and the Caribbean, they should all be considered one continent? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, King.
Okay, so do you believe?
You talk about direction. You confuse that with the continent. But don't worry about it.
Okay.
I
Okay.
got you.
Cool.
I know
Cool.
what you
So
mean.
do you think? So do you think Eurasia should be one continent?
Eurasia, 2 different continents, man.
Okay. Wait. So why? So why do you think it's
Because
more
it's called a
believable? Wait. Hold
layman
on.
term. Laymen
So
use those
wait.
terms because they
I
don't
just
know
want
no
to
fucking
clarify
better.
something. I want to
I know,
clarify
but
something.
laymen
Why do
use
you
layman
think?
terms. They use layman
Wh-
terms because they don't know any better.
Hold on. So why do you think it's more believable and acceptable to accept the landmass,
Man,
the United States and Brazil fall on to be
man,
connected?
it don't
But
really
why?
matter what.
But when Russia, right, or Asia and Europe are actually connected, you don't want to consider that
Russia is
one
a
continent.
country. All right, that country stems through both continents, but it's a country. All right.
Eurasia is a country.
No, Russia, I said, is a country, and it
No,
stems and it stems on both
I'm
continents.
telling you,
But it's still a country.
Asia,
Russia is a
Asia and
country.
Europe are actually connected. But you're
No
saying no,
shit.
those are 2 continents.
It
But you're
don't. But it's
saying
still 2 different continents, King.
why would they're actually
Because
connected
it
in
is,
North
King.
America
It
and
is
South
what it
America
is.
are not?
It is what it is. See, y'all young bucks always with this why shit. Why? You know, why, King?
Because it
There's a
doesn't make
continent
sense.
called Europe. There's a continent called Asia.
And
That's
there's a
what it is,
continent
King.
called North America, and there's a continent
Yeah.
called South America. And
No,
those 2 are
Exactly.
further apart than Europe
it
and
doesn't matter, but
Asia are.
it's still a continent.
And none of this
It's
is the
still a
point.
continent.
And none of this is the
And within those continents,
started,
the
Darkness.
nations that's on those continents identify themselves by their nation.
It all started
So if
as
you
what
from
the government
Brazil, you're Brazilian,
recognizes
whether you
as
call it South America or
American.
not. South
So-
America is the continent. A continent cannot be your nationality. Y'all got to know this shit. If y'all don't
Okay.
know this shit, then I'm having a conversation with the wrong people. We need to talk about this 10 years from now. If you don't got that shit by now.
Okay, so wait, do
Let's
we
move
not
on
call Europeans
Oh,
Europeans?
shit.
Do we call Europeans Europeans?
Shit.
And
That's
the
not
black
their
conscious and the
nationality. That's not their
and the black
nationality.
conscious and the black
Germans
conscious
are
community,
Germans.
do we
I thought
Listen.
you started this conversation by saying American is a nationality. So is American
No,
a
that's not what I.
nationality?
No. I didn't start
Okay,
by
so
saying
is
that, Queen.
American a nationality?
No, America is a continent. That's what I'm saying, Queen.
Okay, so what
and
is
I'm saying to you,
nationality?
even if I accept
And
that,
after you,
even
if you call yourself
Darvis, I'm gonna
European,
walk with
you
you.
have the right to
Darvis,
call yourself European, King. I don't have no issue with
Darvis,
that.
I'm gonna walk with you. Okay, let's say American is a continent, right? Is Europe not a continent?
Yes, it's a continent, King.
All right. Are there humans that we call European?
King, we'll talk about nationalities, though, man.
Okay.
All right. You
Okay,
can
so-
call
let me
people
wait.
European
Let
if
me
you
ask
want
him
to,
a question.
but
so he
European
can
is not their
clarify.
nationality. That's what we talking.
Jarvis,
Nationality.
can you please tell us what are the nationalities that are in North America or South America?
You want me to name
Either or.
all the different nations in North and South
Give
America?
us five. Give us 5 nationalities that are within the Americas, the continent
All right.
of America.
So you want 5 in South America and 5 in North America?
No, just
just
give us
5
5.
nations?
You could just do 5 altogether.
Canadian, Mexican, Brazilian, Jamaican, Peruvian, Colombian, Panamanian. I mean,
Okay, so now I
You
want
got
you
what
to
I'm
be
saying now, right?
specific. So now I want you to be specific since you just did
all right, the
all
people
South
of
America.
Panama,
Hold on. Now I want at least one. What's one in North America?
Canadian.
In North America? Because isn't that Canada?
Yes, Canada is in. Queen,
Okay.
don't ask that no more. I
Excluding
love you, Queen.
Canada and going below
God damn.
Canada, the United States of America, that nation, what's one nationality
Queen,
within
you cannot
the United
ask a
States of America?
high schooler a fucking middle class trick question. It don't work. You can identify your spot from miles away, Queen. So all you gotta do is
I just want to
suck
know
you
a
behind it.
nationality that is within
I
the
just gave you
United
it to
States of
Queen.
America.
I just gave it to you. I gave it to you. You want me to
So
say
you're
something?
saying that only Canada,
You
but
asked to give me
Canada's
one in
not
North
within
America.
the
You
United
asked for
States of America.
one nationality, Queen. That's in North America, and I say Canada.
So I just asked
Come
you a
on,
different
man.
one. Give me one that's in the United
Jamaican.
States of America.
Jamaican. We good now?
Okay, so if you're born in Jamaica, even though you moved to America, to North America or a state, you would be Jamaican. What if you were
No.
born in Texas?
No,
Are
I
you
don't agree
still
with that. You
Jamaican?
said that. That's something you agree with.
No,
That's what
I'm
you said.
asking you.
I'm
I'm
not, yeah, I
asking
know, and
what
I'm telling
makes
you
them
no.
that
And I'm
nationality.
saying no. I'm saying no. That doesn't necessarily make me Jamaican.
Hey, Darvis, if
So
I'm
how do
born
you
in New York, if I'm born in New York City, what's my nationality? If I'm born in New York, what is my nationality?
If you don't know your nationality, my dude, you don't have one. Okay?
Oh my God,
You don't
Darvis,
have a
Game
nationality,
don't do
over.
dude.
that. Don't
Game
do
over.
What you mean game over? Did you ever claim a
that. Why
nationality?
can't you answer the question?
Because most of y'all niggas born in United States don't understand that. So you call yourself a color or call yourself some other shit. All right? You can be a United States national. I have no issue with that because you don't claim it. It's your problem. Not meaning your problem, but I mean, it can give you the status as ward of the state or civil little mortals when it comes to law because you have no nationality. So law does not apply.
So even if
And
you're
you're a Moor,
not
you
a
know that,
Moor,
Queen.
so Darvis, even if you're not a Moor, even if you don't have any kind of relatives or no bloodline that is a Moor, you would say it's better that you call yourself a
Moor
Moorish
is a
nationality
nationality,
to
it's not a
have a national.
bloodline thing. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so but
Yes, ma'am.
but
Yes,
what
yes,
would
that's
make
what I say.
you? What would you claim it? Okay, so would that mean that Moors would have to be a nationality here, or is it still okay that Moors are a nationality from Africa?
The what? It's an empire, Queen.
Moors are a nationality from Africa.
It's an empire, Queen.
Exactly, that came out of Africa.
No, it didn't come out of Africa, Queen. Come on, stop that now. Stop that.
Prove it was
You started-
anywhere else. Prove it came
It
out
was
of
here. The word
Where is the proof?
America. The word America is in the word. More is in the word America.
So
And
because
Amaru in South America, the deity that everybody worshiped was called the Amaru. The name of the motherfucking place was named after that serpent.
okay, boom, the Amaru. So
Yeah.
where's that? That's in Peru, right?
In South America.
Okay, so when did the Amaru go up to North America?
Shit. Baby, it's all connected. The whole land and all that just connected. It's not a disconnect.
Jay wants to know who was the emperor of Amaru.
At different time, there were different emperors, man.
Well, what was that one? What year was that one?
Which one? The Amaru we talking about? We talking about Amaru.
Darvis, so are you saying the Moorish? So the Moorish Empire.
If you talk about
Wait,
the Sultan, listen, man.
Darvis, are you saying?
At a time.
Are you saying the Moorish Empire stretched from Argentina all the way up to Canada?
Not only that, King, it stretched all the way to the other side of the goddamn world too, the other hemisphere.
Okay, so there were Moors in Africa. So the Dulcineans point.
Yes.
So the Dulcineans point there were Moors in Africa.
No, but Dulcinea said that it started in Africa. She said it was in Africa. I said it didn't start there. I said it went there.
Give us a date. Until you can give us a date for the Amaru harvest, then,
you know what? Listen, man.
my
You cannot trap a
information that they
12th grader with a
predated
5th grade
Africa
ideology.
is the truth.
Queen, you cannot
You
trap a
have
12th
to
grader with a
find
5th grade
an
ideology.
earlier
That's
date
not really a hard question.
of them in
Cool.
the
All right,
Peru
first of all, we're
or
dealing with the
wherever
Gregorian.
the
Calm
Amaru.
down. I got you. Let me smash that little shit right quick. We dealing with the Gregorian calendar. The Gregorian calendar don't date back that far. All right? You dealing with a scholar, Queen. I love you. We Moors. We ain't supposed to be going back and forth. So you cannot trap me in that question, Queen.
So do you have any evidence of there being an empire or a civilization existing in Canada? What evidence do we have of an empire or civilization existing in Canada? Could you provide that?
What do you mean? It's a nationality.
Do we have any proof
empire.
of any monument of any
nigga,
ancient
I got you,
structure?
Man. Listen, nigga, you don't gotta have a building cannot prove a fucking empire. Stop that, King. All right. Now, the Christian Empire, Canada's a part of that. All right. The Christian Empire is what took over the Moorish Empire.
But where's the proof
From
that
the
there was
shore
a
of Jubilee.
Moorish empire? Is there any primary sources or anything that we can
Queen,
point to
listen,
show
we got
that
another
there
thing we
was a
got to stop
Moorish
doing.
empire?
We got to stop this use of, yeah, because y'all throw the term around primary source, but you get everything from a Christian. It's not primary. All right? Now, back to what I was saying. The Christian Empire, Queen, took over the Moorish Empire. All right? Through laws, through war.
What year is that?
Depending what year, which battle you want to speak about, Queen. You talk about an
The
empire, the
one
fall of an
here,
empire.
the one in North
Listen, Queen.
America, the one in North America where the
Where in
Christians
North
took
America?
over North America from the
I know
Moors.
where in North America, Queen. Because remember the Spanish came here?
You can go anywhere.
Remember?
Go anywhere.
All right, so we can deal with, all right, fuck it. Let's deal with the islands over there when Columbus and boy came here and brought this dumb diversions. When the Pope sent
Okay,
this
so
law over here,
who's the
claiming
Moorish?
everybody that was
So
pagan,
who's the
they
Moorish
claimed the land and all the
emperor?
people that wasn't. Come, Queen.
Darvis, who's the
Queen, you gotta let
Moorish
me answer the question
emperor
first.
and the Moorish
Queen, listen.
empire that Columbus took out then in North America?
Your ancestors, Queen. They ain't take nobody out. They came and brought a law. The crown
But
and the
you
church
just
got
said
together.
the
Calm down,
Moors are
Queen,
not a
Queen.
bloodline.
You gotta
You just
listen.
told me that they're
You
not
have
a
one mouth
bloodline.
and two ears for a reason. All right? Try to figure out why that is. Now, you asked me a question. Let me get it out, Queen. It's not a hard question. It may seem hard. It may seem like when I got you type thing, but you talk to a scholar, Queen. I'm your brother. I'm not your enemy. Cool. Now, when they came here, they brought a law. All right? This law was backed by the crown and the cross and the church. They came here and said everybody that was not dealing with Christianity, all pagans, all Saracens became under the jurisdiction of them, and they could seize all their lands. That's what Columbus brought here.
Right.
You
So
got
you're
me?
talking
So
about
through law, they claimed all those lands and made the people there Christians. You got me? The ones who didn't become Christians
but
became
you're
slaves or
talking
dead.
about the doctrine of discovery, which we're not. We're
Cool.
not debating
I
the
said, cool.
doctrine
I
of
was cool.
discovery.
I know, but you asked a question, I gave you an answer.
Well, no. You didn't give us an answer.
I didn't give you an answer, Queen.
Said,
You asked,
no, hold on,
you talk about
Darvis. Let
Christopher
me
Columbus.
clarify. Let me clarify the question.
All right, well, then go ahead and get your question right,
So
and then you ask it again.
you said that
You gotta
Christopher
clarify yourself, Queen.
Columbus came against a Moorish empire and converted them into Christians or take over our people. So we asked,
That's not what I said.
who was that empire, the Moorish empire that they took over in North America?
The people that was in this place they called Americana during that time, or the Moroccan, or the Almoru. These people down there in South and Central America that the Spanish brought these particular laws to. All right, and the Portuguese too, but it wasn't really backed by Spain or Portugal. It was backed by the church. The church went over the power behind it. The church made the law. They enforced it. They sent Columbus and the boy to take the paper there. Nobody's scared of Columbus, but they know who the church is. You know that could be a problem. You get what I mean?
Darvis. So
Right,
did these more
settled? Then I got you, King. I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna run from any questions. I know you can't think of a hard question for me, so I'm not running it from it, Queen. Okay. Matter of fact, go ahead and ask the shit. Let's get it out of the way, man. Go ahead, ask, man. Get it out there.
These Moors, do they follow Torah like you do?
Listen, that Moor is a nationality. All right. Me following Torah, that's a religious thing.
Yeah, I'm asking. Were they Torah following people?
No. Listen, man. Listen. They were not just dealing with Islam. They were also dealing with Christianity. They were dealing with Buddhism. They were dealing with Hindu. They were dealing with all different kinds of spirituality. There was different spiritual systems, King. Not to be confused with a nationality. All right.
Okay. I'm asking you. If you're saying these are your ancestors, why aren't you worshiping Amaru like your ancestors did?
I'm an Israelite.
Okay,
All right?
but your ancestors were worshiping Amaru. Why don't you have the same gods as your forefathers?
All right, cool. Now, we start talking about ancestors, right? By the time we go back that far in time, I must have had like 30,000 grandparents on my mother's side alone, 30,000 on my patriarchal side alone. So all these different people that made up me, they all worship different things. A lot of them boys deal with idolatry. A lot of them boys deal with Torah. A lot of them boys deal with the what they call the authentic traditions. You get what I mean? Some people may call voodoo, Santa Maria, all these different things
which
that we
one
were
of
doing.
them were
So
not
now,
dealing
when we
with
start talking about a
idolatry?
spiritual system, King, follow me. We start talking about a spiritual system. You cannot confuse that with a nationality, King.
Oh no, I'm
All
not
right?
doing that. I'm asking
All
a
right, then
different
cool.
question.
So,
I'm asking a
no, you
different
asked about
question now.
Torah and all that.
I
I'm
just,
saying
I'm
because you
trying to
asked about
figure
Torah,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which of these people in this Moorish Empire were not dealing with idolatry. Were not polygenic. Were polytheistic. Which one of them followed Torah? Where? What landmass?
Nah, but then this empire, there was something called Judaism. There's a spiritual movement that people were dealing with. All right, and they were dealing with Torah and things like that. They called it Judaism during that time. The name varied during time frames. All right, but we understand that's what they were dealing with. Those particular people. Now, I have a lot of different answers. By the time we get back that far, I probably, like I said, I got at least 30,000 grandparents. Now, whether all 30,000 of them were dealing with Torah or not, I couldn't tell you because it was before Christianity came apart. Once Christianity came in here and settled in, everybody, all these different chiefs, start changing their names and changing the names of their tribe. They all got Christian names then. So while doing genealogy, all you can go back to is the beginning of that first Christian attribute. You got what I'm saying, King?
Yes, but I'm
You
trying.
talking to a fucking scholar. Calm down. Stop trying to trap me in these questions,
Mexico?
man.
Were
We
they
can build
doing
together.
it? Were they
Let's
doing
make
it
a
in
bill.
Venezuela?
Let's keep it 100. And let's make a real bill instead of trying to trap each other up in these questions. But then I'm going to start asking y'all
No,
questions.
it's a legitimate question. I'm curious.
King, you already knew that, though.
But
You knew that.
Sachi,
I don't
that's
know
a
why you're saying that. You
law.
already know that, King.
Hold on. That's a law, Sachi, that Americans gave us in 1621. So what I'm asking is, what isn't a
First of
law?
all,
What
Queen, in
isn't from their
1621, the
perspective?
land wasn't
If we're saying,
named America.
hold on, Darvis. If we're saying we can't trust the government, we can't trust the Christians, we can't trust
I didn't say none of
any
that.
of these people, Darvis, I'm
Go
speaking.
ahead.
Hold on. I'm not talking about you.
All right, go
And
ahead. My
then we're
bad. I
saying
apologize.
that their source is the end all be all. How is that? Why can't we find our own source that shows the people that we're claiming were like a part of these Moorish empires, being like a date or an emperor that was a Moor over here? Why is that so hard in comparison to just coming up with those same laws that we all know that we have? We know we have the Barbary treaties. We know we have the peace treaty. We know we have all these different laws, even the Texas law that says Mexico is Mauritania. But again, those are all from the same source. So where is the source that shows the actual empire that existed that was Moorish, being like an emperor or a date?
You finished? All right. It was for me. My bad. That question for me?
Yeah, you can answer, Darvis.
All right, cool. Now, we got to remember something, right? When we start talking about history and these different people, these cultures, you got to remember something. These names that you hear, such as Mayan, such as Olmec, such as Hopewell, these are not the original names for the people. These are contemporary writers applying a name to historical figures. Those were not their names. Now, during the time of the founding of this thing they called the United States Inc., Washington wrote a letter to the Sultan of Morocco in London apologizing for not paying the annual tributes and told him that next year or they're gonna pick up basically in so many words, we got you next year. Now, that tells us two things. One, that the United States made him the president, or he became the president of the Constitution, or United States Inc. And two, they were paying tributes to the Sultan of Morocco in London. So now you got a Sultan name, you got a Moorish Sultan name, you got proof that we're paying tributes to it. So now we should be good with that, right, Queen? Which I know you already know this. You were Moor. That's why I be saying, man, this must be a trick question, because I know you know this. These like the basic question everybody know the answer to. It's like y'all want to, I don't know if y'all think I don't know the answer to it, or y'all trying to trap me.
Wait,
Not
you
posted
said the
around my
Sultan,
brothers.
the Sultan was in London, you said?
Yes, that's what I said.
Where was the Sultan from?
The Moorish Empire.
Okay, but where in the Moorish Empire was he from?
I'm not exactly sure, but I know he was in London during that time.
Yeah, I was by way of where? That's where I'm curious. Like, where was
I'm
he
not
before
exactly
he
sure,
was
but
in
I'm not
London?
exactly sure, but it's not hard to find out. We can find it out. We can find out together, or you can do your own research. However you want to do it, King. But we do know that he was in London during that time.
Has he
And what
ever
time
been
is
in?
that again?
I don't know where he been there, King. I wasn't traveling with him. I didn't
I'm
know him
saying what
personally.
time is that? What time
All right.
period is it again?
All right, this is during the founding of when the acceptance of the Constitution. So this had to been like what 87 or 89, somewhere in that era, because it just became the United States.
Wait, you said what? 87.
1787 or 1789, the 2 years of the Constitution.
Oh, okay.
Ah, shit.
I was a little confused.
Don't worry about it, King. We got it
It
now.
would have to. It would
be
have
good.
to be in the 1770s though, because America was founded in
That's what I said.
1776.
All right, cool, King. All right, we know. So you know, 2 years. This Constitution came out. It was done twice. All right, one was the United States. One was the United States Inc. That was a corporation that was moving. We got that part,
Okay,
King.
is that
All right, so
after
we both know that. We both
1776 or is
understand.
that before
Listen, man.
1776?
Listen, man. That's no. That's irrelevant. That's really irrelevant, King. Now, another thing we got to keep in mind: the Gregorian calendar, when it came into effect. When it came into effect, what year it was when it came into effect, and what year it became once it got into effect. Because you look at these documents, you find out, according to some people, they claim they added like 580 some odd years to the calendar when they brought that particular calendar in. Before that, it was the Julian calendar. Same thing. When that calendar started being used, it added a lot of time to different people. So if you was a part of that empire that was affected by that calendar, the old calendar you was using was like out the door. You start telling the time totally different. In fact, in some cases, you start telling it in reverse. So when you're dealing with
So we have the
technology like that, you got to be
Islamic
careful.
calendars. So you could tell it in Islamic time, and we'd be able to convert it. We have the Islamic calendars.
Yeah, but there's so many different Islamic calendars. All right, we got to keep that in mind too. And we were dealing with the Mayan
Well, why
calendar.
don't we use one
Here.
of the ones that are dated
Because
to
here
the
we were dealing.
primary
Yeah,
source?
calm down, Queen. The primary source is a Christian. He wasn't on Earth then, so he's not really a
No,
good
but
source.
what about the
Look at that
Moors?
current-
Where are the Moorish primary sources?
I just told you what it was, Queen. This was going on during that time. Around that era, a new calendar came in. So when you start dealing with dates, you have to be careful because when the Gregorian calendar came in, they got rid of damn near from 1200. They got damn 17 something. That whole piece, that's about like 500 some odd years just missing.
So what
Like
was
the day it may, like right
one?
now, maybe goddamn. It may say the day is motherfucking November 30th. And tomorrow we bring a whole nother calendar inside there. And instead of being November 31st or the 1st of December, it's the 1st of June. And a year is 3 or some shit like that. and next year is 4. Yeah, that's 5. By adopting this calendar in, because we're telling time differently now, if I were to write a story about what's going on during that time, it could be confused. Because some people were studying our culture during that calendar we call the Gregorian calendar. But a new calendar came in and threw shit off. So by the time we done used this calendar down there 100 years, and we start looking at the dates, you can't find it 2023 because the new calendar came in. That's what I'm saying, King.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what's a sign of a Moorish empire? Like, for example, right? When it comes to the British Empire, a sign would be English-speaking
The
territory.
fact
When
that
it came to
America's
the
paying
when
tribute
it
to it,
came
that's a
to
sign. Cool, I got you. I got you. I got you, King. I got you.
hold on.
You ask a question?
Hold on. I'm gonna get to it so you can understand a little better.
Oh, you trying to ask
When
me a
we
trick
see places that were controlled by the Mongols, right? They spoke Mongolian. When we see places that were controlled by the
Man,
Romans,
somebody called them people Mongols. They didn't call themselves Mongols.
Hold on. When we see places that had Roman influence, we're close. Sorry.
Smoke the whole blunt, man? I smoke the whole blunt? Oh, shit. I ain't read. My bad. Piece of the panel, man. I apologize. Is my mic working? Peace. I might have fucked up. I'm at something. Chew, is you there?
Sorry, yeah, I'm back. I had to handle something, but yeah, no, like
My
I was
bad.
saying, when it comes to places where the Romans control, right? We'll see like Latin being spoken. We'll see different Catholic influences later on. Example, like every empire, they got some sort of fingerprint they left on wherever they control. So when we're
Cool,
talking about
exactly.
places the Moorish Empire control, what was something Moors left on the people and territories they control that we could say, oh, we know the Moors were here?
Cool. No problem. Now, you answer the question yourself. You said the language Latin. We understand that the Romans didn't come up with that language, Latin. It was called Moorish Latin. So that's proof that this people were there. It was a lingua franca throughout the empire, and it was spoken all over the empire. Not meaning that's the original language of the people in different places, but it was lingua franca. So everybody still understood that language when it came to communicating with everybody else.
Okay, so when it comes to the Amaru, whatever year that they had an empire in wherever portion of America they went into, we should, whether it's in Canada, whether it's in North America, whether it's in South America, we should be able to find primary sources that were in Moorish Latin, correct?
There's a question? Because
Yes.
I never said it was Amaru. I never said Amaru was an empire.
We've been asking, but you did say that the
But it seems like
Moorish
you trying to
Empire
trap your boy up, man.
But you
I
did
never
say
said
that
that.
the Moorish Empire speaks Moorish Latin, right?
Yes, I said that. That's what I said.
So we should be able to find primary sources of this empire that existed throughout Canada to South America in Latin, correct?
Cool. You will get a example of the Latin being used. That's that what you asking me?
But no, that of a primary source found in America of Latin being used.
Green, this term primary source, we gotta go back and evaluate that again. I'll say
Why
that.
is it
Now,
because we can find
Latin. Let's get back to
a
Latin.
thing in archaeology, pretty basis, that it's like something that we know originates from here, but they were using Moorish Latin.
But you don't know.
It would be
And I got
before.
you. And I
It
got
would
you. I
be
got you. I
before
got you, Queen.
1700s. It would be before the 1500s, because it would be before Christopher Columbus even came here.
But he was a Moor too.
But what? That's irrelevant.
Yeah, I know. So he was a Moor. So that in itself would be proof. All right, and the fact that
Wait. Hold on.
America,
So if he was a Moor, if he was,
let me answer the question, and then you ask your question. You got me, King? I don't have no issue with answering any question I can answer, King. Honestly, the best of my ability. That's all I can do, and I don't have no issue doing that. But if you ask me a question and she cut me off before I answer your question, ask me another question, then I got to stop and answer her question, and you cut me off. I never really get through the shit. It seems as though y'all got me on the hot seat, or trying to do something negative to your brother. I come here in peace, and I understand y'all trying to trap me. Maybe you just don't know, or maybe you know and just trying to trap me. I don't know what the difference is. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I can answer the question. It's not a hard question. I don't have to run from the question. Every plant in North America has a Latin name. That's proof.
Is there a source that shows that? A primary source?
Any book of a botany. I think it's called a botany, isn't it? Whatever it's called.
That's
Botany,
not a primary source. It happening after the fact.
Queen. That
okay,
is,
but listen,
that's a source. Whether you call it primary, what you call primary is not necessarily primary. So what you call primary for some reason, what these crackers come and tell you, these crackers may come here and tell you that it's writing on this goddamn wall that your brother probably wrote that motherfucker when he was a baby. They come in, yeah, this is, and give it a name and give it, and we realize that all these sources, these so-called archaeologists gave all these names they put on these people were lies.
Okay,
we understand that. So that's not a primary source. Archaeology is not a primary source.
All these names they put on things are lies. So what would be a good thing is to have an actual Latin source from 1360 that shows all the plants in America in their Latin names. Like that's what we're saying by primary source. Then if that's a proof.
Queen, I understand what you're saying, but what you're considering it to be a primary source is not a primary source. It's some shit that a person who wasn't even on Earth during the time gave you or came up with and wrote in the book, and you read that book.
So that don't make it primary. How do we know just because you read a book that says it was Latin that Latin people were here?
Because we all can agree because you deal with herbs. Because you deal with herbs. I understand that y'all deal with herbs. And you understand most of these herbs you talk about, the original name is Latin. You are more, you deal with law. Damn near every fucking law original name is in Latin. Would you not agree with that, Queen?
What does that have to do with the Moors?
That's proof that language was here. We were talking about the language, remember?
Yeah, you're talking about botany.
Yes.
And who?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, botany. Listen. I'm not y'all fucking enemy. If y'all ask them, all right, I'm gonna answer one more question, y'all, and then I'm gonna ask y'all a question back. In order, all right, we do it like that. Cool?
No problem.
All right.
Okay, so I just want to understand when we're looking at things like the Mayan script, the Aztec script, the Incan script, when we're looking at these ancient writing systems found over here, are you saying they were writing in Moorish Latin? When we look at the actual primaries of their writing systems? Because those are actual primaries of the languages that were being spoken and written in by the indigenous people here.
Cool, no problem, King. Now, what you would call a Mayan script is not accurate because there were no people called Mayans, first of all. So there's no script called Mayan script, King. All right? These people who told you that shit, they weren't even on Earth during the time, King.
Wait,
and that shit is not even ancient. All right? I'm your brother.
So the Mayans are the Moors. Just a real quick question before
there are no such people as Mayans, Queen.
So all I'm asking, so you're saying the Mayans, the people
More.
that Mayans
And you
are
were more, you should understood that. Let me ask you a question, Queen. Now I answer yours. Now let me ask you a question. Who was your teacher when you were dealing with Moorish history or Moorish Science Temple, whatever? Who was your teacher?
I knew that was coming. Multiple.
You know I'm gonna question because I wasn't about to go.
I mainly listened to Taj Tariq Bey.
So you really ain't had a teacher, you just listen to Taj. Is that what you're saying? Because I know Taj didn't tell you no shit like that.
Tell me shit like what?
That there was a people called Mayan. Or that there was no Moorish Empire. I don't think you learned that from him.
No one said that there was no Moorish Empire, but I
But
don't
that the
remember
Moorish
him
Empire
saying
was
that
not here.
Mayans are Moors or anything, because Taj Tariq Bey has always been a teaching that the Moors come out of Africa. You're the only one.
No. Queen.
No. Taj Tariq Bey
That man ain't never said no shit like that.
Jarvis.
In fact, when that man came here, I
Taj
talked to him on y'all panel.
Tariq calls this whole landmass that you call America Northwest Africa. So every Moor that I've always known teaches that we're out of Africa. This would be the first time I'm hearing from some American Moors that are straight. Oh, everything starts in America, then goes to Africa. Said no, none of the teachers ever. So this would be new. This would be very new.
It's not really new because I talked to Taj on your platform. And he told you that the people of this land, these Moors of this land are indigenous to this land. And he called it Morocco. People called it.
Exactly.
Also identified as that. There were many names of the land, but Morocco was one of them. It was the name of the empire.
It was connected
and
to
the empire,
like most people believe.
And it is. It just got water. Half the motherfucker flooded out. If you suck the water out the Pacific Ocean, you go down and you find out there's a continuous landmass. You go all the way across, Queen. Same thing with Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, so whether or not we want to call the people Mayans, let's just say the people indigenous to Central America. And when we look at their writing system, are you saying if I pull up a picture of their writing, you're going to tell me that that writing is Latin?
No, what I'm going to tell you, like I told you last time, before, you know what's so crazy? I hate because you dealing with a 6th grader trying to trip up a 12th grader. King, what I told you was that lingua franca was Latin. We understand what lingua franca is, correct?
Of course.
Now, within the Moorish Empire, there were many different languages spoken. And I said that also, King. And I know you heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out where can I find primary, where can I find Latin being written on stones, tablets, or paper over here, like I can find other indigenous writing systems here. I can find other writing systems here, but we can't find any Latin being written over here.
King, you ain't look hard enough. Maybe you ain't look hard enough.
Can you show us?
Like I told you, Latin was a lingua franca. All right, there were many different languages spoken in this empire.
Cool, but can you show us? Can you show us any Latin at all?
Can I show you one on a cell phone?
Direct me to where I can find some.
Huh?
Direct me to where I can research it.
Like I said earlier, you can go to any dictionary, any etymology dictionary, King, and you will see it. Now, you can go to these different scholars, and they all will agree that that language, Latin, was also spoken here. If they could be honest with you. Don't get me wrong now. I got to make sure I correct that. Everybody's not going to see that.
They're not going to show any pre-Columbian Latin text over here, though. They're only saying that they can find pre-Columbian Latin text other places that talk about here. And the truest is correct. It has the languages that are indigenous to here.
And Queen, so I have no issue with that. I understand that, Queen. I said Latin, follow me, was a lingua franca.
Okay,
that's what I said, Queen.
So that was a prerequisite. So we look at these. I already answered your question, so you can have another question after me. So what I want to ask you,
answer the question you asked just now.
No. I
When we
didn't
talk
ask.
about
I didn't ask a question yet. Because you're not giving us an actual source to point through that is a pre-Columbian Latin text that is found in America. That's what we're asking for, but you're not giving us that. So now we're moving on
cool.
to the next point. So, you saying as far as, yeah, of course, the Incan text, what people consider Mayan text, so on and so forth, aren't these actual people, and they're actually Moors. So what civilizations that were here would not be considered Moors? And how do you constitute a Moorish empire versus a non-Moorish empire?
Finish.
Yeah, that's
All
my
right.
question.
All right. So because you said a lot. Now, what exactly is the question? What are you asking me?
Okay, are the Incans the Moors?
Cool. All right. Now, what I would say, Queen, there were no people called Incans.
Okay, are the
All right,
Aztecs the
but there were
Moors?
Moors down there.
Okay, are the Aztecs the Moors?
There are no people called Aztecs, but there were
Okay,
Moors over there in that area that was supposed to be
okay.
inhabited by Aztecs.
So, and we already went to Mayans. How about the Olmecs?
There were no people.
Okay. So we're getting okay.
So
So
we
now
getting nowhere.
is
We already understand that.
every no,
All I'm trying to let you know, these names that you're using came from scholars that told you a lie. You were told a lie by a fucking liar.
I get that.
Those names
Okay,
didn't exist to the people.
Jarvis. Now my
Now, I'm not
question. So
saying you a
my
liar.
real
I'm not
question
saying
is
you a liar. I follow right quick,
I
right? I
understand
follow
that.
me. But
My
30 more
question
seconds.
though is
All right, well, let me
every
get this out right
empire
quick though.
here
Yeah,
is
but you gotta let
every
me finish talking before
empire
you ask me
here a
another question,
Moorish
Queen.
empire? But Jarvis, that wasn't my
Queen.
question. My question was in the
I know, but I was
beginning,
in
and
the
I
middle.
had
I
to
was middle. I
preference
was
it
in the middle
because you
of
didn't
talking, though,
answer.
Queen.
So
I know
my
you cut me off, the
question
Queen.
is
But Queen,
every
Queen.
empire here a Moorish empire? And if it's not, how do we know or differentiate which ones are Moorish and which ones are non-Moorish empires?
The name.
The name that the European gives us?
The name of the empire, not the name of the European give us. Name of the empire. There was Moors that were Europeans.
Okay, so you don't accept the name Mayan, Incan, or Aztec, but you somehow accept the name Amaru. You know it's the same scholars that gave that name to
No, the people
god.
call that.
It's the
No, the
same.
people
It's
call
the
that. The
same
people.
scholarship.
It's not the same. No, it's not the same because them people
It is
identified
the
that.
same scholarship.
No,
They
man. These people, listen, that name came from the people. The people called that deity that.
know they called their god Amaru.
Yeah, their God, yes. Yes. Cool. All right, then.
My mic went out. I didn't hear what you said.
Maybe it should. You ain't doing it no damn good anyway.
He said the people called their god Amaru there, but we'd have no
They
evidence.
call that deity that.
Darvis can't show us any evidence of them calling
Because
their
I'm on a
deity
cell
that.
phone, but
He
you
wouldn't tell us that.
don't worry about
If
it.
you
I
pick up
got
a
you.
cell phone and look up where Amaru comes, you see someone from
We went through it before. Now there's a
1780.
book called The Origin of Names, and you can find it, Queen.
All I'm
There's a book
saying
called
is
Origin
the
of Names. You
same.
can look it up on
So the origin of name
archive.org.
is written by someone from Amaru, or is the origin of name
Queen,
written by
I gave you the name of the book. It's
historian?
called it was called The Book of Names. You can download it or you can Google it, however, but that's a source. You can deal with the source. You don't like the motherfucker, you don't like the source, but it still is a source.
All I'm
If you
saying
like the
is the
source,
same
you
way you're
accept the source.
saying they
If you
weren't
don't accept the source,
alive.
you don't accept the source, but it's a source, and you can deal with however you want to deal with it. I didn't write the book, Queen.
The same way you're saying they weren't alive to know that they call themselves Mayan, Incan, or Aztec is the same way I could say, well, they weren't alive to know they called their god Quetzalcoatl or Amaru or anything else. You can't have it both ways.
Quetzalcoatl and Amaru were written down. These names
Written
like
down in
Mayan
what? Written down in
these
what?
names like
Written down in
Mayan
what?
and
What were they?
Hopi and
What
all
were they
that.
written down? Wait.
Listen,
What were
man.
they written down in?
You shut the fuck up. I'll tell you, King. Calm down. It was identified in their temples. These deities are
Okay.
simple.
Written
These them
down
that were
in what
dedicated to him.
language?
They identify
What
the name of the deity.
in
So
what language?
man, that name is a name. It don't matter what fucking language you speak. Your name, if your name is Tyrone in English, your fucking name is Tyrone in Russian, your name is Tyrone in Spanish, your name is Tyrone in Hebrew. Tyrone is a proper noun. It
So
does not change.
Quetzalcoatl.
All right? Come on,
So
gang.
Quetzalcoatl is
You know what?
Moorish
I'm not answering.
Latin.
No. You know what, man? I'm not answering nobody weak ass questions. Give yourself 5 minutes, ask and think of a good question, then ask it. All right?
Okay, Darvis, which one of these books? Is it the books by Jill Gregory and Karen Tintori? The Book of Names? Is that the correct author that's on the screen?
I'm trying to be able to see it. Anyway, though, look at the blue book. The first one right there. Maybe the last on your side or the first, whatever, but the blue one right there, you got highlighted.
Okay, the Book of Sacred Names.
Yeah. If not, when we finish this right here, I can shoot you a PDF of it. I have a PDF of it, so don't have a book cover.
Okay, by Jacobus G. Swart, correct?
No, hold on. Matter of fact, give me a second. Let me look at my thing. I got the book.
Because first I want you to know that this is from 2011, if this is the case. It's nowhere near primary, Chris. It's nowhere
Nigga, the
near
primary don't got nothing to do with a date. Who told you that? You understand what a primary
How
is, Queen?
can you say?
How can you say
Did
you
he
laughing
find
at them? You
someone
said,
in
I got this
2011?
book is burning.
Someone in 500 BC was calling their deity a name from a book from 2011.
No, Queen. The book in 2011 will talk about the deity that they called back then. They were writing about
So
something that
where
happened
is
back
the
in history. They
primary
wrote it in
source for
2011.
this
That don't mean it's a
deity?
lie, Queen. Where do you get that from?
Where's the
You
primary
ain't got no
source?
books at the time when Amaru was ruling. There were no books that we got now that dated back in those days, Queen. You should know that.
Hey, Darvish, you doing all right, my brother?
Man, I'm good, King. I'm good, King.
I just
Can't
came in to
complain,
check on
man.
you, man, because I see them slap you around like a goddamn
Slap me around.
ping
They
pong.
can't slap a
Yeah,
guard.
they slap you around like a ping pong ball up here, man. I
No,
just
they
had
ask a bunch of relevant questions. You know how y'all sixth graders is talking to a 12th grader. For every question asked, I answer, no problem. And I'm talking about like this because it's simple questions. But now I noticed you came up as if you got a question. I would love to slap you around. Or I would love to box around with you, though, my dude.
Yo,
So
chill.
get him a real question.
punch drunk. You're
Give me one
punch
of them
drunk
questions.
right now.
Give me
You're
one of them
real
questions I
punch
can't
drunk.
answer. After one of them questions I can't answer, then I can salute you. And I tell you, you know what? I don't know, and I'll get back with you. And I will tell you later, you know what? You got that one because I didn't know. But now if you ask me a question I know the answer to, that's not slapping nobody around. You ask a nigga 1,000 goddamn questions, and I answer all 1,000 of motherfuckers like that right there. That doesn't mean they threw blow but never landed. Because if it landed, I wouldn't be able to respond to it.
I think I got knocked out for a second, but by the StreamYard. But nah, I ain't coming up here to ask you no questions, man. But I think the jig is up, though. I'll say that much. The jig is up, Darvis.
Hey man, listen, you would probably think a lot of shit, King. Because your mind's so young and you in the stage of you right out of puberty. And so much new shit getting brought to your attention. It's like a whole like a man when he's stuck at first shot of putty. I'm talking about your mind just explodes. And I'm stage in right now, King, and I understand it because I've been there 20
You
years
gotta
ago.
go look at these puberty ages again. He is not straight out of puberty.
I'm just fucking with Jay, man. Man, I done started drinking, man. Yeah, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all now, I done started drinking now, so.
But
I
okay,
mean,
we know.
yeah, I
Good
hope
But
they
now, I
got.
know
I
Darvis,
what
hope
I'm
you
they
doing.
haven't given us one thing from the actual people in itself. You tell us we
What the
can't.
fuck I'm gonna give to the people?
Wait,
And what
you
what
tell
do you,
us
what do you
we
ask
can't
me?
listen to certain people because they're Christians or they're from the government or whatever. But you're giving us nothing but those people as sources.
Queen, you asked a question, I gave you an answer. If you want a source behind it, You asked? I can probably give you a source off top, but I'm on a cell phone.
Yeah,
It's not hard,
what we've
Queen.
been
So
asking for
now,
is any pre-Columbian Latin, Moorish Latin text that's found in America. So before Christopher Columbus, give us a primary source of Moorish Latin in any part of America. Any.
cool. Now, I heard the question. Now, what I'm trying to make you understand, Queen, is that Latin was a lingua franca. All right? It was spoken over there in Rome. It was spoken over here in the Americas, but it was a lingua franca.
Yes,
You got
but
me?
you keep
So now
saying
that
here
means,
in
follow.
America,
Be
so
quiet,
I don't
Queen. Be
care about
quiet, Mom.
Rome,
You asked the
Jarvis.
question. Let me answer the question. Calm
Okay.
down. I'm going to walk you through it. Now, being that there's a lingua franca, that means that the actual indigenous people that was speaking around here, they may have had their own languages, which you find that there was many different languages spoken throughout the Moorish Empire. I said during a certain time, Latin was a lingua franca. Arabic was also a lingua franca. Hebrew at one time was a lingua franca.
Well, we just
English
need any
was
proof
a
that
lingua
any
franca.
of them,
I said,
any
now,
of them were
but I'm telling
found
you
here
this.
before
Follow me,
Christopher
Queen.
Columbus.
Be quiet 1 second. Now, so when you're dealing with lingua francas, you ain't gonna find the lingua franca being used in indigenous cultures, speaking amongst themselves. They use their language they're using. So you may find a Hebrew there, you may find Ojibwe there, you may find many different languages. But what I'm saying, there was always a lingua franca that was used for trade. We dealing with other people. Now that lingua franca is a language that changes over time. You know what I mean? Like it may be used. Say Hebrew may be the lingua franca in this year. 10 years, they may come up with a different lingua franca. It may have been Latin.
Dulcinea, do it keep knocking me out of the stream? Dulcinea?
Yeah, it looks like you keep dropping and coming back
Oh,
in.
it's this damn StreamYard app. All right then.
But Darvis, I think the point is going over your head.
And Lord Queen is going over your head.
No, it's
And
not.
and the question you asked is so silly. I'm like, well, damn, I could have sworn my sister was smarter than this. Way sharper than this.
How is it
I must
silly
have
to ask
misunderstood
for?
the
How is
question.
it silly to ask for a
I said, I
primary
must have
source
misunderstood.
of
I said, I must have
people
misunderstood the
speaking
question
the
because it
language
sounded.
that you say is
I
here?
got you, Queen. That's what I'm saying. I must have misunderstood the question because I thought you were asking me to show you proof of a lingua franca that was used before Columbus, or Latin used before Columbus here
No,
in the
the
Americas.
proof
Is that
is
what you
showing
asking
that
me?
it was being used here, though, Darvish. You keep saying it was
Who?
used in America, but you're going to point me to a primary
I
source
don't.
that's in Rome
I
or somewhere else. We're
don't see.
asking for a
Don't see.
primary source that was found here.
There is none that I have right now, not on hand. Like I said, though, when you cut me up just now, I was saying I wasn't sure. Maybe I misunderstood the question. I was saying that maybe I thought that you said show you a primary source of the language Latin being used here before Columbus, and I said if you understand lingua francas, you'd understand that a lingua franca is a universal language that everybody uses based on trade or communication. And that's not necessarily the language of the people. So if you talk about over here, you're looking for primary sources of languages that's being spoken over here, you will not find a lingua franca. You'll find a language that they use. That's what I'm saying, Queen.
Okay. So
All right.
we're down to square one that there's no indications or no proof that anything is Moorish here, which
My Queen. All right. Whatever, man. You know, I'm gonna talk to Taj because obviously Taj did a terrible job. I don't know what's going on with you lately, Queen, but you want some different shit. And I'm not knocking it. The mind does what the mind do. When we start living with information, we gravitate to whatever make us comfortable, and we search for information. I'm not knocking that. And you're searching for information, you will run through a lot of different cultures, a lot of different movements or mysteries. And so I'm not knocking that. All I'm saying is, being that you used to fuck with Taj, then Taj spoke about it a lot. That's all I was saying, Queen. So I said, you know what? I need to holler at Taj because I remember talking to him one day on y'all panel, and we was talking about a similar subject. And I heard him say that the people here are indigenous to here. I remember him saying that on your panel. So if you missed that, you probably just missed that one. But if you go back to that same little thing, rewind it, bring it back, and look at it, you hear him say it. So you can go back and ask your master teacher what made him say that. Ask your master teacher for a source because that's your teacher. I'm not the teacher. I'm not nobody's teacher. I don't
When
have the
I
credentials
talked to
to
him
be
before
nobody's teacher.
was supposed to have my debate with Lex that he dropped out of. And I was like, oh, I was asking him about what's better for the community, being Pan-Africans or to be Moors. And he said his advice was they're the exact same thing.
You said that's his advice?
Yeah, he was saying don't debate one or the other. They're the same thing.
I guess a lot of Pan-Africans would be more still. So I guess I can understand that, why he would say that. I can't disagree with it. But one thing we do know, after that flood, people from over here went in over there and populated that area. And being that you were dealing with the Moorish Zion Temple, you understand the Circle 7 the way Noble Drew Ali broke it down also. I don't see what the problem is. Noble Drew Ali, he had the credentials to say, you know what, I'm a teacher. Taj, he can say he's a teacher. I'm Darvis. I never claimed to be a teacher. I just know what I know. That's it. You may disagree with it. I don't have no issue with that. You find something that seems flawed, we can talk about it. Maybe you misunderstood me. Maybe I misunderstood it. Worst case scenario, I learned something I didn't know. I don't have no problem with that. When I
It's
go around
not
these
a
channels, I
horrible
go
thing,
around looking for
Jarvis,
information.
and
So
we
I would love to learn
definitely
something. So if I
enjoy.
said something wrong, show me where I'm wrong at, and I can go ahead and correct that. And I would appreciate it because I can
We
use that
definitely
now.
enjoy having these conversations with you, Darvis. I think the only thing is that there's more primary sources needed to prove some of this stuff.
I now have no issue with
It
that.
sounds like
All
you're
my,
just saying
I
it.
have an issue with that. I have an issue with that, and I can say, you know what, you can be correct. And right now, I'm not in a position to actually bring up a source. Like I said, I'm on my cell phone, so I can't really bring up a source. But I understand what you're saying. Now, like I said, for that little the book of name thing, I can go ahead and figure a way to send that to you because I got that inside my Google Drive, and you can check that out. You can agree or disagree with the people who did it. I didn't write the book. I'm not the author, so don't slap me because you get mad what the author said. I'm just the person who read the book also and showing you the source. And you take it how you want to take it. Now, my issue is with this thing they call primary and archaeology, with these bastards that bring their ass from Mars or where the fuck they came from, come here and write books to their own people to speak about what the fuck they see here. And we pick up these books that they wrote to their people, and we use them as so-called primary sources. And we find out later on that this shit was a lie.
But that's
So
what
we
the
found out
Moors
that
are using, Darvis. That's what the Moors are
Queen,
using.
Queen, listen. And I'm not saying that there are not Moors that are doing that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Moors is an empire and a nationality. Now, just like Jamaican is a nationality, there are Jamaicans that say things that ain't true. There are Jamaicans that say things that are true. But that don't take away from them being Jamaican. That's what I'm saying, Queen. I'm not here to verify whether this Moor telling the truth or this Moor is lying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm here for. I'm just telling you, the way I use the nationality, I have and applied to myself the term, excuse me, as a nationality. That's it. You got me? I'm not here to speak for no more science temple. I don't know no other more good enough to say whether they lying or telling the truth. So I'm nobody's judge. You can come up with a lie, you can find sources to back up the damn lie. You can find the truth, and there's sources to back up the truth. But it's down we dealing with the battle of sources. And we know that most of these sources we use are authored by some people that wasn't even on Earth during the time. They look at our ancestors' work and they put a name on it. They even try to put a date on it. They use methods that would debunk, but yet we still take it. And we call it primaries because we got the actual archaeology report. We got the original source of the lie. And we pushing it and we using it as a source. And yeah, it can be called a source. That don't necessarily mean it's true. Do it.
But all that can be said about more Darvis.
Queen Moore is a
Saying the
nationality.
whole
We agree that's a
argument
nationality, right?
against Mars.
Yeah, cool. Now, if you can say that Moore is not a nationality, then we could debate that. But we talk about the Moors and what the Moors did, whether they were right or wrong, the books they wrote. I'm not here to verify or debunk nobody's writings. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm talking about this nationality. That's it, Queen.
But
We got
where's it
liars
proven
out this
that it's a
motherfucker with all kinds of
nationality?
nationalities.
Where's it
All
proven
kind
that
of,
it's a
huh?
nationality? Where is Moore as a nationality? It's like you brought up Jamaica. Jamaica has a country. So where's
Yeah, and it's but
proven as
Jamaica's
a
a nation,
nationality?
and then the people of Jamaica have a nationality, and the nationality is Jamaican.
Okay, so where are the people of Moore that have the Moorish nationality?
You're talking to one.
Okay, so where's the landmass?
The Moorish Empire, which
Which is
fell
where?
right here. We standing on, Queen.
So now answer my other question I had. So is that all the whole American continent is the Moorish Empire?
I couldn't say, and I'm not gonna sit there and tell you something that may not be true. I can't say the whole continent was part of the empire, and I'm not gonna say that because I'm not sure. Maybe it was, seemed like it was, but I can't say for definite. And I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. I'm not gonna give nobody no fuel to come back 10 years from now and say I lied about saying this. So I can't say. And that's a good question. And I'll salute you on that one. Because you finally asked me a question that I cannot say.
I asked you that.
I know, but all the rest of the questions
Jarvis,
is bullshit. Now I say now,
I
and I
asked you that
salute you on that.
before, but
And I Queen,
okay.
I said I
Peace,
salute you on that
Nitro.
because that's a
Peace,
question that I
peace.
cannot answer. Factually, not to satisfy myself. I cannot say that this whole continent was part of it. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I'm not sure. But it's a good question.
I wanted to chime in on this conversation. Um, and the reason I'm why is because when it comes to the whole Moorish thing, I look at it like a game. Not itself, but I'm gonna use this as an analogy. You have people who claim like to be Bloods, but never was really in a set, never went to a meeting, they don't have a big homie, like they didn't learn the history of the gang. They learned it from other sources outside of the actual gang itself. So when it comes to this, I honestly feel like it's not people's fault. Like we all are kind of forced to find information the way that we got to find it. But what I end up realizing is that it's a lot of interpolation about what makes someone Moorish. And like I did a lot of Moorish research about the history and all of that until I actually got into a Moorish science temple. And every temple not the same, so I want to start there. But you do have elders in these temples that actually preserve like the true origins of the movement and where it came about.
So
So
not to cut you off, King, would you say the whole American land mass was part of the Moorish Empire? Because I
You
can't answer the
definitely
question.
cut
Would you
me
say?
off. So let me finish my point before I get into that.
We ain't finished though. Can you
Um,
answer that question? We ain't finished though, King.
all right, yeah. When I'm done, I got
I
you,
got
and,
you.
I
All
might
right.
I
And
might
that's cool.
answer it. You know what I'm saying, while I'm getting into it.
And
So
that's even
I
better.
think I think a good way to for everybody to get on the same page is that a way, because I learned from elders, like elders who their teachers were made adepts by Prophet Noble Drali. You know what I'm saying? The elders I learned from, I think he like 80 something now. You know what I'm saying? He joined the temple in the 70s. You feel me? But anyway, the let's start with this. We're not gonna go into history like way back when, because that makes it kind of confusing. So let's start with the actual movement. The Moorish Divine and National Movement was created in 1913. It was kind of developed out of the Canaanite temple. The issue at that time was that you had an Arab influence that was coming into America, and they were trying to teach people Orthodox Islam from the East. When Noble Drew Ali and some of his comrades were developing the temple, the purpose of the temple was to develop a body politic. So a good example is basically what happened during World War II. What you had a lot of the Jews that were, what I'm saying, in the Holocaust. They had to create a process for them to be removed out of that situation politically, because when it comes to territories, boundaries, jurisdiction, other nations couldn't get involved in that situation without invading Germany, without invading certain places. And even then, they still had to have a way to interface with that certain ethnicity that were calling themselves Jews. So what they did was they created a body politic. And that body politic was a small group of people that other governments, at that time it was the League of Nations. It wasn't the United Nations yet. So the League of Nations was able to interface with that smaller group. That smaller group was picked by the larger group or the larger population of Jews. That smaller group ended up being who they placed in power to become the Israeli government in about 1947, somewhere in that time frame. So a lot of the things that we see present day still stem from that body politic using religious codes and statutes and the Bible and all these different things to establish themselves. So I want to say that to lay this premise on what I'm about to say. When we talking about Moorish American, the nationality is Moorish American. All right. The descent name is Moorish. It can be considered an ethnicity. It can be considered a culture, but Moorish itself or Moor is not a nationality. That is a misnomer. They got taught during the 60s when you had a lot of the peace stones that were getting locked up in the 60s and 70s. A lot of the peace stones were getting locked up. And when Jeff Fort was converting them to El Rukins, they started learning other alternative information that wasn't being taught in the temples. And there was a lot of that going on since the 30s when Elijah Poole Bey became Elijah Muhammad and started the Nation Islam. You had a lot of these different offshoots that were taking the information and using it in their own way. So when he created when he created the movement, it was a religious movement, and then he changed. It was a it was civics. It was about civics. He changed it to a religious movement, and in 1926 that's when he incorporated it using the Hertz Revised Statutes in Cook County, Illinois. So y'all can go look them statutes up right now. And what he did was, if you look at the Constitution, the Divine Constitution and Bylaws, which are the 7 acts, all of those acts were used and created as a template from the Hertz Revised Statutes. So Hertz Revised Statutes gave you the template on all of the requirements that you had to meet in order to basically be uh, a law-abiding organization under ecclesiastical statutes. So the same way churches, mosque, all these different entities don't use those statutes, but they use ecclesiastical statutes. So him being able to do that incorporated the movement under the First Amendment because you had the freedom of religion. The Holy See did the same thing a year later in 1927. This is documented. Y'all can look it up. You know what I'm saying? So this is 1926 and 27 around that time is also when he released the pamphlet called The Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of the World. When he was changing the construction of the movement, he changed it to the Moorish Science Temple of America. You also had the Moorish Temple of Science, and then he still kept the Moorish Science Temple the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, but he removed the world from it. So you had certain charters. He created 15 original charters, and then by the time that he passed or transitioned, he had about 30 to maybe 31, 32. Excuse me. So to this day, you still have people who try to use those charters to say that they still are in line with the legalities of the movement. However, the way that the movement was structured, it was structured just like the American government. So you had three bodies, just like you got the judicial, the legislative, and the executive. You had the same thing in the temple when they were conspiring to take over the movement. Some of them weren't honoring the offices that was getting held. So you had Edward Millie Eel was appointed as the Supreme Grand Sheik by Noble Drew Ali, but you had members at that time that did not want to acknowledge him. So there started to be basically a split going on in the movement at that time. And you had different groups and sectors that were taking their members and teaching them other things. So this is when you have the reincarnated temples getting started. This is when you have the Dingle brothers. I think they were like twins or brothers. They were saying that they were the prophet reincarnated. You had other groups like Kirkman Bay and all of them taking their groups in different directions. So the movement started to split in the late 20s, early designed to be a body politic that eventually morphed into a government, but it never reached its full maturation because people first at that time you got to think a lot of people couldn't read and write. So when they were getting into this movement and learning things by hearsay or learning certain things at the literacy level that they had, some of them didn't understand the political science, the structure of how the movement was supposed to be ran. And you can still see that to this day. Some of them are extremely church-like, others have no type of spirituality involved in them whatsoever. They're just political. This is how you get your Malachi Yorks. They started learning things. Tyreek Bay, he know exactly who. If I was to talk to him and mention certain elders, he was in the movement in the '80s, so he know exactly who I'm talking about. Um, so a lot of the misconceptions and the misunderstanding comes from the lack of. It's like I said, in a gang, you have big homies that can teach, and some don't teach correctly. Some of them are got taught by the people who were conspiring against the movement to take a chunk of it for themselves. And I luckily I was when I got into the movement, I was very like ambitious. I asked questions, I studied, and I also took trips. I went to Newark, New Jersey, to one of the original temples where the movement got started before they moved it to Chicago. So I went up there to a Moroccan ball where they wear Moroccan costumes, they eat, they dance, they sing songs, they show old pictures. I met Sister Seraphim and Brother William. They were like in their 90s or some shit. Like when I met them, it was extremely old. You know what I'm saying? Um, there's a lot of things that I hear in the public that I know the elders that's in them temples ain't telling people. So it's not that people are wrong in what they saying. It's just that, like I said, before I got in the temple, I found out about a lot of that stuff. The secure party creditors, the Al Marak, all you find all this stuff on the internet and books. It's everywhere. But it's a difference when you're talking about the nationality aspect of it. That the nationality has to be conferred by an entity. So it's the equivalent of someone saying, they're claiming the Songhai Empire and their nationality is Songhai. That doesn't exist anymore. They when the it said in the movement it says nationality is the order of the day. So when they started carving lines and creating chunks, those people in Africa still kept their tribes, but they had to be able to synchronize themselves with the national government in that place. So the issue, I would say the misconception about it is that you can talk about Moorish ethnicity, but when it comes to the nationality, unfortunately, because the movement is all out of whack, no one can just make themselves a Moor or more. I'm not gonna say a Moor, but Moorish American. That is a nationality. You have to be a member of it. They know that. So that's why they don't go out here on the streets teaching trying to recruit people. They understand that there's a power behind it being registered within the government that we in. Um, so yeah, I mean, I can dive into it all day. You know what I'm saying? Like I stayed up late on the phone. I made all my meetings. You know what I'm saying? I went to holy day meetings. I went to Sunday schools. I did all that. You know what I'm saying? Because I was seeking the information at that time. The reason I got out of the temples was because the elder that I was being taught by, I didn't feel that he really was as good of a leader as he should have been, being in the movement as long as he was. And I don't blame him. I got a lot of empathy for the brother. But I didn't want it to stagnate my journey. My journey wasn't to just join a team and be that forever. I want the truth. So in that movement, I got to talk to a lot of elders, and they kept it real with me and told me a lot of different things from their perspective and what they knew. And it was a blessing for me to be able to put a lot of this together, talking to different Moors from different sectors across the Moorish diaspora in America. And you don't hear any of them talk about Moors of antiquity, meaning you don't hear them talking about Europe. You don't hear them talking about the Almoravids or the Mardi people. That, like, none of that has anything to do with how the organization is created and ran. So it's a form of interpolation, and everybody can learn from that, because the template that Noble Drew Ali was using can be still replicated and used to this day. He had Moors voting in Chicago in the 20s. He had over 3,000 Muslims in the West Side Temple. And they had an alderman. His name was Oscar De Priest. Y'all can look this up. And what they were doing was they organized themselves because they said through the Constitution, involuntary servitude is illegal. And the term that was used to denote someone who was involuntary servitude was Negro, Black, Colored, Ethiopian. They had used all these terms to disenfranchise people. So what he was doing was he was saying that Moorish American is your nationality. So using that, you can go and cast a free national ballot. And what he did was he started to organize them and say, all right, we're going to have a representative and we're going to create a district. And it was where people on different sides of town in Chicago, because he had I think like two or three temples in Chicago. They were able to organize and actually cast ballots. He had the Morris Guide. The Morris Guide was an actual newspaper, a print. He had a print press company. You know what I'm saying? So they created their own newspapers. He used those newspapers to spread the word to all the Moors, not just in Chicago, but in Pennsylvania. They had a temple in Virginia. It had a temple in all different type of places, and it was 15 main temples. So a lot of this history is still there. You can even go look at the FBI records that they have and find some of this information. But some of these elders got them in shoe boxes, and they ain't letting the people get it because they know once it get out their hands, it'll hit YouTube, and then everybody will start changing it and acting like the gatekeepers of the information. So they ain't letting people know some of that stuff unless you become a member and you make your meetings, you get your nationality card, and you pay your dues. That's how they are. And I've talked with some of them. Some of them are extremely stubborn. Some of them are waiting for people to join the temples to learn the information, to go back out and tell people what's up, because this ain't their age. They don't care about YouTube. They barely know how to work cell phones. You know what I'm saying? They're going to teach you how to tie your turban when you get in there. They're going to teach you about your fez. They're going to teach you about your buttons. Like they're still very traditional in the temple, because the mission of it was not to make everybody a Moorish American. That's why one of the chapters in the Holy Quran is that there's different nations of Asiatics. That's how he explains it. Everybody's not a Moorish American. Everybody's not a Moor. You know what I'm saying? And he lets that be known. He was only calling people who, from out of his voice, his words, he said, I'm calling leaders. I'm calling those that want to know about their nationality. You know what I'm saying? And he had different religions. Everybody was not a Muslim. A Muslim was a status, but everybody wasn't Islamic, or Islam is no. You had Christians. You had Native Americans. The Hebrew Israelites had their own sector that was Moorish, the Zionist Moorish temple that was in Harlem, from Malachi, what's his name? Mordecai Herman. He was a rabbi. You know what I'm saying? They had established a whole different sect of the Moorish paradigm that was based off the Hebrew doctrine, because it was all meant for the upliftment of people. It wasn't meant to make us more religiously indoctrinated, teach people how to drive with no driver's license and no license plates. Like, that wasn't the point. The point was to create a body politic that eventually grew into its own government, the same way these Native American tribes with $5 Indians on the reservations have their own government they can confer sovereignty to its members. So I just want to clear that up. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I love the conversation, but I also know that it's very crucial information that's being held back because them elders is not telling people that. And I've had long arguments and debates with them that they letting people crash out here, not telling people this stuff. And some of them know it, but this is the leverage that they use to try to make people join the temples. And some of the elders want younger people to go out there and say what's really going on. That's the issue. You had a takeover and it was infiltrated. And the infiltration, the people who did the infiltrating had generations of people that they were teaching false information. So it got so out of hand that a lot of the elders didn't see the need to clean it up. They just try to keep everything in their own little house. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like if y'all got any questions, you know what I'm saying, I answer them or whatever.
Jarvis, are you still up?
Yeah, I'm here,
Yo,
man. Peace, 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 peace. I did the Moorish Empire. Now we're not talking about the movement. We're not talking about that movement. We're talking about the empire. Did the empire encompass the whole continent of Americas? Well, I'm not sure. I'm just curious. Maybe you can answer it. Somebody asked me the question.
are you saying from like a jurisdiction aspect? Like,
Yeah.
it depends on whose perspective. I mean, if you ask someone that didn't identify as a Moor, they would say no. But if someone was a part of that empire, that entity, they would probably say yes. It's just, again, it's like anything. It's like you had Asians that came over here, so they could easily say that the Qi Empire or the Siberians, did their jurisdiction also control all of America? They probably would say yes. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. The application of trying to use those old, like, it's so outdated. Like there's no way you can take that and then try to apply it to today and it has something we can move on.
Yeah, but that's not really the purpose. We were talking about that. We were talking about did the Moorish Empire. You understand? You do agree that there was one time an empire.
It had, all right, so you have like Arab Moors, you know what I'm saying? You had dark and light Moors. Like it
Yes,
wasn't
and I
just
agree with
one
that.
stock. So you had different types of Moors. You had Moors that got converted that were not Moors until they were converted into being Mohammedans. That was another
Yeah, but
term
those
that they used.
Mohammedans, those not. Yeah, we're talking about the
They were
empire though.
no, trust me, bro. They were used synonymously. And when anytime you
Cool, I
dealing with
understand that. But
scholastic work, they were used synonymously.
and
So
I got
so
you, and I got you.
you feel what I'm
What I'm saying
saying?
is the
So
actual
no,
empire.
I got you. So even when you talk about the Americas, you can't say that the Apache were Moors. You can't say that groups in Uruguay were Moors. Did you have more
Cool.
people who were Mohammedans, spoke Arabic, or were under those traditions that came? You most likely, yeah, but they did not. I did like by the time they were here and mating with people, they were not living in them same cultures no more. They didn't identify that. Somebody else might have came from the outside during the expeditions and said, "Damn, they got certain symbols and certain words and certain like the way they dress or the way they tie their hair up is similar to this group over here." But a lot of that was just left up to perception. You know what I'm saying? Like
Cool.
what we know we can prove is that there was a Moorish empire in Northwest and certain parts of Southwest Africa, and it extended into Europe. And when they even were linking with the Ottomans at certain times, there was a clash. A lot of the pale Arabs did not like the way that the Northwest and just Africans in general were revering or practicing Islam. So that's why they created their own city to go pilgrimage to. And at first it was in Libya. You know what I'm saying? It was Fezzan. And then they created Fez in Morocco. So they didn't have to go over to Medina because they was getting treated racist. The same way you see today. They just turned around like 200 Nigerians that tried to make a pilgrimage over there and they turned them around. So
Cool.
you know what I'm saying? You got a lot going on when it comes to that. You
Yeah,
feel
and
me?
I understand. And I understand what you're saying. So when the question was asked to me, I said I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't want to give a definitive answers because based on the information I have, I can't say. So,
No, yeah,
what
yeah,
would your
that's
answer be
accurate.
to that question?
I couldn't. Same as yours. I
All
can't.
right,
I
cool.
couldn't
All
say
right, I
that.
got
It's
you.
just
I got you.
it's just like saying do like I said, the best way when you talk about groups of people is from what we know is like gangs. So it's like do Bloods run the streets or do Crips? Like you can't say. You get what I'm saying? It's not one of them things. It's just like definitive. Like yeah, the
Exactly,
Moorish
and I feel the
Empire
same way.
ruled all
Now,
of America. Like no, and nobody's gonna go for that. You know what I'm saying?
listen, and I got you, King. I feel the same way.
And then I'm looking in the chat, the round table talking about I'm rambling. Nah, bro, I like shit. Y'all been on here 5 hours. Shit, I just wanted to get my little 2 cents. You know what I'm saying?
But you're gonna have people that don't quite understand it, and they're gonna comment on things they don't quite understand based on emotional response. They'll say some shit or say some things that they think may be true, or what they found in the side of a book, and I can't knock that. Some people have sources that make them say that yeah. Some people have sources that say no. But like I said, I myself I cannot say, and I'm gonna have to stay with that until I get further information or proof. I don't want to say nothing to put my foot in my mouth or nothing like that. So I'll just say I don't know. I gave salute to the queen for asking the question because it was a good question, and I don't have an answer for the motherfucker.
Yeah, I haven't found any type of evidence that would substantiate that the Moorish Empire ruled all of America. That's wild. That sounds like something a Moor would say. You're like, yeah, we ruled the world at one time. You know what I'm saying? A
Yeah,
lot of, especially when you
Those are
have.
things that Morris say.
No, I know. Trust me. Like I said, you ask a Chinese person,
yeah, but
they'll
there's a
tell
lot
you
of Moors.
yeah, they
All
ruled
Moors
the
don't
world
say
at
that.
one time. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them type things. But what I can attest to is that when it came to a certain type of educational enlightenment during certain periods, that Mohammedans or Moors were the spearheads of that. And that's why when it came to a certain way to defeat certain caliphates, defeat certain waves of Moors, they had to burn them libraries. Because at a certain time, you got to think when the Europeans that's what the Dark Ages were. The Europeans were just fighting and not educating themselves. So, and this is after like Constantine and all of that was going on. Once Islam got started, a lot of the Africans that were getting converted into Islam, a lot of them were very educational. So they created mass libraries to compile the information to stop a wave of forgetfulness from happening. You know what I'm saying? So this is what they were able to take into Europe and use to create education. You know what I'm saying? To help build cities. When you get into like the architecture, the styles of architecture, you can tell they traveled. You can tell they went around and worked with many different tools. They were very smart, very, very intelligent when they went up there. The issue was they started to amalgamate with the same people that they were telling the world or telling, the other end of their empire that they were going to save them. They started mating with them. They started drinking with them. They started taking on their ways. So this is when you had certain waves from North Africa and like Morocco and Mauritania. They started to go into Al Andalus to basically um re-civilize them. Like, hold on, y'all getting off track now. We came up here for a mission, y'all tripping. That's what started going on. And you had a lot of the pale Turks or Ottomans that were also going into that side of Europe. And a lot of the Moorish men were having babies by them. So this created a rift with the more orthodox Islamic groups that were in Africa. They also fought other groups that may have had like Aminism, so they kept some of their indigenous ways, but they also practiced Islam, which just means peace. So some of the more orthodox groups were fighting and banging on them too. So it was a lot of war going on at that time, but education is what separated a lot of that from going on. That's who you knew who were the leaders. And some people abused their education. They knew some of those indigenous groups didn't read books. They didn't do all that shit. They lived off the land. They studied nature, and they knew that. So some of them would use that to their advantage and use their I guess you could say disguise as a merchant that allowed them to get into a lot of certain territories and have influence. So it's not a real cut and dry black and white thing when it comes to the Moorish Empire. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it was imploded from the inside out because, again, to be a Moor was to be a Mohammedan. So you could be from that area all you want to. If you wasn't keeping your deen, if you wasn't tapping your head on the ground 5 times and doing all that, the Arabs who established that culture were culture banging. It wasn't about the creed of Islam. They were using their culture, their Arab culture, to subdue a lot of people and tell them that you're not pure, you're not really aligned with Prophet Muhammad and all that. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of that going on. So yeah, it get real tricky when it get into that because a lot of people leave out some of them details about what made something a part of the Moorish Empire. You feel me? Because some people would say it was the Berber Empire. They wouldn't identify it as Moorish. You know what I'm saying?
Peace, King.
So, no, peace. So yeah, it get tricky. It's a lot of different like little perspectives. Cause I mean, like I got like I for people I don't know who in here might be familiar with like Atlanta, but I grew up in Stone Mountain. I grew up with a lot of like foreigners. You know what I'm saying? And one thing they always would talk about is that the pale Arabs would look down on their form, how they viewed Islam. Like they always felt like they had to venerate their religion a certain way to be accepted. You know what I'm saying? And the history shows when they, like I said, when they created Fezzan and they wanted to pilgrimage to other places outside of Medina, it shows that they just because you was Islamic, that didn't mean that the Arabs in the East was going to accept you. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing when it comes to even a lot of those Moors coming over here, especially in the 1700s. That was a totally different group at that time. The empire had failed. So those were the pale Arabs and Moors that were intertwined with the Sultan at that time. You know what I'm saying? And they were the ones that was acknowledging America and trading and writing letters to say, hey, y'all got some of my people, you know what I'm saying, enslaved on them plantations. They work for us. You need to bring them back. You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of that going on at that time. Like cut and dry as we, looking back in the past now, we look at it that way. But when I see somebody say, you just said all Moors weren't Muslims, though. No, but again, people still could, they could identify you as a Moor. You didn't have to be a Muslim. But if you was from a certain place, to them at certain at times, you were a Moor. You were Moorish. It was just that simple. So you had a lot of them converting, especially when they got kicked out of Granada, when they got kicked out of Seville. That's where the term Morisco comes from. It was a convert when they converted you to Catholicism. So they still identified you as a Moor, but you just wasn't Islamic no more. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's very ambiguous at times when it comes to certain things, and I feel like there's a there's a unity in it once we kind of all connect the dots a certain type of way. It's a unity and understanding that the same way when people saying we all not black or we all not African or like nobody's 100% nothing. Like you know what I'm saying? Like people are admixture. Even if you have somebody that's Igbo and Fulani, those are two different groups. So if they have children, those children are technically mixed. You know what I'm saying? Like we all mixed with something, goddamn. Like it ain't just that. Like we gotta stop ethnic banging on each other and really understand this shit is about the haves and the haves nots. You know what I'm saying? It's about the like they say in the temple, it's about the lion and the lamb. You feel me? And
So
once
do
we
you have
understand,
to
oh,
tie
go ahead.
back? Do you have to tie your line or your lineage to those people before you start claiming more?
No, nah. What we say claiming more? You mean like from a nationality aspect, or like,
Yes, is it a national? You said it's not a nationality, right? So it's a bloodline?
all right? So you have, well, let me say this: Moorish American, you don't have to connect your bloodline to those people. In the movement today they give a criteria of who would fit that. So they say the ancient Canaanites, the Moabites, the Hittites, the Amorites from a Abrahamic faith aspect, but also it said that people who were labeled as Negro, Black, and colored from 1779 until 1865 during the time of slavery. So it's basically an umbrella, just in case you couldn't find who your family was. Then if you got labeled as those terms, then you can identify as Moorish American within the movement. You can't just claim it yourself, but you could do it that way. Now to be Moorish, you can be from Europe. If you find Moorish family that came over here in Europe, then you can identify as a Moor. Being recognized as a Moor is something totally different. Because in today's time, like if you say, "Oh, I got family that's Ghanaian," to politically be recognized and have that status, you have to get recognition from that government. You know what I'm saying? So you would have to go to Ghana, have them recognize you as a citizen, and hopefully, I'm not sure how they work, but they might give you bilateral citizenship. So then you could say, I'm a Ghanaian American because I have citizenship from Ghana and I also have citizenship from America, and I can trace my ethnicity to that place. You get what I'm saying? That's how you would make it a full
Is
circle
it
thing.
more the same with Morocco?
So you had well, it was a more vast than just that. So you had Morocco, Mauritania, Algeria, Tunisia, like you get what I'm saying? So it would be more from that aspect. You would have to go and find exactly where your family from, go to them governments, get recognized, and then come back over here and maintain your citizenship from that aspect. So that's how that would work, you know what I'm saying? But most people ain't finna do that. They, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of times it's a social thing. And these days, you're socially immoral. You know what I'm saying? By your belief system. Um, like I said, some people got Moorish ancestors. So I'm not saying that, but to really just walk around claiming it and for people to respect it, you have to be recognized by the entity who would say, well, we are still descendants of those people, and this is how we represent ourselves today. If you don't get recognized by them people, then it's more of a social thing.
Peace, Big Chief Top Cats.
What's happening, Top
Peace.
Cats?
Peace. I'm slow motion. I'm just listening right now.
But yeah, like I said, I went through that. I went down that whole rabbit hole, and it forced me to just do some damn genealogy, man. Like, cause you gotta know who you are. Like, ain't nobody got no 100% nothing unless you know what I'm saying. You prove that ain't nobody just all Moorish. It was like they had different empires. They had different little stations that you know what I'm saying. Like they was moving totally different than how we move today. You know what I'm saying? So people that's kicking that are taking advantage of people's ignorance, not understanding how it worked back then, and then even how it works today. You feel me? So
Okay,
is
so
that
that's what I was asking Darvis. In the Americas, how do we know which empires were Moorish and which ones were not?
you would so the fairest way to do it is first understanding what made somebody Moorish, and that's why I was saying you would have to be a Mohammedan from a cultural aspect. Um, it during that empire's time, the empire was Islamic. Now, from an ethnicity aspect, you had different groups of like the Tuaregs. You know what I'm saying? Like you had different groups within the group. You get what I'm saying? Like tribes, basically. So ethnicity, from an ethnic aspect, you could connect yourself to those groups. But to say in America that those people were that, you would have to prove that they were Mohammedans. You would have to show a connection to those tribes in that area that were a part of like the Berber empires. You know what I'm saying? Like again, when Benjamin Franklin and all them created the Navy, they created that Navy to go over there and fight them folks because they was getting held hostage when the British stopped paying them tariffs for them. So being able to reverse engineer and show a connection to that, I would love somebody to do that, but I ain't seen it. You know what I'm saying? They still got a parade, a festival that they do in South America, I think it's Central America somewhere, where they give reverence
You
to
mean
Moorish people.
Moros y Cristos, right?
Yeah. They helped them fight against the Spaniards and the Christians, but they don't say that they were that before they came over here. So that be a lot of, you know what I'm saying, interpolation type shit. So yeah,
Darvis, are you sleeping now?
No, I'm still here, man. I'm still here holding on, Queen. I'm still holding on.
Well, you hear what he just said as far as the
About
empire,
what?
right?
About what?
So would you say, because Darvis says Mayan, Inca, and Aztec are Moorish empires, would you say that's correct, Nitro?
he said what empires?
The Mayan, the Inca, and the Aztec are
All right,
Moorish.
well, that's cool. I got you. I
Did
said
you
that.
not say
I
that?
said no. Listen, follow me. I said that there were no people called Mayans, Aztecs, Incas.
But I thought you said they're
That's
the
what I said.
Moors.
Those were, huh?
Are they the Moors though?
Yeah,
Okay. So would you
yeah.
agree with that, Nitro, that they're the Moors?
I'm willing to learn something new. Darvis, are you saying that they identified themselves as Moors?
Now, what I would say is there was a part of this empire that went around the world trading and was called the Moorish Empire. That's what I would say. Now, all people that was Mayan weren't seafaring people. All people that have descendants of these particular people that they call Mayans, we know weren't Mayan, but those all their descendants weren't necessarily considered as Moors. But what I would say is that those empires were considered as Moorish empires during that time, a certain time. Like I said, the Moorish Empire thing had a due date and an expiration date. It became an empire at one time and it ruled as an empire for a time, and then it fell. That's what I would say. I said the empire that the Christians came up
What
with.
time frames? What time frame would you say this was in?
All right, now that goes back to these map things. I said, now, excuse me, I ain't said map. I meant to say these calendars. When we start talking about these time frames, we understand that there were different calendars that weren't used during the time of these writers. Like say the Mayan calendars. At one time we used the Mayan calendar, but at one time we adopted the Julian calendar. And at one time we adopted the Gregorian calendar. There were different calendars that was used. So when you start talking about chronology and dates, it can get a little tricky. I'm not
What
adept
about
enough to be able to
relative?
goddamn
Could you
convert
compare
into
that era of time to something else that was going on at the same time?
yeah. During this time, these so-called Mayans, the time of these so-called Mayans or these so-called Aztecs, there was something called the Moorish Empire that were doing trade all over the world. Now, within the Moorish Empire, there were a lot of different nations that were doing their own thing. We got shit from, we sold shit to, we brought shit to, we got shit from. That's what I would say. It was a trade thing, and we doing trade. I can't say exactly. I'd be lying if I say all over the world, but you understand what I mean.
Yeah. So from your perspective, would you say that the trading made them Moors, or were they trading with Moors?
Because I'd say they made them more because they've been under a particular banner, and that banner was Moors.
All right, that's kind of where the roles would split. Because this was something when I was doing my research. Um, I felt as though Europeans were trying to monopolize the history of trading, being seafarers. Like just even from children. Um, like we don't really get told about how like migration patterns, how everybody was traveling. When you kind of hear about the trade, the slave trade, you just usually think about boats, Europeans being able to travel over here and find something out. So I can understand how somebody can get to that conclusion that way, but I would have to disagree with that. If let's say they were trading with some people that were identifying as Moors, just trading with them wouldn't put them under that banner. That would be colonizing. That means that they went to the Americas and um
I
colonized. But
don't agree with
again,
that. I don't agree with them boys went to America. I feel as though they stemmed from Americas, and we went out there carrying goods and trading goods.
and look now that's where the mixing of like narratives it get blurry at that point
And
because
I can agree.
like I said, to be in more at a certain time, if you got G checked, you better know some Arabic. You better know the Quran. You better be able to recite. You know what I'm saying? Like they were very strict on how they were able to identify themselves and their way of life. So
And I
not
would
being
agree.
able to
But see,
so not
all Moors weren't Islamic though.
but now hear me out. This is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Showing the cultural connections. For instance, you have scholars that can trace like the Aztecs, their language to the Egyptians. You can put symbols and words side by side and show connections. That wouldn't make the Egyptians Aztecs. That wouldn't make the
exactly,
Aztecs Egyptians. You get what I'm saying?
exactly.
To
All
for
that
us
means
to
and all that means they dealt with each other.
and again, you keep searching to find the proof. We can, you know what I'm saying? We can draw those conclusions, based off of that. It's very similar, but there could have been an entity in between them folks that was able to trade it. Like we just don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's the beauty of going to find it and not really just jumping to conclusions at times because it can lead us down very incorrect rabbit holes. You know what I'm saying? Um, so that's like I said, I'm always open to learn something new. I ain't read that. You know what I'm saying? I hear people talking about it and saying it, but I ain't seen no proof saying that at all. Like because again, um, the people who identified it at that time as Moors, even when they went places that weren't in this direction, let's say if they traveled back east, they have cultural things about them that is easy to pinpoint and say those are Moors. And it was deeper than just wearing a fez. I see sometimes people say these were the Moors over there enslaving people and killing them. The fez was used as a religious and a political headdress.
And
So
I'll
it
agree.
so it wasn't just that you were Moorish. It was used as an Islamic headdress at times, or it meant that you were a bey, which made you like an official, like a government official, somebody who
A
might have been
nobleman.
elevated in Islam, but you had say so, you had pull in that certain area. You dig what I'm saying?
I
So
agree.
um yeah, these type of things is just like we gotta find the proof. You know what I'm saying? And ain't nothing wrong with, you know what I'm saying, just throwing shit against the wall and seeing what sticks sometimes, but it gotta be said that that's what's being done and not being said definitively about what it is and what it ain't. You know what I'm saying? Because again, throughout the Americas, it was a variety of cultures,
Exactly.
and they did not all speak the same, walk the same, have the same oral traditions, none of that shit. So even then, somebody would have to show where were mounds being built over there in Africa at that same, just with the same techniques, the materials that was being used, how they was building cities, how they were constructing their religions, how they
Yeah,
were creating their pantheons.
and you can find the connections though. Every dig into them, you can find the connections between the people over here in the Americas and those people over there in Africa.
But I'm saying knowing where it came from is the thing. Like there were dragons over here. They got dragons in China. Motherfuckers
Yeah.
talking about dragons in Africa. So that don't mean that,
Yeah.
oh yeah, we all got like now, like there could have been other references that they might have shared that from. And then here we are, thousands of years later, just connecting dots. And them dots might not be meant to be connected. You feel me? And that's why what I was saying about keeping them libraries, the shit they destroyed over here too. They destroyed a lot of information. They changed a lot of, especially when you get into Central and South America, they made it socially cool to mate with Europeans and have mixed babies and give up your culture, give up your language, give up all of that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of oral traditions got lost in that reprogramming and brainwashing. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in Georgia. We got mounds in Georgia. Bro, they don't teach us that shit when in eighth grade, when I was in middle school, everybody had to take Georgia studies. When we was in Georgia studies, they don't teach us nothing about the Etowah Mounds, the Okmulgee Mounds. They didn't teach you nothing about none of that shit.
No,
I
I
had to
agree.
learn about that, and when I
Same thing
got
here in
grown.
Carolina.
You said what?
I same thing here in the Carolinas.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's those things like when you get into that, like for instance, archaeology, like scholastic archaeology, you can say is anywhere from 150 years old, and it was disguised as archaeology, but it was really necromancy, and they started around the 15th and 16th century. So you can say anywhere from the 1400s to the 1800s is when they start digging up bones, talking about, ooh, look what I found. That's not long enough for us to be able to concretely say that we know what we think we know. There's still a lot of room. It's a high ceiling for us to get this shit right. Cross-reference it, use case studies, have more clinical trials for this shit. You dig what I'm saying? There's a lot to be learned. We like they haven't dug up my dead ancestors and tested them to see what's what and what it is and what it ain't. You feel what I'm saying? So it's still kind of early in the game for some of these dots to be connected because we haven't paid for certain excavations and expeditions from sources that we trust to do a lot of this work. You feel what I'm
And I also
saying?
agree with that also.
Yeah. So that's where when it comes to from the Moorish thing is like I said, that's why I started the way that I did because the historical aspect and how it can be used today for us to move forward are two totally different things. Two totally different things. And to be able to recognize the validity of them both is gonna help everybody get on the same page. It's just too much confusion and dot connecting it ain't really meant to be connected. Just it's too early, man. Like a lot of the Africans are still learning about their history. Like I said, I grew up with Africans. So when everybody be acting like they just got this unbroken chain of history from the beginning of time, that shit cap. That shit cap, bro. And it's used to really belittle us for not knowing ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure that even if Morocco and Mauritania, if a lot of them understood what their ancestors did to their own people based off of skin tone, based off of them not fully converting to Islam, based off them not wanting to just submit to the Ottoman Empire and the Arabs in the East, I'm sure they'll look at their own shit a little differently, but they don't know. Everybody is ruling their own people. That's the game. They pointing at them folks over there across the fence while they taking shit out your pocket. You feel what I'm saying? That's everybody got done like that. Same here with the tribes. It was tribes selling each other. You know what I'm saying? So when everybody try to say the white man or the this and the that, bro, it be our own people. That's the most effective way to finesse a motherfucker is your own people. You know what I'm saying? So that's when you look into that empire, that's also a tale of two stories. You feel me? It imploded from the inside. It
And I
wasn't
agree with
just
that.
solely based on
More and more war.
somebody else. Yeah, it was people that was selling their people out, giving other people the sauce. Like, look, if you want to get them folk, this is how you do it. Just don't tell them I gave you that. It was a lot of that going on. So now everybody playing good cop, bad cop with their own people. You got families in Africa that are still rich from the slave trade, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I don't the way the slave trade thing go, man. I got so many different contenders to get that against that, so I really don't subscribe to that whole thing, King. I understand there were people that was enslaved. I understand that. You had people being enslaved all over the planet. You also had a lot of prisoners. A lot of them were bondmen. And a lot of them people had an actual nationality that reflect slave. You get
Well,
what I mean?
yeah.
So
Hold on, let me
you also had like Slavic people.
I want to find this article. Great. Cause I had brought this up before, but now I'm just gonna go ahead and pull it up. I don't want to do the semantics. Not saying you are, but conceptually, what I'm saying is that when you had human trafficking, they were commercial. It was commercialized human trafficking. I'm not saying nothing about the numbers and the whole narrative. What I'm saying is that people capitalized off that shit and they did it so good, the wealth lasted until today. They were able to create vacuums of power in certain areas that to this day we thinking like we got like we all saw the same imagery growing up about how if you donate 75 cents to Lil Vanessa over there in Africa, you can change her life. These power vacuums were created by families, corporations as we know them today, companies, and they kept their foot on their own people's neck while pointing at outsiders and foreigners. So it's the smoke and mirrors gang that to this day, them folks still rich as hell ruling their own people. I'm finna pull up a story about
Yeah, but
a
that's everywhere though,
Nigerian.
man.
Hold on, was a slave trader. Yeah, they got statues of these folks over there. Her name is it says my great grandfather Nwabani Ugugu Ariaku He was a slave trader who gained power and wealth by stealing other Africans. You know what I'm saying? He was a renowned trader. So her story made it to all, like, she got all type of shit in the BBC. They made a little goddamn documentary for Saudi. They got a statue of her folks over there. You know what I'm saying? And
I hear you,
regardless of
man.
where they got sent to, that's what I'm saying. I'm not getting into all that. What I'm saying is that the commercial human trafficking is a real thing, and that shit's still going on to this day.
Yeah, it was going on since the beginning of time. I understand that. I have no issue with that. Now, the transatlantic slave story, the way it was brought to us, I have issues with that. Don't get me wrong. I
Nah,
understand that people would.
and look, that's cool. Not to cut you off, but that this what I'm saying. Whether, because for instance, I found my family in the slave schedules. So regardless of like how they got in that situation, the situation is the problem. Like our habits, our mindsets, all of these things are DNA. It's not just our looks. So we need to learn who our families were and the situations they were put in, because that's gonna help us heal ourselves. Like, some people are so proud not to have slave masters in their family, but if you got slaves and you haven't broke a certain mentalities and patterns, you can still carry that on to the next generation. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's more of a healing aspect of being able to really confront certain situations when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying? Because some people got both in their family. You might have had slave masters and slaves in your family. And if you don't really heal from the trauma that both of them created, you bound to repeat the same situation or support a situation whether you realize it or not. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
will use the term slave. Do you agree that that was a nationality for some people?
it was used as the Slav. So let me say this: involuntary servitude, because
Okay.
I don't want to trigger nobody
Okay.
vernacular trauma. Involuntary servitude. You know what I'm saying? So involuntary servitude was forced on a lot of people because it was an industry. Like Bank of America and all of them got started by giving insurance to slaves. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that the construct of involuntary servitude will continue to change and morph itself if we don't nip this shit in the bud and get to
So
the
you
root
saying
of
that,
it.
that there was slave that had insurance?
You said what?
So you saying that there was slave that had insurance,
So
or
when
people
you
that
when
insured slaves?
Yeah, they were insurance slaves. So like
Okay.
Bank of America, JP Morgan, a lot of those families, what they did was when people were getting captured, especially when you coming fresh from Europe, and that's a good example, because like I said, I want to get into all the technical stuff. But when some of those families were coming fresh from Europe, they were making deals and saying, if I get a piece of land and carve it out, I can get slaves and work the land, and they were basically using commercial agreements to be able to do that. So when they had
How,
slaves, they would say, well, just in case my slave die, he gets sick, I might have paid for this man at an auction or this family for an auction, just in case something happened. The same way your car insured, the same way you got dental insurance, they were insuring our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? So this is why they were creating rules, not for humane aspects, but for commercial aspects. Like, you couldn't go and kill
yeah, but
somebody's slave.
I don't subscribe to the fact that nobody came from Europe and came over here and made nobody no damn slave. Okay.
Hey, well, you ain't
I don't
got
really
to.
subscribe to
You ain't
that.
got to.
I'm
So
not
look,
saying it
so
didn't
look,
happen. I
so
didn't
so
say it
so
didn't happen.
so look, like I said, I'm not trying
But
to
a
trigger
lot of stories,
anybody's
when we start
scholastic
digging,
trauma. I don't want to
yes, when we
trigger
start digging
nobody's
a lot of
scholastic
stories, we
trauma.
find out a lot of stories got holes in it.
But all right, so
And when you
look,
dig enough, deep enough, you find out it's been basically a whole made up lie
not trying to get into that.
of people that try to write themselves into history.
Let's stick with the concept. Because again, I can pull up stuff that clearly show Europeans coming over here doing that to people, but I don't want to trigger your scholastic trauma. So let's just say
Yeah,
people
but I don't
were
have no
enslaving
subscription
other
trauma.
people. No, I'm saying just even to want to get like that's a alternative rabbit hole that don't matter right now. The whole concept is that they were commercializing human trafficking and they gave insurance to it. So let's say that somebody came and stole a slave, you could be insured for that. You could say, I'm gonna sue them Browns over there for coming and taking my niggas. So
And I agree with that.
this was a commercial thing that just morphed and changed itself. So like I said, whether it was fucking Alaskans, Europeans, whoever, bruh, I don't want to get into all that shit. Cause again, I'm being general, but we can be very specific. You couldn't prove that no Europeans didn't ever do that ever. You couldn't prove it. So to want to get into the anomalies or what was it was a international commercial market. Like you said, everybody was engaging in chattel slavery. And if you wasn't, by the time you met the people that were, shit, either you became one or they made you start doing the trading, even to save your family at times. A lot of people were buying their families out of slavery. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to get into that. The main thing about it, like I said, it's all about the application of the information. Right now, they have morphed this same concept. It is still here. I'm in Atlanta. This is one of the hubs of human trafficking. Like all through the Appalachian Mountains, they got caves and all type of shit. Motherfuckers getting snatched and never getting seen again. So whether or not they was European or not, I don't really give a fuck, to be real, bro. The thing is, the mindset and the spirit is still alive and rampant. We having a hard time saving our babies, saving our women, saving our elders, saving each other, cause we so caught up on all that other shit and we not attacking the root of it, the catalyst of that shit. Is when
Yeah.
people look at other
So we were the
humans.
ones snatching them.
You said what?
A lot of times we were the ones snatching them.
Who is we?
Us, the people here.
Nah, and again, there's not a lot of times we was the ones. Everybody was engaging in
Man,
it,
we had
bro.
wars here, right? And those who lost the wars, they became POWs.
Yeah, prisoners of
And
war,
was
but
put, yeah,
everybody
so and
engaged in it. That's
they
how
were
they
put
was
into
getting people.
servitude for a certain amount of time. A lot of times, after their servitude was over, they got a little piece of land, and they brought their family from wherever their family was to that land. You have those instances too.
I mean, yeah, but the most common thing, especially when you talking about, for instance, when you get into like at one point they just stopped trying to enslave indigenous people because they was fighting back, running away. They wrote this in document. They had court and case proceedings talking about how they were getting tired of these Indian slaves running away, and the Europeans they were also getting enslaved.
Yeah,
So
but most of
then
that
they
shit made
said,
up, Ken.
"You said what?"
A lot of that shit been made up.
It's not, bro. It's fucking court
Word.
documents about this, bro. You can like the people didn't again. They didn't know the internet was coming out, so they didn't
Yeah, I
have
understand
time
what
to
you're
make
saying.
up a lot of that
Then they,
shit, bro.
yeah, I know that,
I
but then they
totally
also go
disagree
back and
with you
say that
saying they
all
just
these court
making
records were
stuff up,
burnt.
bro. That's slick,
A lot of times they go
disingenuous,
back and say that all this shit before the
bro.
1700s were burnt. All the records and documents were burnt, but yet people claim they got documents that wasn't burnt that said that. But when you go try to find the actual document, they tell you that shit was burnt or burnt in some kind of fire, some kind of
Bro,
courthouse
all of it
burning.
wasn't, bro. That's disingenuous
I didn't
to
say all of
say.
them was. I wouldn't. I didn't say
So,
there
all
wasn't
right,
a few
so
cases.
you can't
But I was as
respond
a
to what I'm
whole.
saying by saying that you don't believe that. Just because you don't believe it, that don't mean that it didn't happen.
No, I
That's
didn't
what
say
I'm
it didn't
saying.
happen. But I'm saying it didn't happen on the scale that was brought to where that the way they try to say it,
I don't. What do you mean?
like the way they try to say like the British came over here, they enslaved the natives. I really don't subscribe to that shit because a lot of time when the British came over here, it was so many natives. There's not enough British to really have a war with the natives or the indigenous people of the land. A lot of them people were doing trade, and being that we decided we want to start trading with say the British because we tired of dealing with the Spanish for whatever reason, we bumped heads behind shit like that. The British and the Spanish, these people got the indigenous people to fight each other in their names. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So all right, because I mean, what you're saying is problematic, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's extremely problematic, and it's like I don't know how much of the research you've done into the actual documents. Like at that time, they didn't know that the internet was coming out. They didn't even think we was gonna learn how to read. So their
You
purpose
saying the
of
people didn't know how to
not
read
hold
neither?
on, no, I didn't say that. What I said was they didn't even think we were gonna know how to read their language. They had their own languages that we did not speak here. So what
Yeah,
I'm
but most
saying
of the
is
languages
that
came from here, though, okay?
you said what?
Most of those languages they spoke came from here.
I'm not gonna get into that. That's
Yeah, I'm saying, but you
that's
got to in order to say
no,
if you were
no.
to say that
English
the
is
people
from
couldn't speak
England,
that
bro.
language,
English is from England. Let's stick
cool,
with the
okay? But I know, but
concept though.
I know, but there's sources you can find of people speaking English here
No, this
also.
was of course, because
All
they
right.
was learning the language, bro. But this is what I'm saying. That's another deflection into another point is getting off the point of the concept. The
No, but
concept
that's
is this.
you got to evaluate that, because
I'm
if
not
these
saying we
languages
ain't, but
came from here, then the whole
hold on. Let
idea
me get
that
the
we
concept
couldn't
out,
speak
bro.
those languages would be a
This is
lie.
why
Remember
it
now,
be
this was
hard.
easy, gang.
This is why it be hard to really get on the same page as a people, because when you take exits like that onto a whole nother highway, it veers away from the concept of what I'm saying. So you can replace any little elements that you want to, but I'm saying I'm having a general concept. This is what I'm saying. At that time, whoever was getting enslaved, whatever you want to call them, they were not speaking those languages. So when the people that were doing this enslaving were writing it down, we can read it today because we speak English. So what I'm saying is that they didn't write this stuff to try to hide something. They were trying to document it to even protect what they was doing. They looked at us like property. They were taking over other people's land and saying it was property. So when they was writing this shit down and going to court on our land and arguing with each other, bro, this shit is still documented and found.
Where?
Like, that's you said where?
Yeah, where?
Bro, you can go to the Library of Congress, bro. You can go to the like it's so many places. The
And you got
internet has hella archives. You can go in
cool, and
person.
I got you.
You can
I
go.
got you.
You can go.
So
Hold on. You asked where. I want to answer it because if you really want to know, I want to tell you. Unless that was a rhetorical question, but I'm gonna answer it. You can go to the library in most counties. They have books. You can go to the historical societies in most states. Like in Georgia, I can go to Savannah. They got the Georgia Historical Society down there. They got hella books. They have
yeah, but
hella
they got
court
caught lying
proceedings.
so much. It's hard to take their word for anything.
You ain't gotta take nobody word. See,
I
that's
know. So a lot
that's
of
a
these
traumatic
documents
style
that
of
we
learning,
signed,
bro.
that
Like,
weren't signed, they had no presidents to them. These things was stuff that was written later
bro, that
and
was written
superimposed into
at that
history.
time. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're
I
moving
know,
the
but if you think,
goalposts
I
on
know,
what
no,
I'm
I'm not moving the
saying.
goalpost. I'm saying, but you look at it realistically, right? Instead of looking at us as we've been a bunch of fucking victims to these Europeans who were us, most of the aristocrats stem from over here. Most of their bloodlines came from the Americas.
So, bro, let me just ask this so we can communicate. Are you saying that every document that I can find and read about that time is fabricated? All of them,
No, I'm
100%.
not saying it. No, I'm not
All
gonna say
right,
that.
so that's why I'm saying you're moving the goalposts.
I
Because for
cool.
the
So show me a
ones, hold
document.
on, wait, slow down, bro. Slow down, breathe. I'm not debating and arguing with you. We're having a conversation.
Exactly.
So
And I was saying my side. Tell me your
so
side of the
look.
story, what you subscribe to, and
No,
I'm
I'm not
speaking on what I
subscribing to
subscribe to.
nothing. This, you feel me? This ain't an app or none of that. I ain't. What I'm saying is this: if you agree that 100% of it is not fabricated, you can't then start moving the goalposts about what you feel is, or subscribe to is fabricated. Because I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like proven real documents about what was going on at that time, and it wasn't just in one place. Like so to say that becomes disingenuous to the conversation and the information, because it's like then you're creating a phantom argument about something that's not even there. It's like, but what about this over here? And what about that? Like, that's not the point, bro. The point
Yeah,
is that
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this, okay? The fact that you make it seem as though these people came from these other continents and came over here and made everybody slaves.
so you
I don't agree with that.
so
There may be
so
some
you
cases, I understand that, but most of these so-called slaves came from Europe. They came and brought their people there, and they sold them, leased them
that's a
into
contradictory
servitude.
statement, bro.
Yeah.
Repeat that. I want you to repeat that and hear
What I'm saying
yourself and
is
what
a
you're
lot of
saying.
these so-called slaves came from Europe and
What are
came over here,
who so you saying
and we
that
bought them.
Europeans brought Europeans over here as slaves?
Yeah.
So why are you arguing about the amount or the percentage of it? You're saying, like, let's think about the concept of logic. Europeans were slave masters, from what you're saying, and they brought Europeans over here. And I'm talking about those same Europeans enslaving people that were here. And you're saying you don't subscribe to that. I'd like break that
Because
down
I
for me,
feel though
bro.
these people that went over there weren't necessarily European. They used the nationality more because they wasn't from, say, England. A lot of these different tribes, or a lot of these people in England weren't English. They wasn't the original British. So you have a lot of people that was leaving here, going over there, dealing with trade for whatever reasons, setting up shop, living there, moving there, having kids there. Now, you also had a lot of these people selling Slavs, and they'll send them over here. They use them over here as indentured servants. And in return, some of them get paid in land. Sometimes you send the money to Europe. But most of those so-called slaves came over here. Now, we also had wars that was going on amongst the people here. And we had indentured servants through POWs, or you also had people who broke laws that became slaves or prisoners or inmates, whatever you want to use to call them, or bondmen. So that term slavery is such a blanket term. There's so many different things that were going on at the time. It's not and then a lot of time, these people who wasn't even on fucking earth then started writing books about what was going on then to write themselves into history in a different light. They came over here as a lot of people came over here as Slavs.
Can you be specific when you say that, like that you saying they them, like who are these people that were writing themselves into history? Can you give us exact people? Can you name the documents, the
A lot of these
situations
Slavs,
that were doing this
a lot of these
in?
Slavs, a lot of these Slavs
Can you be
came
specific?
over here, and they came here as indentured servants. Once their indentureship was up, a lot of them got paid in land. And once their indentureship was up, they also started working whoever owned the land, helping them grow crops.
Do you
So they
have a
get a
place?
portion of that,
Do you
so they
have
can
a
feed their
source?
family. They start, me.
All right.
I did a lot of reading. I did a lot of research on what happened around here in the Carolinas. And you find that the narrative that they've been pushing for years ain't quite accurate. It couldn't have happened that way. It was too many people here. The people that have power over there in Europe, a lot of them was also from here. Their bloodline tied from here. A lot of these people that they call slaves was really in those times was Slavic people that came from those Slavic regions over there in Europe. They were being rounded up and sent over here. If we look, especially in the 1800s, most of these people coming here, these were so-called white people. And they came here under indentured servitude. Got off the boat, went directly to wherever they supposed to be going at. Did whatever they supposed to do. Got paid. Some of them got paid in land. Started having kids on their land. Wars kick out amongst us. And a lot of times, we may have lost our land through sales or war or trade. And these same Slavics still own those lands. End up having kids on that land. Their kids have kids who have kids on that same land. They also have our names. What that choose put down there? This nigga sick as a motherfucker. As they say, Darvology. This nigga is crazy as fuck.
I ain't gonna cap.
My
That's
young
definitely what
brethren.
you kicking right now, bro. Like you said, Jew.
God
So that
bless you.
I have nothing else to say about it. If you the source, you the creator of that whole paradigm. I'm not saying
No,
like
I'm not a creator of the
no, but no.
paradigm.
Hear me. Just look. So look, we can agree that Africans were slaves and they sold slaves, no, hold on, excuse me, involuntary servants, and they sold involuntary servants. Europeans were involuntary servants, and they controlled or harnessed involuntary servants. The people here did the same thing. Then like let's converse in that direction, because then we keep
Because
getting
the Moorish
into.
Empire was going on throughout the whole empire. Now, for the African thing, most of the people that went to Africa, they didn't come from Africa. And you have these churches that was behind that shit. Going over there, setting up companies in these foreign lands, bringing people in to cultivate the land. They colonized a lot of people. And they had their time in the land. A lot of times they got pushed out the land, and another culture came through and took over that same area, did the same damn thing, pushed those people out and brought in different people in. And it was happening a lot up and down that area they call West Africa and North Africa. Now, in North Africa, you got a lot of cultures that came here that went over that motherfucker. Not necessarily the slave people. They trade there for whatever reason, had cultures, had kids, had people, and you can look at the people, and you can, once you study them, you find out a lot of people were Americans. You can say American Indians, you can say Moorish Americans, but they went over there. Now, far as whether there was any African slaves that came from over there as slaves, maybe. But I'll leave it like that. Maybe.
Darvis,
What's that?
what's going on, brother?
Peace, King.
You got it. Now, I don't even know the whole extent of the conversation you guys had. I just jumped on. I was actually,
We just building, man.
yeah, I know for sure. That's what we do.
But something caught you, and you came in to say something. You called me off the top. So let's get into it.
No, I mean you already
I
know
need to
what
be
I'm
around
talking
it, but
about.
let's get it on, man. Might as well get it out there.
Come on, man. You know, and I like it better because it's a little bit more quieter. You know what I'm saying? We could talk straight up, right? You know, the one thing I want to share with you, and the reason why I know you would agree is because you have agreed to some of the things I have said. The bottom line is that, you know, you're kind. Well, let me not put no coat on it.
Yeah,
Basically,
'cause I
what
get
you're
nervous when
doing.
people start off
Okay,
giving me
no.
compliments.
Yeah,
That means something about to happen. Let's go ahead and get
you
into
know,
something.
hey, look, real neck recognize real. Don't even trip,
Exactly, King.
homeboy.
That's why I'm speaking to West Beam, because I
Yeah,
respect
don't
you.
even trip,
I
homeboy.
respect your
You know, I already
scholarship.
know what it
And I know you
is.
can
Yeah,
bring some shit to the table.
yeah,
So let's
exactly.
get into
But
the
you
meat of it.
already
I know you
know,
can bring something good. Let's
yeah,
get it cracking. I know
yeah,
there's gonna be something good, King.
when we sit down, you know, you already know we gonna move chest pieces or we gonna go from the shoulders. You know, that's just what it is.
Exactly.
Now, all right, so my thing is that I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. I don't think you understand that you actually pressing the opposition's narrative. Some of the things that you are saying, you know, when you talk about the Slavics and things like that, and you're talking about that type of perspective, is you're actually giving the narrative of somebody else's ideology or their history.
So you
And
don't agree that there was people that called Slavs or Slavic people?
hell, motherfucker, no, I don't. No, I don't. Look, I don't. And anybody can challenge me on that.
Like you
See,
ain't
my
never really
thing,
delved into the etymology of the word slavery, or excuse me, slave.
well, see, because here's the thing, right? When you
But
deal with some of them words, right? When you deal with some of them words, they become ambiguous. Remember we was talking about that. It depends on where it's at and what it is, right?
I
So you're
agree.
dealing with a Slavic and you're dealing with these things, you know, you're talking about your connotative, your denotative type of words, or what I call my word is I call it compound words, right? You got a bunch of words that are mixed into one word that can mean different things. Now, at the end of the day, right? The one thing that the Moors are doing, and trust me, I got plenty of friends that are Moors, and they would agree. And this is why a lot of them are bringing it back home to where if you're a Moor and you consider to be foreign, because that's the doctrine, that's the fundamentals, the 9/8, all that type of stuff. If you're doing those type of things, then basically what you're saying is you're foreign to the United States, the federal government. So that means you got to attach yourself to another continent, to another land, to another whole country that's outside of that. But you guys are incorporating the Constitution and all these different type of things into your conversation. You can't do that. Because if you are running through the Peace and Friendship Treaty, now I'm gonna stop right there because somebody might be asleep on the is that you, Darvis? Are you asleep?
Uh-uh.
Okay, somebody is snoring. So, you know what I'm saying? You hear somebody breathing hard, somebody sleep.
I might have slightly
So,
dozed off. I don't know.
yeah, somebody slightly dozed off. Was that you? That must have
I
been
don't
you.
know.
Did I,
Could
did I
have been,
rock
my
you to
dude.
sleep, nigga?
No, because I thought you would dive straight into the shit that wake me up, man. When you start beating around
Oh,
the
nigga,
bush,
don't
let's
play that.
get to the meat and potatoes, man. Before I do fall asleep, man.
So the bottom line is this, right? The bottom line is that, you know, what you're talking about is you're talking about a doctrine or a narrative that is coming from somewhere else. You're not tying it to the land. You're not tying
King,
it to the land.
so you try to say that Slavs wasn't brought here? You trying
Can
to
you
say that
show me? Can you show me where
on the cell
Slavics was?
phone?
Okay, so can you show me where Slavics were born or brought here? Or are you talking
Cool.
about Cabbage Patch Kids? Which one are you talking about?
No, when you look at the term slave and look at the etymology of it, you'll find out these so-called slaves had a nationality. Term slave comes from Slavic. That was a nationality.
Okay, where did they come from?
The Slovakian areas
Where was that?
throughout northern and central Europe. I guess the areas you can call Eurasia, but in those areas around there, King.
Okay, so you just made my point. You're talking about somewhere else. But
Yeah,
you
and it
keep
was brought
saying,
here. It was
yeah,
brought
but
here
okay, but you
to
keep
be.
saying that the Moors originated in America.
Listen, we were talking about the Slavs just now. I'm not talking about the Moors. See, that
No.
was
But that,
you missed the whole point, King.
no,
Don't
I
worry
didn't
about
miss
it.
the.
I
No, I
got
did.
you. I got you. I got you.
I didn't miss the whole point. I missed half of the point
But don't
because
worry about it. I got you, King.
we just got the conversation. We just had the conversation because basically the narrative is that the Moors are the ones that created or populated or all these type of things of what America is today. Everything is considered to be a Moor that did it, right?
I never said that,
Now,
King.
yes, you did.
No, I didn't, man.
Yes, you
I was
did.
talking about the people that being brought here came from the Slovakian areas. I was talking about how the word slave, according to etymology, goes back to a particular nationality. That's what I was talking about. You put the Moor thing up again, but don't worry about it. What I would say is that a lot of Moors enslaved Moors. A lot of Moors were enslaved by Christians. A lot of Christians was also enslaved by Moors. A lot of people were POWs. A lot of people got robbed. A lot of people were kidnapped on both sides. It was wars going on.
Okay. All right. So what you're saying is that Slavic term or that name that was put up on that could have applied to anybody, right?
No, when we start talking about the term slave, it denotes a particular people, and they had a nationality. They call them Slavics.
But you just said, Darvis, that there was different type of slaves here, there, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? In this avenue and that
Not
avenue, so on
what
and
I
so forth, right?
said, Kenny. No, that's not what I said.
You just said Moors. There were slaves that was here. There was
No, I said
slaves
there
that
was
was there.
Moors. I said there were Moors that enslaved other Moors. There were different people that was enslaved, but the slave was a particular people. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Enslaved is not talking about the nationality of the people.
Right.
Slaves or Slav was a particular people.
Okay. Okay. So you're gonna say that all slaves are related to a Slav.
King, what I'm saying is
You know what I'm
that
saying?
the
I gotta ask you the
etymology. Yeah, I
question.
got you.
I need you already
King, I
know. I
got
need
you.
to
So I'm
be
trying to
clear.
make sure I properly put it together, right?
Yes,
Now
sir.
I'm trying to be careful with it. The term slave stem from Slav. Slav were a particular people, a nationality of a particular people.
Okay, so my thing is, and I'm not jumping, I'm not moving the goalposts or nothing. I'm gonna ask you a question. Is slavery voluntary or involuntary? And then I'm gonna follow
Involuntary.
up. And you said what?
I would say involuntary.
Okay, it's voluntary. The reason
I
why I
said
say
involuntary.
I know I'm gonna say it's voluntary,
All right, cool.
right? So if you deal with right Title 18, 1581, moving forward, involuntary servitude and peonage, right? Involuntary servitude and peonage. It doesn't mention anything about slavery, but within the doctrines, it says that if anybody puts anybody into slavery, involuntary, in any type of manipulation and so on and so forth. Now, that's what you would call involuntary servitude and peonage. Now, if you agree, I think you will agree with this. If you agree or if you acquiesce to that, to be a slave or an employee, right? Then you actually volunteered your services to be a servant or to be a slave or to be any type of other thing that we can't mention. So yeah, I know you pushing this. I know you pushing this thing about this Slav thing that means a slave. But a Slav is equal to a serf, right? A serf is a servant, meaning that there's somebody that is actually working for somebody.
Yeah, but that's not quite accurate. But
Okay,
go
go
ahead
ahead.
on. Go ahead on. Go on, man.
Go ahead.
The
Go ahead.
term slave stem back to the Slav. The Slavic people were a particular people. That's what I said. Now, there was indigenous servants. I agree with that. There were people that was, I'm gonna say, in prison
Mm-hmm.
because of whatever law they may have broke. Now, people took these inmates, paid their bonds, and used them for different things, such as the railroads and these different. Some use them in military, some use them in. Basically, they was used, and they had to work to pay off a particular bond because
Mm-hmm.
someone had them. They were bond men. Somebody paid their
Right.
bond and used them for whatever reason.
Right.
Yeah, and then we got POWs who went to
Mm-hmm.
war. Some got caught and became what they were called POWs, or they were enslaved. Now you also have these different how can I put this shit? You had these different wars that was going on amongst the tribes,
Mm-hmm.
and they would take somebody and make them work for them for however long. By the time the war was over, or either their servitude was up, they could have been somebody could have paid their bond, or they can go back home. Sometimes they brought their family back and stayed in the area on the land.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot of people that was caught like on the waters and used his motherfucking was basically kidnapped
Well,
and had
that's the
ransom put on them.
well. That's
And
that.
until their
See, but
ransom got paid, they was used as slaves
well, see, but
or
that's the
enslaved,
thing.
I would say.
See, but okay, so good, right there. See, because that's the thing. Because a lot of what Moors do is they take it off the continent, right? They take the information. Now, I'm not just
Yeah,
relating
but
this
I'm
to
not
you.
Moors though,
I'm not.
man. I'm
No,
Darvin.
no, no, no. I'm not relating this to you. I'm not relating this to you because this is
Okay,
where we
so
building at. We in a kind of like a cool setting right now where we could chop it up. I'm not just relating it to Moors. I'm relating it to people that are afraid to be Americans, that are afraid to be American Indians, the Pan Africanists, the Commissions, all these people, because I come from that. right? Back in the day, you can understand we're about the same age. So the bottom line is we came from the part of Pan-Africanism, Hebrew, Islam, all this type of stuff. I've been in all that. But for me, the difference between me and a lot of other people was about the knowledge and how I got the studies to where I had the studies to be able to put the pieces together to where I'm at today, to where I could deal with the young brothers and sisters about this information where they coming as they coming. Now, the bottom line is this. See, what I noticed, the one thing is that a lot of the people are scared. They still scared. And this is a DNA. This is a DNA type of thing where people have born babies to where they're scared to still tell people who they really are. You still got people proselytizing, like I was saying, doing evangelicalism about this information to put people in a different type of religion and a faith to not identify with their family, with their ancestors, with their people. And this is the thing, Doris, that you got to understand. You got to really get what I'm talking about right now. And I'm gonna tell you, this is something real close to me right now, because my mama is almost 80. My daddy's 85. And I talk to them all the time. And trust me, when I talk about this type of shit, boy, they get turned up. Because there's certain things that they still are afraid to talk about. But I'm
Facts.
pulling it out
Facts.
they
They used to get
ass.
killed. They used to get killed for talking about this stuff.
Trust me, I'm pulling it out of their ass. And when they get to talking, boy, I get to shutting up, because the point is that we are still taking our history. And Darvish, you know what I'm saying? Because the bottom line, when people ask you questions, you know what I'm saying? Like the other brother and stuff like that, this is somebody else's thing. I don't like to name names, so I don't drop names. But when people ask you where you come from and you say where you come from and then you talk against it, you know what I'm saying? That's just something in itself. Because the elders are sitting there watching you like, is that right? You know what I'm saying? So, the bottom line is that when you get to this certain thing, a lot of people are still trying to take the information and move it somewhere else. Darvis, whether you know it or not, wake your ass up, start snoring. Whether you know it or not, you are still taking the information and moving it somewhere else.
Why
Instead
would you
of
say I'm
putting
doing
the
that though? How am
information
I
and
doing
bring it
that?
right now.
What do you mean by I'm moving it somewhere else? Why would you say I'm moving it somewhere else? I don't understand that.
You always mention another continent.
Well, the continent moved. I mentioned.
Man, you mentioned Spain. You mentioned Europe. You keep mentioning Europe. You keep mentioning Slavs. You talking about these people over here, Central, and such and such and such and such. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think the only thing you missing is the bottom line is do your demographics and your geopolitics. It's called geopolitics, right? Your geography and all that stuff. Mix the things in, put it in the thing. I don't know if you did your genealogy, but if you actually look at some of these countries that you see in Europe, you'll find them in America.
And
At
I
the end
agree.
of the day,
I
okay,
agree.
well, goddamn, stop agreeing all the goddamn time and disagreeing at the same time.
Because some shit you say I can agree with. For most of this shit, I don't agree
You
with.
don't have to, but you don't have to agree with.
So if
But
I
you
agree
don't
with
never
it,
tell me what you don't agree with.
when I say when I agree with you, I say I agree. If I don't say that, I don't agree with that shit, King. I ain't tell no lie.
Nah, for sure.
Alright. But I don't mean we can't build on it. And
Nah,
I
but
don't even mean it's not true. I'm not saying
I'm gonna
it's not true. I say I don't agree with it.
I'm gonna give you an example, right? When I was doing my ancestry, right? And you know what I'm saying? I mean, I was actually moving around and I actually got to like the damn near BCs on my thing. See me, a lot of people say, nah, that ain't true. Or it might be a white face on there. That's not true, because we already know that, the whitewashing. So I kept going. And I got to some BCs on this stuff. And actually, when I was doing it, it was actually linking in for me. It was actually giving me hints, and they kept giving me hints. It was like, oh, you that? because they want you to stop at a certain point because they want to put a pale skin on it. But now I'm not about to stop because I already know who I am and I know about the history. You see what I'm saying? So what I come to find out is that wow, you know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, okay. So what I'm saying is that, you know, when you understand some of this information and you take yourself outside of that box and then you relate it back, because when I was typing in those names in the BCs and even in the 400 ADs, 1100 ADs, and I was typing in some of these countries and stuff like that, man, I was finding that same country in America, every single one.
I don't have no issue with that. I agree with that.
Okay, so I mean,
That's why I
my thing
said
is
we
this:
were the aristocrats when we went over there.
oh goodness gracious, which came? I'm gonna act like I didn't hear that. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? You know what I'm saying? Which came first, America?
Chicken.
Which came first, America or these other countries? Was they satellites? And like I like to always say, was these satellite companies, was these franchisees where we was popping the things and things like that? Because the brother and you was talking about these Mayans. We don't know who these Mayans is. We don't know the Nagas and things like that. That was everywhere. Okay, where did it originate from? And if you find something that originates here in America, why are we always, and I say we, melanated people, why are we always quick to debunk it?
Because
But
sometimes it's
you
a
got,
lie, Ken.
but I mean, but who is, okay, so who
And we
told
get
you
too
it was a
emotionally
lie?
attached to these damn truths or these stories, and we so emotionally attached to it. And when the truth come out, Ken, that shit was a fucking lie. You come to find out there were no people called Mayans.
But we could say the same about
A
like like
Chinese
like like
person came
like
and placed these
like
names upon
for
us.
instance, you
But
label
we,
everybody here as a Moor, which would be the same thing
I
that.
didn't say everybody was a mortal, King.
But bro, you
That's not
did,
what I
bro.
said.
Run the tape back and you said that the
No,
people
in
here,
fact,
the
Dopsy
people
asked
here
me
that were getting enslaved were
Dopsy asked me
Moors,
that
bro.
same question. I told her I can't say that. I don't know if the whole continent were Moors. I can't say that. I don't know.
So out
Based
of
on the
like
information I got,
100 million indigenous Americans or first peoples, what percentage of those were Moors, bro?
I do not know, King.
Right. So then to use those terms and not call people by the names that they called themselves is the same thing we dealing with today.
Exactly, and I agree with that.
So
But
that's
see,
Now,
my
my
I
point.
thing
use the
But
is,
so
term
hold on,
Moor
wait.
because
see,
they
but
So
my
call
look though,
thing
bro.
is,
themselves Moors.
what is
So
the
look,
benefit
that's
though?
what I'm
What is
saying
the
about how
benefit?
disingenuous it is, though, bro.
It's not disingenuous.
No, hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna tell you what I'm talking about specifically because when we was just having a conversation, I was talking about the documents that the actual Europeans, regardless of what you want to call them, because you kept saying they Slavs but that's in Europe. So when the
Yeah,
Europeans was documenting what they were doing to who, you were saying that this was Moors doing this to Moors and Slavs doing this to
yeah.
Slavs, bro, and that's
No, I ain't
disingenuous.
said
Some
Slavs
people
doing nothing
had
to
a
Slavs.
name.
I said Moors were doing shit to Moors. We were going to war with each other. We were doing fucked up shit to each other. We were at war with each other
That's what I'm
all
saying. That's
over the
not true,
goddamn
bro. Those
world.
people were not Moors, bro. I, I, I
King,
just I just asked you what percentage of the people was Moors. Give
and
me
I
some
told you I can't
tribes.
give you a
Give
percentage.
me. I
And
know
how
you
can I say
can't.
give you a percentage? I don't even know how many people in that area during that time. So I can't give you a percentage of who's who. But what I can say is that term was used. And these
They
motherfucking wars
used
that
it
they had
ambiguously,
with each
bro.
other, I know and I understand that. It's a big blanket term. I understand that's why
So
I
why
refer
use
to it
it?
as
Why
the
use it?
empire.
You just semantic check everybody about the Slav term, and then you turn around and use more ambiguously when they weren't calling themselves Moors.
Time out. You trying to say the more than call themselves Moors? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the
King, that's a
tribes in
motherfucker.
those.
And I'm gonna call you a liar. If
Listen,
that's what you
bro.
saying.
Listen, bro. This is what I'm saying. In the time frame that they were creating companies and courts and jurisdictions in the 1600s up until whatever the fuck time, bruh. You
I know,
had
but the
people that
term
were
go before the
calling.
1600s, though, King.
You
You
had
can't
people that
start at
were
the
call. I'm
1600s. The
talking about
empire fell
documents.
before the
I'm talking
1600s.
about documents, bro. You got to
I
listen
know,
to the
but you
whole
wouldn't have
thing.
you wouldn't have a document
You got to
of
listen to the
people
whole.
that
You got to
fell.
listen to the whole statement, bro. You
You right.
disagreeing with
You know what? You're
yourself.
right, King. You're right. You're
You
right.
got to
You're right.
listen
You're
to the
right.
whole statement.
You're right. You're right. Go ahead.
This
Go
is
ahead.
what
Let's
I'm
go ahead, get that
saying.
off.
This is what I'm saying. There are court proceedings. When they were creating colonies, they were creating their own courts. And when they were arguing with each other about certain things or arguing, even you had tribes that were organizing and going to these courts to argue about the misdoings of these Europeans. They say who they were. They do not call themselves Moors. Moors were used as an ambiguous term by Europeans. So, like Anton said, you're playing their game by removing people's heritage from them and not calling them who they really are and being specific, bro.
So who are they then?
It
If they weren't
depends.
more than who
For
are they?
instance, bro, like it's not about who are the Moors. It's about who were those people that was going through certain situations.
I know,
You
but you
have,
said there was
you have,
issue. I gave a term more to people that didn't deserve it, who really weren't Moors, and I called them that. Correct? That's
man,
what you said, right?
you had the Dutch, you had Germans, you had Europeans, you have the Franks, which were the French. All of those were not Moors. You can't just label
Yeah, but they were
everybody as a
Americans.
Moor.
Most of them were Americans.
They
The
were
black
Americans when
Dutchess
they came
were what
over
they called
here.
Moors.
They were
The
Americans
black
when they
Dutch were
came over
Moors.
here and settled, but
Those
they weren't
French
just
people that they call
Americans, bro.
Huguenots,
Those
they
were
were also
Europeans.
Moors. I know, but they were Moors, though. You saying they weren't. But
If
the black Dutch, the
some
Huguenots,
people were
the French,
Moors,
they were Moors. The
bro,
British,
you
they were
sound,
Moors, okay?
bro. Listen to yourself, bro.
I am.
Everybody
You
that
listen to
came
me.
from Europe was not a Moor.
And I agree with that. I didn't say everybody came from New York was a Moor.
So why do you keep trying to edit the
Because these people
statement?
they call
We're
the
talking
black
about
Dutch.
something very
I
specific,
know, but the
bro.
people they call the black Dutch, I'm talking about particular people, they were Moors.
They didn't
These
have
French people they
courts.
call
You see how
Huguenots,
you moving the
they
goalpost
were
though,
more.
bro? We're
No,
talking
King,
about
we talk
court
about the.
proceedings.
We're not talking about court proceedings, King.
Yes, we
King, listen.
were. We were talking
No,
about
you
court
no. Me and my
proceedings.
man weren't talking about court proceedings.
No,
You
I'm talking
came here
about
and started talking
before
about
that.
court proceedings
I'm talking
in the 1600s.
because you just because, bro. You just
About the
you
1600s, okay. When I try to tell you about the 1600s, the Moorish Empire damn near been depleted.
But let me jump in here because that's really where my question has been lying, Darvis, is that when you're saying the Huguenots are given different examples of different empires that were under the Moorish Empire, the question is, how do you define that in history? How are you taking a person or a group and saying, okay, these are the
These
Moors,
particular
these are
Huguenots,
not?
these particular Huguenots, or these French people who are crypto Jews or crypto Moors, hiding, running around from nation to nation, running from the Inquisition, wound up back home, and they were called here Huguenots. You got these people they called the Dutch, and they qualified it. They called them the Black Dutch. These Black Dutches were Huguenots. Excuse me, I didn't say Huguenots. Correct that. They
No,
were
go ahead.
Moors.
Go ahead.
All right. Now, when you use the term Moor, you understand that the term Moor is an empire, and they got a lot of different religious statuses that was under that. Now they had wars based on Christianity and Islam that was going back and forth between them two, and Judaism, excuse me. A lot of these people were secretly practicing their culture, but in public they would call themselves a Christian. A lot of them got pushed out of these different countries, running from the Inquisitions. And when they go to these other countries, they come up with new names. They hide themselves under different nationalities, so they don't get caught in this Inquisition. Still trying to do trade, trying to make money out there.
You still didn't answer the question though.
he really didn't.
What question do you want me to answer, King?
What
I was
Dulcinea
talking
just
about.
asked
I
you.
was qualifying something to Dosey just now. My bad, King. What's your question?
No, Dulcinea just asked you a question. You didn't
Cool, and I
answer
was qualifying what I was saying to
it. Okay.
Dosey. But if you have a question, my bad. I didn't mean to miss your question. What's your question,
No.
King?
I didn't have no question, brother.
All right.
I didn't
The
hear. I
person
don't
said
know.
I
Maybe
didn't answer
those.
the
My
question.
bad. Maybe Dulcinea to say if you answered the question or not. But you
All
say
right,
you
cool.
qualified it. You qualified it. But that's cool.
Yeah, hear you focused on the Huguenot part, but not necessarily just
No, because
how
you
we're
brought up
going
French.
in
That's
and
why I said
defining.
Huguenot.
Right.
Yeah.
But we're still not understanding where in history, how we can take a group in history and say they've been misnomered, right? Like the Phoenicians. We can say the Phoenicians might not be the actual name for them, but how can one say, okay, because the Phoenicians are named incorrectly, they're now the Moors? Wouldn't there have to be qualifications of Moors culturally, and then us comparing the two and say, okay, this is why they're the Moors, not just because they were misnomered in the first place?
All right, cool. I got you. Now, first of all, I never say that Phoenicians were Moors. What I said that the term Phoenician was not a nationality. It's something that people did. That's what I was saying. It was people that traveled through waters, Phoenicians. Now, a lot of these Phoenicians were living in the land of Canaan. Not saying that they were descendants of Cain, but those that live in that area or that land that they call the land of Canaan, they call them Canaanites. A lot of the Canaanites were seafaring people. The seafaring people they call Phoenicians. That's what I was saying, Queen. Now you have an issue with that? What about you, bro?
I
Yeah, I
think you're
got you.
going a
All
little
right, let's
over.
move on. Let's move
I
on to the
got
next
you.
thing. Then.
I
Let's
no
move
no
on to
no.
the
I
next
got
thing.
you.
Now, what the next
I got
issue is then?
no. I
What's
got
the
you.
next issue I got with what I said?
No. There's no issue.
All right, cool.
I think you just clarified yourself
All
because
right,
the one
cool.
thing that you said that I agree with is that the name Phoenician was something of a byword. They was describing who they were. I think that's
Exactly.
what I heard. Okay, good. Right? Because we know Phoenician is considered to be purple, dealing with the dye that they use and the colors that they use. Right? And this is the point that I'm trying to make, Dulcinea. And this is run parallel with what Darvis is trying to say is that the people that actually was dictating, you talking about the Herodotus histories, talking about Herodotus and a lot of the people, Aristotle, Plato, all these people that were even what's the brother's name? Uh, uh, the brother Adair that actually spent 40 years in America describing the people. These were people that were sitting outside looking and doing missionary work, describing the people and what they did and how they communicated. And based on the fact that they had their own language, they wasn't able to speak the language of the other people that they was describing. So they put that in their own context. So everything that you say about the people that you describing is what you see. See, and this is the thing that a lot of the people that are dealing with this information is what they're doing. And I always bring it back to color of law. You know what I'm saying? All you doing is talking about a color. All you doing is describing people on what they look like and you putting them in a category. And then you put them in that category based on what you're doing in your jurisdiction of what is going on. Now, if somebody agrees or volunteers to be a slave and then come on over here and deal with that jurisdiction, then you're going to get what you're going to get. So Darvis is saying that one thing correct is just about a description. Nobody can understand, nobody can get it right. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just somebody's depiction or conception or perception of what they see. They not with that. They're not with that community. They're not with that family. They're not with that empire. They don't understand what's going on. They're looking at it from the outside. Now, all Darvis has to do is just kind of make it clear that that's what he's saying. Because if you're talking about the Huguenots, right? If you're talking about the Huguenots, if you look at the etymology of the Huguenots and the history of the Huguenots was a confederacy. The confederacy was dealing with what? It was dealing with that religion. You're talking about Calvinism, They come through Calvinism. They come through Lutheranism. They come
Hmm.
through all these
Protestants.
yeah, the separation of church and state. See, I was gonna get into that on the other thing, but now that we're here, we could talk about that because you're talking about the separation of church and state, the monarchy, everything that was going on at that time, Machiavellianism. I mean, don't get me started. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what happened, and then that was incorporated over here in America some way and somehow, but that shit was outside. That was outside of the interior. People ain't talking about the interior versus the exterior, the ports, the forts, and all these different type of things. You know, people think that the Louisiana Purchase actually happened. No, it didn't. People think the Civil War happened in a certain type of way. No, it didn't, because it was done in paper. It was actually done in a certain type of way, and they made these agreements with certain people. These weren't treaties; these were contracts that they agreed with certain people, and then they intermarried with people, and then they was able to get into the interior. Now, if you want to talk about the art of war, I mean, come on,
Now,
come
now I, I
on.
I I agree with that, but I definitely want to circle back because I've been writing stuff down, and I actually pulled up some sources on what Darvis was conflating, because this also happens when you're dealing with some of the like, I don't know what to call it, but self Moorish understandings and all of that. Um, again, because I want to start on a foundational level of understanding and then build from there. Because I know sometimes we all think we so smart, we just zoom past the fundamentals and we get into rocket science. So let's start here. Um, Darvis, are you saying that Moors established the 13 colonies? Is that what you're saying?
No, okay.
All right. Because when again, like, that's why I was very specific about when I was saying about courts. I was very specific about that. And you're using ambiguous terms while trying to correct everybody else in a semantics way. So I went ahead and pulled up every colony and the people and the families who came and were settling, creating these jurisdictions, and they were linked to, like bruh said, people outside of this country, bruh. There was not nobody who was here. It was like again, you said that there were more, the Indians and the Native Americans were Moors. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Are you saying that the indigenous tribes amongst the coast, the East Coast, were Moors?
What I would say is, at one time, this place was a part of a Moorish empire,
Did they
and the
call
people with the
themselves Moors
indigenous
though?
people, yes, and they was a
Because,
part of
well,
this
hold on.
empire.
Remember in the beginning, you said you couldn't necessarily prove that the Americas
No, I couldn't.
was
What I
that.
said was, whether the Moorish Empire encompassed the whole Americas, I'm not sure. I couldn't prove it, so I didn't want to speak on that. I told Dosey I didn't know. When you came up, I asked you that. You said the same thing. You didn't know.
No, I
And
said
what
I
I
haven't
came,
found anything that proves that. I said
I
I'm
said
I'm
basically that's
open.
you didn't know, right?
I'm open. No, no, no. I'm open to if somebody can show me proof. But
But
from
do
what
you
I
know?
found, that's not true.
So you saying that? So now you saying it didn't? Cool.
I've
I
been
don't
saying
have
that,
no.
bro.
I
I
don't have
swear I
this.
ain't changed my. I have not
I
changed
will
my
cool.
tune.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I misunderstood you, but listen though, I have no issue with that. I'm just speaking for me. I cannot prove that, so I'm not going to say that it did. That's what that's how that went. Dosey asked a question, and I told her I couldn't answer the motherfucking question. I saluted on the question. I told her it was a good question, and I have no answer for it because I don't know. When you came on, I asked you the same question that she asked me,
All right.
and I could
So
have sworn
so
you said you didn't know. Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but that's neither here nor there.
all right. All right. So let me ask you. Most of the tribes that were on the East Coast were either Iroquoian speaking tribes or Algonquian speaking tribes. Are there any of these tribes that you can attest to being Moorish or
I
or
cool.
or, or, a
I
part of the
cool.
Moorish Empire?
All right, cool. So now we understand, and we start talking about the Moorish Empire. You talk about the mid to late 1400s and earlier. A lot of these names for those tribes came later after that. These
No, no,
terms
no,
like
no, no, no. I'm talking about.
follow
I'm
me,
talking
King,
about. I'm talking about.
King, follow what I'm saying, right?
I'm with you.
All right, this term that they use, that we use, Indian, that came after that. When the Christians came here, they started baptizing people and calling them Indian, and we took the name and we ran with it. I'm talking about during the time of the Moorish Empire. By those days, the Moorish Empire had already fell.
I think
We
you
lost
missing my
our
question,
stronghold
bro.
in
I'm
Spain.
talking about
We
what they
lost.
called themselves. Hold on, hold on. Let me
And
let
I
me
think
Okay,
it's
cool.
gonna
I got you. I got
continue
you,
to
Ken.
go over his head. But if we could, we're gonna go ahead and close out and get ready to close. You guys can finish what you're saying, and then we'll just go around after that.
And you said it
all
went over
right,
my
cool.
head?
Yeah, because this is what I'm saying.
No, because the
No, hold on,
term
wait.
when the
Let me
term
let me
Indian came about, King, that was
I did
after the Moorish
I didn't
Empire.
use listen, let's not do the semantics. The first
No, I was talking about
peoples
what I was saying.
no,
I'm not
no
talking about what
but
you were saying. I
right.
was
So
saying what
but
I
that's
was
why I'm
saying.
asking the question to clarify because you made a statement. So now we're breaking down this statement and we're quantifying it to make sure whether or not it's accurate or not. So this is what I'm saying. The names of those tribes are based off the Iroquoian and the Algonquian language. These are
Cool, but
not
we talk
things
about
that
nationality. We talk about empire, okay?
bro,
Simultaneous is
let me
irrelevant.
finish.
We talking empire.
Let me finish, bro.
I know, but you cut me off, okay?
No, but listen though, when you're talking about the Iroquoian, Algonquian, bro, these are entire confederations of like tribes, big tribes. These are not little small
And
groups
I
of
don't have
like
no issue with
60,
that, King.
70 people. So hear
I
me
have no
out.
issue
Just
with that. We were talking
let me
about an
ask the
empire,
question.
though.
Bro, let me ask the question and I'm gonna mute it. I'm
What?
gonna mute my mic and you
What?
can
What? Ask the
answer it,
question,
bro.
then, King.
So this
What?
is what I'm saying. You said that these people are a part of a Moorish empire. So I'm asking you,
No, I didn't not say that. Them people were. I said those people came after the empire had already fell, King. That's what I'm saying.
that's not true.
King, first of
That's
all, you
not
said there
true.
was no
They was
empire.
already in
Then
that
you said the people
area.
weren't there. King, I'm not saying that they were not in that area. What I'm saying, they weren't under those names that we're using now, such as Indian, such as
That's not nah, bro. See, yeah.
King.
Go ahead, close out.
The
I
term
think
Indian came from
I
where?
think that's kind of going
Where the
over
term
your
came from?
head. I'm not using
No, it's not
Indian. I
over.
said
Trust me, King. It's
Iroquoian.
way under my head. You talk about some shit that came up with Columbus and them boys.
Iroquoian is not Indian, bro. Algonquian is not Indian. That's not what that means.
I
Those
didn't
are
say it did,
language
King.
groups. Hear me out,
I
bro.
did
Those
not
are
say it
language
meant
groups.
that.
So this is what
We
I'm
talk about
saying.
two
The
different things,
names
King.
of those tribes, they named themselves before they named the confederacy that is Iroquoian and Algonquian. So I'm saying which of these tribes were a part of this empire that you're saying? It's a very simple question, bro. It's not hard. You keep talking about Indians and somebody else naming them that. I feel like you're intentionally not answering the question, bro. So I'm saying I have a list of all the tribes. You can just name one of them and it'll be
King.
easy. We can just dive into their history. They have oral traditions. They have not been changed by most of these tribes fought colonism, bro.
And I don't disagree with that, King. I agree with you.
Like the Pequots, they didn't
Cool. And
get
all that, listen,
changed.
I have no
So,
issue with that. But
so
far
can
where the
you
Pequods
give us
around during the
one?
Moorish
That's it.
Empire
That's
days,
all I'm asking. Can
yeah,
you give us one?
yeah, I would say that, yes. Yes, they were during that time, all of them were Moors,
That's
a
not
part
true.
of this Moorish Empire. Yes, I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. But you have other confederations that came up later on, and it was already after the fall of the empire that I was talking about. Now, when I was talking about the term Indians, I brought that up for a reason because earlier I was saying that I'm talking about a term that predate Indian. The reason why I said that because before Columbus the boy came over here and started calling people that, the empire had already fell. That's what I'm saying, King. I'm
Have
here
you
for
ever
everything, my
heard?
dude. I'm
Have
not
you
here
ever
against
heard of
them.
the Narragansett?
Hell no. Hell
Do
no.
you?
You talking about the empire already failed. What
That's not
Yeah,
empire?
true, bro. The empire was
yes it did.
thriving at
It
the
was
brother.
thriving. We actually gave y'all
Mhm.
motherfuckers, man.
By
Hold
that
on.
time, we done
Watch
lost our
That's
yourself.
not
stronghold
true,
in
bro. Do you know
Granada.
these people
We
actually
done lost.
Yo,
We done been
still
kicked
have
out of
meetings?
Spain.
man,
We
They
done
where
been
still
y'all
got
get
pushed
their
out of
own
sanctuary?
history.
Where
France.
y'all get
We by
sanctuary
then
from,
we were
man?
pushed
Where
out
y'all
of
get
North
sanctuary
Africa.
from? Where
North
y'all
Huh?
get
Africa. These
sanctuary
people ain't
from?
got nothing to do with no North Africa. Like, do you
King,
know
Where
about
y- where
that's
where
what
y'all get
I'm
sanctuary
saying.
from?
Pay attention to
What
what
you
I'm
talking
saying.
about?
You listen to one word and then you run over that. All right.
Because we talking
What
about
I'm
here in
saying
the
is
Americas, and
during
you
that
keep, like bro
time,
said, you
during the
keep
days
mentioning
of
other
Columbus,
places.
them boys, and 92 and all that 1492, that empire had already fell. This whole empire fell to the Christian empire.
Who
So
and
now
when?
the
Where?
Moorish empire
Oh, okay. All right.
has
Yeah.
failed already to the Christian empire.
Right. In
Cool.
1100s, in 1100s, 1200s.
Cool. So now
All right.
this
Yeah.
is no longer a Moorish empire. Now the
Yeah.
Christians done took over it.
Not in America though.
Yeah. So later on, huh?
Not in America.
Right. What does that
Yeah,
have to
it
do with
had already fell
America,
to America
bro?
too. They had already fell here too,
Nah.
kid.
Look, no, the
Yeah,
Americas.
man.
I'm
Look,
muting up.
The American empires.
Man, don't you believe it
Man,
or
this
not,
is
King?
some.
This
This is
Christian
this is
movement came
some.
from the Americas.
This is something I never
The
wanted
Christian
to
movement
say.
came
I
from the
didn't say
Americas.
it. I didn't say it on the young brothers thing, but I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it real quick. The American Empire didn't fall to 1872.
King, I don't agree
Okay,
with
well,
that. And we're not talking about the American
okay,
Empire.
so move
We're talking
them
about the
dates
Moorish
right
Empire.
there. Okay, so
All right,
no,
cool.
we ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the empire here. Really didn't start falling to 1872 during the Reconstruction Act. I'm gonna tell you something. You need to do your research,
King, no, you
Darvish. You
need to do
better
your
than
research.
this.
I know,
Darvish,
and you need to do your research.
you better than
And then
this. You better
King.
you
I think you
better
need
you
to
better
listen.
than this.
This is what I'm
You
gonna do for
better
you
than
because I
this.
fucks with you. I'm gonna forget
Yeah,
I even heard you say that shit just now.
you need to do better
I'm
than
gonna
that.
forget I even heard you say
You
that
need to do better than that.
1872 shit.
Nobody agree with me.
So 1871,
Nobody.
the Moorish Empire was
I
still here. That's what I'm
guarantee
saying.
you. I
Are you
guarantee
saying
you
that
when
in
I
1871 that
guarantee
there was still a Moorish Empire?
I didn't say a
No, he's
Moorish
not talking
nothing.
about a Moorish
I did
I'm
empire,
talking
cool.
about
So you
bro.
said in
I'm talking about the American
1872.
Empire.
Right.
We're
Like,
I'm
not
talking about
talking
the
about
American
the
yes, we
Empire.
American
are.
Empire,
That's why
King.
I asked you the questions I asked
No,
you,
we were
bro.
No,
talking.
You was
I'm talking about
intentionally
brother,
not
don't
trying
the
to
play
listen,
Moorish
bro.
semantics with
Empire.
me. Nah, yeah.
I'm
Where was
talking
the
about the
Moorish
Moorish
Empire?
Empire, King.
Where
But
was the
you still
Moorish
got to
Empire?
prove that the Moorish Empire was here,
Was
and
I
that's
here.
the
mean, come
Thank you.
point
on,
Come
that you
on.
man.
can't
That's
Come
that's
on,
the
prove
whole
Darvish.
point.
Listen, I don't
Come
Thank
gotta
you.
on,
prove nothing,
Darvish.
man. You either listen. I
Yes,
don't
you
gotta prove a
do.
motherfucking thing. All y'all niggas
I
claim to
do.
be
I
Moors,
do.
and y'all act like
Who is
I'm talking
y'all?
about some
Nobody's
shit y'all
Who
never
claiming
is
to
heard of
be a
before.
y'all?
Moor, bro. You
All
making
y'all,
stuff
I'm
up.
talking about Dosey. I'm talking about the other Moor,
That has
and
nothing to
as
do
you
with
King,
nothing,
I'm not talking
bro.
about you. Gotta understand you're not a particular. You're not really a Moor.
You're
But what
getting
I'm saying
loud
is,
and moving the
for the two people that
goalposts,
were
fam.
Moors,
I
y'all
asked you a
understood the
specific
history of that
question.
empire. Y'all understood that empire had already failed. That's what I was saying. For the American empire, you added that. He added that term, American empire. That's not what I was talking about. And if you
All right,
want to take, you realize I was not saying that.
let's
But
That
move
I
past
think
1872
that,
shit,
okay, so I took
you
that.
misunderstood what I was saying.
Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought you was
Exactly.
talking
There you
about that
go.
empire that was here
All
in
right, cool.
America. So I
All
had
right,
to
cool then.
relate that.
but he
All right,
All
did
right,
say
cool.
that
no
though. He
doubt, no
definitely
doubt.
did say the
I
empire
thought
I
that's
know
what
what I
I
extended
thought
know.
over
I
here.
heard. That's what I thought I heard. But
Yes,
my
nah,
bad,
you
my
heard
bad,
right,
Darvish.
bro. He said that empire extended over here. So I'll
No,
start
I
asking
get it. I
No,
give it
specifics
to him.
that's
I
about
give
not
it
what
to
we
time
him.
were talking
I
frames,
give
about,
it to him.
King. No,
groups,
no.
places.
I
I
did
give
not
it to
say
him.
that. I did not say that. And
Because Dulcinea
I was
came
talking
in and
about,
said something too. So I think
yeah.
Yeah,
she
that's
heard the
what
same
he's
thing
been
too.
talking about, though, because you're talking about the Moorish people falling, and the whole point is that no one would disagree that the Moors fell in Spain. What people would disagree is they fell in America, and you're saying that Columbus came against the Moors in America, but you've yet to say the empire that was Moorish that Christopher Columbus came against in
Right.
Okay,
America.
so let me say something. Let me share something with Dulcinea real quick. And I want to add this in. And Darvish, you could disagree or not. You know what I'm saying? You could disagree if you don't agree with what I'm talking about. The Moors actually became a band between the Sephardics, between the quote unquote Jews and the quote unquote Muslims. What they did is they banded together during the time they was getting beat up on by the people that they actually helped empower them. Those were people that they had incorporated to be their army. There's plenty of movies on that. But and then what they did was they started having children by these women, and then next thing you know, these people went ahead and took over them, and then they was pushed out. Now the thing is then they had to band together So these people banded together. This is what the Inquisition was about, because they was pushed out. Do you agree? Do you agree?
Yeah, that's not
Okay. Do you disagree?
totally out of bounds to think or anything. We see them doing it in other places to the Polynesians. Usually they infiltrate first by marriage and then they make their way in after that to take control.
But my thing is, the Moors this is what the Moors became. They became a confederacy because they had to band together to try to protect themselves. And next thing you know, this is what we got coming over here. This is how they came over to America. That's why certain people call.
So would you say that the Confederacy of Moors were between the Spanish and the Portuguese?
The Spanish, the Portuguese, the Italians, or what you call the Etruscans, or what you would call the Scottish, what you would call the Germans, or what you would call the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, the Anglo-Saxon Huns, the Normandys, the Burgundies, the Franks, all them people that
the
came.
Vandals.
The Vandals, all that right there. All that right there, Dulcinea. All that. The Gauls, all that stuff. Yeah, that part.
Darvish, what do you think while closing out?
Like I said, man, during the time of the Moorish Empire, there was no place called Spain. There was no place called Portugal.
That's why I said Ostrogoths, Visigoths, the Anglo-Saxon Huns, the Vandals. The brother said the Vandals, the Gauls. Yeah, the Ostrogoths was Eastern Goths. The Western Goths was the Visigoths, the Vandals, the Anglo-Saxon Huns.
The Gauls are Celtic, right?
No, that was before that. I mean, they all started.
As before the Celtic Gauls? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Gauls are more Germanic.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Like
but the thing was, they was all the same people. Certain bands came a little bit later. Some bands came a little bit later, but they was all related at that time. You see what I'm saying? So that's the people that you actually will see in the Bible called Japheth. Those are the Japhethites. And then what happened was the Danes, what you call the Vikings, the 6 kings that actually came in and, circulated within them. That's why it said Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem. So you had the Danes or the Danites, the 6 kings or the Vikings. You had all those different things. What you have? What's that? What's that? Ben-Hur. What was that? That movie Ben-Hur that dealt with the damn. I can't even think of the name right now. Anyway, I digress. I can't think of the name. But all those people right there that actually dealt with, you're talking about those people, the Scottish, those people that started the Scottish and all those different type of rights, the Tudors and all those different type of things. All those people came within that circle. Now, that's a whole separate thing. I like to keep that separate from America because it ties in. But, that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, Dulcinea, when I get off work, I'll be looking. And I always try to check and see when y'all on. I like to come and support, come and talk and build. Darvish, we good. You know what I'm saying? And, I don't even know.
Yeah, Darvish, I will say you're still my favorite. You're still fun to talk to, even though you're wild. You say wild things every time. I can't even remember how this all started, but it started because you said something wild. And I think
it may seem wild, baby, but
you should just admit to certain things. Like I'll always be like admitting, okay.
Man, what else should I admit to? Like, give me something to admit to.
Like we maybe don't know which empires are the Moors. We can't just lump every empire as the Moor. We can't say that, because this person is a misnomer or that the European named them doesn't mean, oh, well, now they're the Moors. Amaru Khan, we don't know when that term came to be. So when people are saying Amaru, we don't have evidence of Amaru being used.
No, you don't have evidence of that, Queen. You can't say there's no evidence out there, though. I even gave you a source.
Primary source wise. Okay,
There's
there's
no,
evidence.
the term primary source, maybe something you gotta look, you gotta re-look that and re-qualify that.
No, it's
Would you
not.
may consider that as the primary source? It's not primary.
People at the
Because
time.
these are Christian. Yeah, no, but you can't go to a Christian to find out about a Muslim.
Okay,
If
so
you
you
can
go to
find
the
out the information
Muslims.
about these Christians from these Muslims, then there's, I mean, the research is
So you
flawed off
can
the
go
dick.
to Islamic texts. You can go to Arabic
All right, then.
texts. You can find
Cool.
these things.
I know, but we understand Arabic is a language.
It's found in
Islam is
Africa.
a religious movement.
It's a language found in Africa. It's an African language.
Yeah, but it's also found in America. And it
Where?
was brought to Africa. Here in America.
Where?
Queen.
Show it.
Here in the
Show it
Americas.
in America, Darvis.
Here in America's Queen. You listen,
Where?
Queen.
What year? What was found?
It was right here in Americas. I'm gonna leave it
Where?
like
So
that.
if
I'm gonna
that's the
tell
case,
folks I don't have no
Darvis,
actual sources, but I do know that
so
it was found here. I know
so
that, and I know that you know that. I know you was taught that because you say you
so
came up through the Moors.
so
So,
if
but
that's
now
the case,
after
Darvis,
you trying
if
to
that's
so what?
if that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, Darvis, then that means the Webster's Dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary, the Webster's Dictionary, the Oxford's Dictionary, the Black's Law Dictionary. You talking about that means that every single dictionary and encyclopedia and every doctrine that was written started in America.
No, what I would say that the Webster
Oh, okay.
Dictionary
That's what
was
I'm saying.
started here. Oxford Dictionary was started in Oxford.
Boy,
The
you
Black's
got one
Laws
foot in
Dictionary
America,
was
you got
something that
one foot in Africa.
the justice, United States Justice came up with to break down terms.
How
That
many
was here in
legs you
America.
got, man? How many
But
legs you
that
got,
don't got nothing to do with that though. What we talk about. You talk
Boy,
about dictionaries.
you got your foot planted in a whole different lot of continents, man. How many legs you
Because I'm
got?
a whole different kind of nigga.
Yeah, you an octopus, man.
Exactly.
God damn.
Well, as
Exactly.
far as I know,
But
Arabic
far
and like an old Quran, it was found in Europe. So I have
as far as you
no,
know.
I have
As
no
far as you know. But would you say
evidence
would
as
you say
far as
Alabama? Would you say the original term for Alabama was Arabic?
Alabama. Well, who named
Yeah,
it?
the original term, Alabama.
But then we would need to know who named it. How ancient is Alabama?
I know, but the term is Arabic. There's Arabic
Okay,
writings
but we need
in the
to know
But
Americas
now she
also.
who
asked,
called
bro,
it
how
Alabama.
old is that term? Because that
That's a
can
good
give us a
question.
time frame to know
That's a good, and
Yeah.
listen, and that's a good question. I don't know
Come
how
on,
old the
man.
term Alabama was. I'm not
case
gonna
in
sit there
point,
and lie and say I know how old the term was. I'm not gonna say that, but I do know it's an Arabic term.
bro. That's
That's
case
what
in
I would
point.
say.
Because if you don't know how old it is, then it's hard to
That don't mean it was.
quantify.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on,
listen,
wait. But look, if you don't know how old it is, it's hard to quantify when it was given that name to then say that Arabic was here in an ancient time.
and it
That's
was
how
here.
that's how logic works, though, bro. Like for instance,
Cool, and I got you. I understand what you're
bro,
saying.
I can
But if
prove
you
your
do a little
point
more
better
study,
than
can
you,
you do some
bro. Like,
research?
bro,
You can find that though. It ain't hard to
Tallahassee,
find. But I
Tallahassee
can't give
has
it to you because
Allah
I'm
in
on a
it,
cell
right?
phone.
Doesn't
Huh?
Tallahassee have Allah in it?
Well,
When was it given that name?
I don't know,
My bad.
Exact,
I
but
didn't
bro.
we
mean
can
to
All right,
find
I'm gonna
laugh
out
mute up.
though.
right
I'm gonna
there.
mute up. That's my point,
We
bro.
can
Just
find
think
out
on
though.
that. Just think on
I
that,
know.
bro.
I didn't speak on it
No,
because I don't know.
I said, just think
But
on that,
but
bro.
it is.
So,
I know. But what I'm saying though, King,
That's
is
a good
that
one
is
right
an
there.
Arabic name,
That was a good one.
and there was Arabic's name, and there was Arabic writing. The Arabic language was spoken here in the Americas also. And if y'all don't agree with that, cool.
I can argue
Do
that
your
French was.
research. Well, King, listen.
I
Follow what
can
I'm saying.
argue that French is ancient.
King, listen. King, listen.
like,
Listen.
like it's a
What I would
lot of
say is this,
languages
right?
that was
Listen, King,
used
listen.
here, bro.
What I would say is this, right? Do your research. You can find out if this shit was true or not. If the Arabic was used here, then you know, then you can you know what I mean. There's no reason for us to argue about it. I said it was used here. I ran across it.
We know it
Do what
was used
research.
here, but how
Now,
long ago? Those
I
man
don't
asked you
know
a
the
great
damn
question.
date it was used here.
Right, bro.
Because and there was many reasons
Slow
why.
down.
Because
Slow
when
down
that
and
term,
relax.
when that listen, man, y'all don't understand this.
No, we do, but slow down and relax,
I mean,
bro.
so why you acting like y'all? When I say Arabic was used here, you act like I'm speaking a foreign
But
language
we
or something.
asked when because
And I
according to
told you I don't know the
history,
exact date.
right. So
And I told you
listen.
that.
So look, when you don't know, start listening then. All right. So
You
this is
don't
what
know,
I'm
nigga. You trying to tell me the shit wasn't used here?
no, I know. You
You
Don't be
can't
saying
said
it wasn't
tell
no,
me
used
I
here.
no,
don't
Y'all
no,
know.
it
said
wasn't. You
y'all
said
said
that
it came from
Relax.
Africa.
Anton,
Relax,
Anton,
bro.
You and
y'all
Joseph
just
just
made a
said it
good
came from
point.
Africa.
Relax, bro.
Well, yes, and
Relax.
he just made a good point
Didn't I
about
say it
that
came from
it
Africa?
Relax, bro.
being the Moors and the
Cool, but if
Spaniards
you understand that
and
the
the
people that spoke
Portuguese.
Arabic came into Africa and colonized Africa, that means the language did not come from Africa. The people that used it went into Africa. They were spoke before the
Jarvis,
people that got to Africa
you
used it.
can't prove that. You can't prove that
Yeah, you
Arabic was here
can.
first. No, you can't.
Yes, you can. No,
Because you
you
don't
can't.
know when
You can't
Arabic
use it.
came here. The colonizers brought
Man,
Arabic here,
try
and
the
you
most
can't
happy
That's
go
prove
true.
lucky people I fucking know, man. Word, I don't understand this shit, man. It's like all of a sudden, everybody just gets stupefied all of a sudden. You know damn well if the term Arabic or the Arabic language was used by the people that came and colonized Africa, common sense to let you know that it was used outside Africa first.
Who told you that though?
Now, history,
Who
man.
told you
you
that?
just made that up. But
Nah,
all
History,
you
right,
man.
just
These
move
made
Arabs,
on,
that
Definitely
these
shit
made
Arabs
up.
that
that
up.
came, these Muslims and the Arabs that went into Africa, colonized Africa, was speaking Arabic.
Look,
So that lets
you
you know
said out your
that the
mouth,
term was
Jarvis.
used outside of
You said
Africa.
out. You
Now,
said out.
I
You
said
said
it was
out.
also
You
used here in the Americas.
So is
I
this
gave an
Arabia?
example
You
of
Is
the
said
this
out
word,
your
Arabia?
mouth.
huh?
You can't. You can't. You said out your mouth. You can't put. You don't know what happened at that time because what nobody born, what
No,
nobody
that's
here
not
at
what I
that time.
said. That's not what I said, nigga. You must be retarded. I didn't say that. What I
you
said is
just
I don't
said
know
you don't
the
know for
original date
You
sure
that
said
it
when
was
that.
used. And I
exactly.
told
So
you earlier
you
that
said you
because of the
don't know
calendar
that it was
system,
here
it's hard to
first.
put a date on
That's why I
something.
said
You said you
what's come
don't know
first.
the date as far as to put it
That
first,
part.
but
Exactly.
you
He
would
don't
say
know
that
the
it's
Exactly.
date.
first
That
just
part.
on the basis of, oh, if it
That
came
part.
into Africa and it used to colonize
No,
Africa,
you came
it
with the
had to
African shit.
come.
You said
You
that the
said
word,
it
you
had
said
to come
Arabic
from
came from
another
Africa. You
country,
said that,
another
Queen. You said
continent.
it came from Africa. And I said that
Conjecture.
doesn't make any sense because the
That's
people that
what you
came and
call
colonized Africa
conjecture.
was already speaking Arabic.
Exactly,
I
Darvis.
didn't.
But
So
that's
it
the
couldn't have
point.
started in Africa.
Okay, but you don't know that
So
it
what
started in America. You don't
I didn't
know
say
it
it
started
started in
in
America.
America.
I said it was spoke in the Americas.
You
That's
don't
what I
know if
said.
that was before
Yeah,
colonization.
Queen, I know what I know. You can't tell me what I know. All you know is what you know and I know. You don't
Was
know what I
French
know.
being spoke here, Darvin?
Yeah,
Darvis? All right, all
yeah.
right. So we can agree that French and Arabic was spoke here. Was Spanish being spoke here?
But it went under different terms.
Yes.
Well, Latin.
All right.
Spanish is the corruption of Latin.
So Spain, Arabia,
Mm,
and France are
mm.
all land masses, right?
Yeah.
So we can all agree based off what is proven that they probably came from the places that they're named after.
Not necessarily.
All right, I'm gonna
Okay.
mute up.
Because
Okay.
the term Spain, there was no term Spain over there in that place we call Iberia
Right.
until the uniting of Castilla and Aragon.
All right.
We agree with that. When they
Let me
united
add.
when they united those two kingdoms, they came up with that fucking name Spain.
Let
Now,
me add on.
the
Let me add
term
on. Let me
Spain was
add on.
also used here.
Right. Right. Right.
Before
Okay.
Elizabeth and them boy,
Right.
I'm just kidding, Isabella, my bad.
Yeah. Let
Isabella
me.
and Ferdinand.
Yeah. Let me
It was
add
called
on.
New
Let me.
Spain, not Old
Yeah.
Spain.
Yeah.
It was called New
Let me.
Spain by a contemporary writer that was not on Earth during the time.
No, actually, it was called Leon before it was called New Spain. It was called Leon. Trust me, I
Yeah,
know.
and I can go with that too.
It's in my bloodline. I already know. I did my
Cool, I
Right.
go with
genealogy.
that.
Because we got
Yeah,
a
it was called.
Ponce de Leon in here in
Yeah, you got a
Georgia. We got
Ponce
a
de
couple of
Leon. Yeah,
Leons. Yeah.
he's
And
an ancestor.
listen, I have no issue with that. I can go with I can even
He's
accept
an
that.
ancestor. Okay, so let me add on to what the brother was talking. What the brother was talking about. So, you said Latin, right? Was derived here in America. right?
No, I said it was spoken here in America.
Okay, so Latin was spoken here in America.
Yes.
Okay, now this is real quick. I don't need no preambles. Do you know the time when it was spoke here? That's a yes or no question.
I know it was spoken here before the 1490, excuse me, the 14, I think it was 1455 when they became Spain, wasn't it? I think it
Okay,
was
yeah,
1455 with Isabella and Ferdinand
yeah.
and Boy United. I think, yeah. So
What?
it was
Yeah,
spoken before that.
exactly. Yeah,
Ah,
Latin was
cool.
way before that. Okay,
Yeah.
so Arabic, the Arabic language. Does it come before or
Damn,
after
my fucking phone
Latin?
shut off.
Oh, his phone shut off.
Oh,
Y'all
that
still
was a
there?
good question, Darvis. Did you hear that?
No, he said his phone shut off. Okay, so what I'm saying is the question is was Latin before or after Arabic? But actually, Arabic is uh, a descendant of Latin language. A lot of the Romantic languages come from Latin, and Arabic is one of them. Now, if you guys we come back another time, because I know
Yeah, that's
Dulcinea
why Arabic
trying
and
to roll.
Spanish are related. There's a lot of words that they share in between each other. That's
And
why I
that's
was going to go into like Alabama and possibly having
and,
Spanish origins, but it is what
and
it is.
and that and that's the thing. I mean, I got so much, man. I got heat. I mean, these people already know. They've been already telling that we was already speaking these languages, and but everybody is taking it outside of this continent. Now, my thing is this: why? This is my major question to anybody. Why is everybody making uh, a forceful attack on trying to make everything somewhere else. And nobody's paying any homage to this continent except for slavery. That is the main question people need to be asking themselves if they got any type of common sense. Why is this continent is the continent of slavery when this continent is supposed to be the best continent everywhere, the leader of the free world, so on and so forth. This is where people need to ask those questions. I mean, why we keep talking about this country as if it's a third world country when everybody is pushing the line and kicking over gates and everything to get over to this country. If this is the country that is a third world country, and that's my closing, Dulcinea. But I appreciate you. I know the sisters is probably there but not there. But yeah, Nisha, Sakina,
Yeah, facts. They sleeping, but I
yeah,
appreciate you
Nisha,
guys as
Sakina,
well.
they'll probably listen to it later. But peace to the sisters and all due respect. And I would never call y'all out y'all name.
And peace,
Y'all,
Nitro. Thank you for coming up as well and
No,
adding to the
peace, peace.
conversation.
yeah, good
Yeah,
stuff,
I
Nitro. Good stuff, Nitro. Yeah,
no,
appreciate you,
appreciate it.
brother.
Likewise, likewise. I love convos like this, because sometimes it's not about giving information. Sometimes we get an opportunity to like break down logics that other people might have. Like some people might have agreed with Darvis until you challenge the point, and then they say, "Damn, that shit really don't make sense." But I just heard somebody say it out loud. So I think it's a healthy convo because the logic, like the premise that we build when we coming up with some of this, got to be challenged at times. And I've been there, like bro said, we don't all been through the Christian, the Hebrew, the Islam, the Kemet Hotel, all like you do all that to get to truth. You know what I'm saying? So we shouldn't stop learning. That's the main thing. When we start discrediting sources and facts and all of that, we're going down the slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? So that's my closing. Like, just don't stop learning, y'all.
Well, the one thing I would say to that, Nitro, is this: is that Darvis is the pushback king, but he know where his bread is buttered. Trust and believe, he know where his bread is buttered. You know what I'm saying? He gonna act like he don't agree, he act like one of them cats. I'm one of them cats too. Yeah, you got to prove it to me, but he know where his bread is buttered. He know where he's at, and he agrees. But it's always got to be balanced. You know what I'm saying? The balance is there, and trust and believe. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you were saying, that's what made me jump on the panel. I was like, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like, common sense is not common. And the good thing, I don't know how old you are, brother, but you know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is that, we need more like you. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of brothers like you out here, Dulcinea, the sisters and everything. We need a lot of people like you guys to get out here and keep this shit pushing, because it's the only way we're going to get our remedy. And it's the only way we're going to get back to who we are, whether we are more, whether we are whatever. It don't even matter. As long as we come together, because we've been sold the same story that we came off that boat. So appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, appreciate it.
you,
Yeah,
brother.
I'm 30, man. I'm still young and learning.
Oh shit, man. Yeah. You,
Man, piece of the panel, man. My phone died on me, man. My bad. But
Darvis, I just
it was a
talked a
great
whole
bill,
lot of I
man.
just talked a whole lot of shit about you, man. Man, you want
Was
me
it good or
to
bad?
run it back? Yeah, it
It
was
was bad.
terrible. It was
Damn,
terrible,
that's
man.
fucked up, man. Good thing you ain't the most high, man. You gotta get them
Jarvis, did
that
you get
little
a
asses,
ticket?
man. Rough boy, we
You
turn
get
you
a
back in
ticket
the
to the lecture,
conversation, boy.
Jarvis?
Huh?
Are you going to the lecture on Friday?
Yeah, I already got a ticket.
Yeah,
Oh
there
yeah,
should be a lot of
I
information
just bust
about the
yeah, I just bust
Moors.
mine down. Yeah, I just bust mine down, and I put one
Yeah,
extra in
I
there
understand
too.
what you're saying, but and listen though, man. All right, one thing I can say about Cat, right? Top Cat has so many fucking sources, right? It's hard to really say this motherfucker is lying or telling the truth because he got so many sources. He can actually tell you a lie and prove the lie.
Real talk. Yeah, real talk.
So when
Real
you're
So
talk.
dealing with a cat like that, now I
you
mean,
have a
all we gotta
problem
cross our
with so
fingers
many
and
sources
roll with it,
versus
and
you're
I
not
mean, and
having
hope
any
everything is
sources.
truthful because I'm gonna be honest with you, babe. I'm a scholar myself. Most of them they got sources that could go over my
A
motherfucking head.
scholar with no sources.
Yeah, I understand that, but now when it comes down to these sources, a lot of them are Christian based, and it's hard to use a Christian source and use to prove the validity of Moors because most Moors weren't Christians. Now, I'm not saying this man about to come out here with no lie. That's not what I'm saying. Because one thing you got to give him, when you put these expensive elections together, he be having some shit that you never heard of before. And so I salute him on that.
Well, the
I
thing
fucks with
is
him, know what I
though,
mean?
the thing is though, Doris. See, here's the thing. The Top Cat is outside the box on this shit. Look, the reason why I resonated with him is because I know a lot of shit that he been saying,
Yeah.
like way back. So the thing is if you take religion out the picture, then you would have no problems with what he talking about. Because the bottom line is that
Exactly.
he's doing something, Darvis, that a lot of people have been afraid to do, or have suppressed it, or have remixed it and put it in a way to where you have to decipher what these people are saying. And I'm gonna tell you something. I'm in my 50s. I go way back with this. I go way back with this shit. But the bottom line is that when you take notes and you bring it in based on what you already know, it's gonna make perfect sense. That's it. That's all. And I'm telling you, this young brother
A lot of
is a
time to do. There's a lot of time to do.
yeah.
That's
This
what I'm
young
saying.
brother,
I can't
this
take nothing from
young
Cat
brother,
now.
yeah, this young
Me and the
brother
mother
is a
bump heads on a lot of different things. A lot of shit he say I don't agree with.
man.
A
You
lot of
got to
shit he say I
challenge
got
him.
no choice but to agree with.
You got to
So you
challenge
know
him.
what I mean?
You got to
And
challenge
like
him.
I say, man,
He don't
I
know
can't really
everything,
just
but
take
what he is
I
doing,
can't just take anybody's word for face value.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
you
look it
can't.
up.
Yeah, you
And so if
can't.
Like
you
you tell
and
everybody
so you
else,
give me
look
a,
it
You
up,
a
can't.
5 minute
Jarvis.
answer within them
He a
5 minutes.
beast on this
You show
motherfucker.
me
You got to
40
give him
sources
that
within
though.
5 minutes. Within the 5 minutes, I don't have time to go and check 40 sources.
Well, no,
But
you got to
see,
write
So
them down and check them
yeah,
later.
you can't write them
exactly.
down, check them
But
later
the
because you don't
bottom,
got that much time. What last
but
lecture
the
y'all been? This motherfucker be actually dropping like fucking hundreds and hundreds of fucking sources. And then nigga read through the source, read through that source, read through another source. And listen, within 5 minutes, this motherfucker probably went through about 25, 30 sources.
Nah, bro, you gotta do your
Within two
research like
hours,
you just told
ain't
us.
no telling how many different sources went through. So now, me myself being that I can't go back and rewind the tape and go back and check each source. All I can do is listen to it, try to memorize as much as I can memorize, write down the things I can remember to write down, and keep it moving. I'll go back and check them later. And if they're right, then I don't got no problem with it. But if I find flaw with it, then I'm gonna question them on it.
But he
I'm not
giving
gonna
you the
question him on a
sources.
live platform. I might try to get him behind doors or whatnot, or maybe I go to his platform and ask a question about something he may have said. But
Right.
what I can say is hopefully the nigga ain't trying to shit you because the motherfucker got so many sources. He can lie to you and prove the lie is a lie. Is the truth. He got that many sources.
You
This
can
nigga
go
can tell you
look
that
up
the
his
day is
sources,
Monday
though,
morning
Jarvis.
and give your ass 300 sources. Why is Monday fucking morning? And give you 300 sources within 5 fucking minutes. You ain't gonna fucking time to even check this all. You can say, you know what? Fuck it, man.
He's
Fuck
a
it.
cold
It's Monday.
nigga.
Fuck it. And you know it ain't Monday. That thing is so crazy. That's why I fuck with the nigga though, man.
He needs to clip this, though, especially Jarvis saying
Word, it's
that
crazy.
nigga got 700 sources.
Bro,
That
funny as
nigga,
hell.
that nigga take a bullet train to that motherfucker, but boy, I tell you, don't
Word,
get
bro.
that shit. Don't get that shit too IE. That boy, man, he run through it. That boy's a beast on this shit. Look, that's when you know somebody has a passion for what they doing. And they serious about their business. You know what I'm saying? You gotta take that
I
though,
just hope the
Jarvis.
nigga ain't no antichrist because he have everybody fucked up. Me too, brother.
Real talk. Real talk.
Man, I be fucked
Real
up too,
talk.
man. I be
I know
fucked up
what you're
with.
saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, look,
All
he
you
ain't
got to do is go
look.
to
When I
Ancestry, go to Family Tree, go look it
Yeah,
up.
but
Look at what
Ancestry
it
and Family
says.
Tree can pick up these goddamn names, put all these names and shit in the line, and you go do your actual footwork. You find out these people ain't your family.
Hey, look, that thing right there. When I like,
Jarvis,
he gave me,
I don't want to
that?
hear nothing about footwork from you. You can't even travel outside of Goose
look,
Creek.
he can't even
Talk
pull
about
up a
doing no kind of
source.
And
footwork.
it was so crazy though, Dosey.
He
Is
can't
once
even pull
y'all
up a
niggas
source.
start doing y'all ancestry, most of y'all niggas bump right into Darvis. Come to find out, nigga, you related to Darvis. And the only way to find out about your Goose Creek connection is through Darvis.
Oh, how about that?
How about that?
What you got to say about that, Dosey?
Are Goose Creek the Moors, and prove when the
Yeah.
Moorish Empire was in Goose Creek?
In 1790, soon after the Constitution dropped, there was the Sundry Free Moors Act enacted here in Charleston. We people in Charleston was saying that they're not black, colored, whatever, that we are Moors. And it was signed by Pygmies.
That's not an
Now,
empire.
Queen,
That's not an
calm down.
empire.
Queen, calm down. Calm down. Now, this Pygmy name, I also have these are my fucking family. The Rutledges, my mama's a Rutledge. My great-great-grandmama is a Pygmy. So I understand.
Those are the lawyers
And all
and
these, and
everything
listen,
that
it's
got
right here in
together,
the
but
same
I
city.
asked for an
So now,
empire.
for the Empire Queen, I am not even about to fuck with you about that no more tonight. You don't believe in the Empire? Cool. We argue about that shit tomorrow. I ain't getting into this shit with you no more tonight because you go constantly. It could be another 3 hours. But yes, there was a Moorish Empire, and yes, it was here in the Americas also. Now we can argue about whether it started here in America or whether it started in Europe or whether it started in Africa. We can argue about that shit all day. Fact is, America was part of that particular empire. What date it was, who came first, that's some shit we can debate, and it'll be a constant thing, because you got so many different cultures they're gonna agree and disagree. And I don't feel like that shit tonight, man. It's 5 o'clock in the goddamn morning. But
Yeah.
I will say
Take
that
your ass to
we were a
bed,
part
man.
of that,
Past your
nigga.
bedtime, man. Past your
My
bedtime.
bedtime. No. Listen.
I'm on the West Coast. See, I'm
Yes.
on the
Listen,
West
man.
Coast.
Hold
I'm
on.
here
Can you hear me,
in my
Dusty?
yard, King. I call my
Yes.
lands Munda, and I'm Joffe Joffa.
Hold on, Darvis. Hold
My
on.
kids call me Joffe.
Hello, I just came on for 5 minutes because I thought Bernie Mac. Somebody had said so much MFers. I thought I was dreaming about Bernie Mac.
No, you're dreaming about me, baby.
He said, "Wait a minute." He said, "It's so many MFers." I swear, I thought about it. In my dream, I was dreaming about Bernie Mac.
I woke up and it was unscrambled minds. I said, what the
Heck.
Ain't no so
Jarvis
crazy,
here
man.
going crazy.
Every time I fuck with
like
y'all niggas, it
Bernie
be like
Mac?
sun
I
up
said,
by the
oh
time I
my
lay
God,
down.
what is going on?
Jarvis does sound like Bernie Mac. He
Yeah,
should be
I was like,
the
what
Morris
the
Bernie Mac.
Not the Morris Bernie
I mean,
Mac.
I don't
Uncle
even know how. I don't even know how to
Bernie.
take that, man. I'm older than Bernie Mac any fucking way. So Bernie Mac got to sound like me. I'm
Are you
48.
nervous?
Wait, I'm 48
Yeah,
years
are
old.
you? Because hold on, how old would Bernie Mac be? Well, hold
Girl,
on.
he's
I like
lying.
about
You know it
45,
is.
40,
No, Bernie
something like
Mac
that.
is older than me.
Yeah, Bernie Mac could be in his late 60s, almost 70s now.
Hell nah.
Yes, he
Bernie
would
Mac
be.
ain't that damn old.
Oh, Bernie Mac was
Yeah.
my favorite
Yes, he
comedian.
was born in
Hey, man.
1957. My dad
Damn,
was
that nigga born
born
in what year?
in 1957.
Yeah,
All right,
Bernie
well,
Mac.
maybe I do sound like him then.
Yeah, my dad was like 1950. My mom was 1955. They would be, yeah, they would have been like 70s right now.
I'm born in 75, man. I thought I'm older than that nigga. My bad.
Hell nah.
No, you young as hell. What?
Hey, he was like
Who said
70.
younger?
You
I'm
cranking
older
it
than
out,
y'all
bro.
niggas.
You younger than me. Boy,
I'm
you
older
act
than
like you
y'all
older
niggas.
than me, man. Yeah, you younger than
Okay,
me,
yeah,
man.
you're
You act
older
like you
than
older
me
than
and Nitro because Nitro's a baby, but you know.
I know Nitro not on there. Did you give Nitro my pictures? I mean, is that what?
I was gonna joke with you, but you were sleeping.
Y'all know I wake up silly.
No, Nitro's a baby, Sister Freedom. He's only 30.
Yeah, I'm 30.
Damn, I'm gonna go to jail again. Damn, y'all crazy. What y'all doing woke? Y'all is vampires. What are y'all
Man,
doing woke at this hour?
We were
it's
trying
y'all
to close
platform,
out.
man.
Every time we try to close out, Darvis say something more
Oh,
crazy than
Nitro,
the
you didn't
last.
even laugh at my joke.
no, hey,
God
Dosey,
darn.
this is your fault,
What
Dosey.
happened?
I ain't never got a chance to say shit. I spent my whole time answering questions.
Hell
Every
yeah.
time
Now
I was
that I
about to say
cannot
something,
believe.
Dosey
We had
asked me
Darvis
3
on the
questions.
stand.
Listen, and as soon as whoever, if Dosey get tired, she'd call some other cat to come up there and ask me 3 more questions at the same time. Before you realize, man, it's 5 o'clock.
Mm,
But one thing I
mm.
can't say though, man, every time I do come fuck with y'all, man, time
But you know
fly,
what,
and I always
Darvis?
have
I'm
fun.
older than all y'all.
I'm born in 75, Queen. How much older you are than me?
Let's leave it alone. I'm older than you.
Yeah, she's not gonna tell you, but she older than you. Sakina older than you too. Wait, you were born in 75?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Because hold on, I had to see. As far as
I
Nisha
am
and Dots
Dulcie.
might be the same age.
No, Dulcie, no.
No, they're older than him too.
Who?
Nisha and Dots.
Oh,
I'm older
yeah.
than him.
Ain't y'all ass. I ain't older than
Who,
my ass.
Nitro? How old are you?
I'm 30.
And he got
Oh,
I
on us
told you
like
he's only
that.
30. That makes him
Nitro
born
something.
in the
Nitro, I thought you was
90s.
older. You are very wise, young man.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
That he is.
one thing I can't say, Nitro, you sound like you 30, nigga.
I don't know what that means, but appreciate
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Dulcie and Sakina. What? I know that's not Nisha. I know the thing is over top of whoever face that it bet not be Nene. Is it? Nene's still on here this morning.
No,
She's
she just
asleep.
up there. Sakina sleep too. That's why we've been trying to close out. But I think they're both asleep right now.
My computer went out and I had to go in the because I had brought my stuff upstairs from downstairs and my computer went out, girl. It's cold here. It's like 20 degrees.
No, listen, I'm in Charleston, and right now I think it's like fucking 40 degrees outside or some shit like that. That would look like.
Mm-mm.
It is so cold
That's
outside. It
cold
don't make
down here.
sense.
I know. I couldn't
Mm.
do it. Y'all talking about really, really cold. I think it's 50. Yeah, it's 56 here, and that's cold enough for me.
Damn. Where you at?
Texas.
Oh, okay.
It don't make
That's
no
too
sense how
cold.
cold. I can't
69
stand
is
it when
cold
it's
enough
cold
for
like
me.
this. But I'll be in Jamaica next week.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Mhm.
I wish I was going to Jamaica.
But then I'm only staying for what, 2 weeks?
2 weeks. That's still a nice getaway. Hopefully it don't rain or nothing and it's just nice and sunny.
It rains all the time, but
Hopefully,
it
the
just
Moors
don't
don't catch
last.
y'all nigga boats and rob y'all boats.
He's stupid.
Talking about some Moors. Where are they, Jarvis? You don't even
And
know
listen,
where
when
they
they
at.
rob
Wait
y'all
a minute.
niggas,
I did hear somebody say you have to be a Moor, you have to initiate in a sense.
whoever.
I heard somebody say something about in order to be a Moor, you have to like initiate.
That's a
Oh
Who
no,
young
said
no,
nigga,
that?
oh no,
man.
that was me. I was saying in order to like have to nationality wise, in order to be a Moorish American, you got to have your nationality conferred from the organization.
That's not
So
true.
now to be a Moorish
Oh shit.
American, it
Oh, I
is.
got somebody accidentally
Absolutely
on my
not.
side, huh?
So
Hey, you
so
know what?
so the,
I fucks with you, Queen.
I don't even want to get 5 o'clock. We could do a whole live on it, and because I gave a whole spiel, you can rewind it.
My
I gave
mom is
a
a Moor.
whole
My
spiel.
mom is a Mexican Moor, but I do have my card or whatever. But at the same time, being a Moor, it just means you are of dark hue and that you're Muslim.
No, not a Moorish American. Like
Yeah,
the
most American.
nationality itself is conferred
Yeah,
from like
man.
just
You
like
listen, man. You have a right based on law to have a
Yeah,
nationality.
it's
You also
confirmed
have the
through the
right to change
temple.
it if you want to
You
change
do
it. If you
not
decide that
need
shit
to
don't fit,
get
you can change that shit.
initiated in nothing. You could just
This
you
nigga
can
part of
declare that
MSM.
you are a Moor,
no,
but
you
you
don't
don't
He
have
part
to
have
of
be
to.
initiated.
MSMTV.
Your
That's just like
Hey, pay
organization. I
attention. Those
mean, you
niggas
don't have
part
to
of
do anything but be black.
Yeah, well,
him
I
and
guess
Dosey.
she's talking
I
Him
about
and
gave a
the
Dosey
whole
went to school
spiel on
together,
that.
paperwork.
I
man.
don't even
But
want to
she's
have to
right. The
repeat it.
paperwork can be done with just money. If the right Moor is taking the money, the paperwork can be done without the initiation. But I get what you're
But you
saying,
know that
Jarvis.
they say, Dulcie, that is wrong. They should not be taking money for you
Right.
becoming who you truly are.
But
Yeah.
there's a lot of paperwork to fill out, man, and
But that's just like
it
saying
saves
I
you a
can make
lot of
myself
time too,
Nigerian.
man.
You know what I'm
Shipping all
saying?
these
Like
goddamn papers, all these different places, especially if
But
you
if
live
you
in
are,
like
you
different places,
are.
man.
no, so look, this is what I'm saying. In order for me to like live in Nigeria, own property, like to be a citizen, I can't make myself that.
But
So
that's
the so
different.
no, but see, and that's why I gave that whole spiel earlier. I know you missed it, but what I was saying was when the organization was created, the Moorish Divine and National Movement, it was a body politic that was established under the Herds Revised Statutes in Cook County, Illinois, and it was
Yeah,
supposed
but it
to
was created
mature.
ghetto,
Hold on,
Queen.
hold on, let me get it spill. Let me get it spill. 'Cause I don't want nobody misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, and I meant to smash that shit when he was saying it earlier, but I thought you was on my
But listen.
side, so I ain't say
But
shit. But
listen, but listen, because this is nothing. None of us can argue. This is like the FBI got files on this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So when Noble Drew Ali established the organization from a civics organization into a religious organization, he did it according to the Herz Revised Statute, which is ecclesiastical statutes, to fold the organization under the First Amendment, which a part of that is the freedom of religion. So the body
what if
politic was
Noble
supposed
Dolly
to
get locked
morph.
up for?
So the body politic was supposed to morph into a full functioning government the same way the Israelis went through that entire process. So it got stifled when he passed in 1929, and then the movement fractioned itself into different little splinter groups. So you had the reincarnated group, which was the MST of A 1934. You had the MST of A 1930. You had Dingle Ill and those brothers. You had the group Braswell Bay and them now in Chicago. You had Kirkman Bay. You had a lot of different groups that were still moving on a social aspect, but they lost their political structure once they weren't functioning under those Herz Revised Statutes, which is the Divine Constitution and Bylaws, the 7 acts. So all of those
Let me ask you
acts
another
were,
let me ask you a question, King.
what's up?
Could you
What's up?
be a Moor and not be a part of the MSCA?
Yes.
Yes,
I
and
cool.
so
Could you be a
but
Moor
look,
before the founding of Noble Drew
let me
Ali?
answer, the question because that's a loaded
My bad. I
question.
thought you had my bad. I
That's
thought
a
you answered
loaded
my bad.
question. This
But
is
do
what
your
we were
thing,
saying
King. My
about
bad.
earlier. This is what we saying about earlier. I can identify as Moorish because that's a descent, that's an ethnicity, it's a culture. It can be connected to a place, families. So no one can take that away from you. The issue is that when it comes to the political structure of it, that's why I said I can't make myself a Nigerian citizen. Moorish American was meant for it to be conferred as a nationality, not just an ethnic group, not a social understanding, not a heritage that you pass down to your children. Those are two separate different things. So when they get conflated together, it makes it problematic because now we don't understand. Like I said, he had people that look like us identifying as Moorish Americans and were voting in the 1920s in Chicago. So the political aspect of how it was used, like he set a template that we really should pay attention to, and we don't all have to be Moors. But what he did was he created a body politic, and that body politic made sure that people weren't listed as Negro, Black, color, and all of that, and they were able to
Well,
politically
I
move
mean,
on it.
being a Moor is no different than being called that. You do realize that, right? It wasn't a status that was put on us with some type of dignity. That was a status that the undone people was calling us to be sarcastic, like being smart, being mean, because it was Africans that were of Islamic descent, like they
Yep.
were Muslim.
But they were called Mohammedans, but Moor came from Mori. It
No,
was
more came from European people calling us that. Okay, and it was
Sister
not
Freedom,
a
can you
status.
close out?
Huh?
Are you in the back to close out?
Me?
Yes.
No, because I'm only on my phone.
Okay, that's what I was
I
asking.
can't do it. But I can, if you're ready to close out, I can whip them up on this another day.
Yeah,
No,
go ahead and close
I
out.
want to do a
I
I'm just
sure
whole
wish you would
playing.
have woke
build
I'm
up
on
just
it
earlier.
playing.
later.
I'm just playing. I'm just
Nah,
playing.
but no,
I sure wish you would have
it's
woke
a
up
great
earlier.
convo though. It's a great convo because like I was telling them earlier, on my journey, I actually joined the Moorish Holy Temple of Science. You know what I'm saying? And I sat with elders that was like 80, 90 years old, like different groups of Moors. So I really soaked up a lot of information, and some of those elders want people to say what I'm saying so we can put all of it together. They understand that Moorish, like people are of Moorish descent, whether you had ancestors from Europe, Africa, or wherever it may be. But when we conflate that with the organization that was created, which was it was called the Moorish Divine and National Movement. When we conflate the two, that's where it loses its remedy. You get what I'm saying? So
And
I
I
don't want
agree with you,
people to
Cash,
think,
man.
Nitro, let me ask you a question, Nitro.
yes, ma'am.
When can we interview you?
Uh, hit me up. I would say I'll drop my number in the back chat and
Yeah, can you write it down real quick, Dulcie, for me,
yeah, I
please?
got you. I'll put it in there now. Yeah,
Yeah.
we can
Dulcie,
set it up.
Dulcie, can you
Okay,
hear me,
I'm
sis?
saving you now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then in that
yeah, we
way,
can set it up.
yeah, I would definitely like to interview you.
Yeah,
And
cause
Darvin,
Peace. What's that?
we'll get to interviewing you too. But you cannot
Man,
say
you
the
done missed
MF
that
word
shit,
while
though.
you've been.
Listen, man, y'all niggas been grilling me for 5 fucking hours. You gotta cut me some slack, Queen. You gotta interview that nigga, man. I don't like the way y'all niggas interview people, man. Y'all
Why
interviews
we
be
never do
aggressive as hell.
anything mean? We not
Because
mean to.
don't you them, Mama, you should have been awoke a little while ago.
Was she scratching your face up? Who was it, Dulcie? If Dulcinea was scratching your face up, then the other sisters will be holding you down, okay?
Yeah, but all
We'll
y'all
hold
went
you
to
down.
sleep.
We gonna
When y'all
hold you
niggas
down
went to
while
sleep,
she
Dosey
scratch your face up.
changed. Word. Listen, this nigga fuck around and changed soon as all y'all went to sleep. She was cool with me at one
I
time.
changed
When y'all
at
niggas
midnight.
dozed off, nigga, this thing turned into the
Everybody
Incredible
says
Hulk.
it about her though. They say at midnight she get to fighting. They say
Yeah.
that after 12 o'clock she fights.
And you know what? I don't disagree with that neither.
Okay, because they do say it. They say I wonder to empower. I don't even have to be there. She turned into Ultraman all by herself. And when I'm on there,
Facts.
we activate
And all
together.
my questions. Darvin's just mad about the questions I was asking.
I wasn't really mad about it. I'm just saying I thought we'd been cool. Everything was good and gravy and
How
shit.
we not cool with
Soon
Nitro
these
I think
answering
questions?
all the
whoever the last
questions.
one was went to sleep. Soon they went to sleep. It's like an alarm went off, and all of a sudden a
Hey,
whole
bro,
different dog
funny as
came out the
hell,
fucking
man.
word. I'm talking
Nitro,
about as
I heard you
soon they went
answering
to
all
sleep,
the
huh?
questions. You have been through a journey and you are very young.
No, I appreciate it. It's man. I say
What's
this,
your sign? I just need to know, what's your sign?
Aries.
Okay.
Damn nigga, I'm an Aries.
Man, you gotta act like a Darvish out here talking about you making your own sources up now. Come on, bro. You gotta
Nigga, I'm
represent.
trying to tell you how to be Aries, Ken. You a baby Aries.
Hey,
Yeah, me
I'm trying to tell
too.
you
I'm
some
an
good
hey,
shit.
Aries.
hey, man. I'm trailblazing though,
Yeah,
Darvish.
I'm an
Wait,
I'm
all of
Aries.
y'all
saying,
are
Huh?
Aries?
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
an
I'm born
Aries
on March
too.
21st.
Oh, you a March
25th.
Aries? Nah, man. I'm April
Yeah, the
2nd.
first Aries.
Yeah, I'm a
That's what I'm
March.
trying to
I'm a
tell you
March
again.
Aries.
Man,
March
nah, y'all too
25th.
close to Pisces, man. Y'all got, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you are,
Hey,
Darvish. You too close to Pisces.
yeah,
No, baby, I'm
man.
something different.
That's
I'm
what
the
I'm
beginning.
saying.
Right on that
Who else
cusp,
is
bro.
on here?
Yep, I'm an Aries. I'm March
Who else is
25th.
on here? That's woke.
That's
Nah,
it. It's just
I'm
Aton,
not.
Jarvis, and
Yeah,
Nitro.
Aton, y'all ain't woke.
Aton, is Aton on there too?
Yes.
Well, listen, I can't wait, Nitro, until we interview you. Um, we're gonna discuss what day is good for you. And I think that'll be a good interview.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm ready. Let's do
You
it.
might impact a lot of young people.
I'm with it. That's my life purpose, my mission. You know what I'm saying? Educate,
Where you
motivate, and
live at? Because
inspire.
you have an accent.
I'm from Atlanta. Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Okay. Oh, Atlanta.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
You said you had
And
people in Stone Mountain, right? Or no?
For
me.
me?
Yeah, you, Nitro.
Oh no, that's where I'm from. Yeah, I'm from
You're
Stone
from
Mountain.
Stone Mountain.
Well,
Okay.
my
Mm-hmm.
nephew
Got
was
people out there.
assassinated in Stone Mountain,
Sorry to
Georgia, a
hear.
couple years ago.
And
I didn't know it
It's
was in
only
condolences.
been
Stone
1 year, actually. Did you hear about the young man that was found in the bushes? Somebody had pistol whipped him and then killed him.
Unfortunately, that's a common thing down here. One of my best friends, and we could talk about that during the interview too, but in middle school we had about 13 friends die from like murders, gang violence, car accidents, all type of stuff. And they found one of our friends in the trunk. He was in the trunk for 2 weeks. They found him in a neighborhood. We called it like Third World. That was the nickname of that area. But it was a lot of immigrants moved over there. Some of them couldn't speak English. Some of them didn't even leave the house. And we all thought he ran away from home and right up the street from our school, our high school. It was our ninth grade year. Yeah, they found him in the trunk. And the same
Well,
thing happened. Some people robbed him, pistol whipped them, and tied him up and left him there. So
and I'm gonna
it's
say this: my nephew had only been there for 2 weeks. We
mm,
from Delaware, and my sister had no idea that my nephew even left the house.
mm.
He only went out, to do his little smoke, I think. And when he, it had stormed and everything. My whole family has been devastated because of it.
Yeah, that's
Unbelievable.
real
My
unfortunate.
my sister's my sister's first grandchild, my godson. Yeah. And oh no, and the guy never even knew him. Nothing. Just didn't even know him. Asked him a question. Somebody caught the whole thing on one of those little door
Ring cameras.
ring camera.
Hmm.
That's how they found out who did it and everything. 2 weeks. My sister had only been there for a couple weeks.
Oh, that's
They had
that's
moved
yeah, that's so
there.
sad, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why I go like everything I do, I go hard. I'm really trailblazing. Like I'm setting a good example for the city because that's a common thing. Like when we pushed them pale skins out and it was just us in Stone Mountain, like it wasn't a certain type of recycling of opportunities where people could establish themselves and then come back to the city and help. Most people just move and never come back. So nobody has a reference. We have a lot of celebrities, athletes, a lot of people that's from Stone Mountain, but they either leave or they claim other neighborhoods and help those neighborhoods get tourism, get investments, all of that. And that side of town it gets worse and worse because more people move in there, babies having babies. So it's bad over there. You know what I'm saying? But
It's horrible because the young man the man that took his life was just a child itself.
yep.
And that's a shame because, Bubba didn't know him, never have really an experience of Atlanta. And now his life is gone too.
Mm-hmm.
He better not ever get out.
Yeah, it's a cycle, you know what I'm saying, that I'm passionate about breaking. You know what I'm saying? Like I do everything in my
They
power.
don't know their worth. These
Yeah.
young men don't know their worth. They don't know how to be kings. They don't know how to be gods. They don't know how to be protectors of life because they're lost mentally. They got caught up in the rap game. They got caught up in, the millennium, if that's what you want to call it,
Yeah,
game
it's
or
like,
something.
yeah,
I think the
generational.
issue
But
is,
we
man,
got to talk about this.
a lot of
Hold
older
on,
heads got
Jarvis.
locked up, killed, or moved off, and nobody was left to deal with the young bucks.
That's true too, though.
That's true too.
Yeah.
But we got to talk about this once we bring Nitro back, definitely. And I did record your number and I sent it to you, Sister Freedom. So you should have it on your phone. So we'll be
I'm not
calling
gonna play
you
on your phone, okay? I'm not gonna play on your phone. I save that for other people, okay, Nitro? Because every now and then I get in the mood to play on people's phone.
I'm gonna tell the authorities. No, I'm just playing. No. But good night. Well, it's a good morning for everybody.
Okay.
For sure. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Appreciate you for having me
Put
on.
Darvis number there too. I'm playing on Darvis number.
Darvis, drop your number in the back too. But
I ain't exactly sure how to do that, man. All you gotta do is call my name, baby. I'm there. I got a lot of people. Every time y'all niggas go live, dog,